Hey, good morning, folks. State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs. We usually try to start right on time. We're missing a few folks. There's a couple that are inbound, so we're going to be a couple more minutes to let them come in here. And those of you that are here early, good on you. And we'll the first part, we're going to do a quick wraparound with our new folks, and then we'll get right into General Michaelitis. So stand by for just a bit. All right, folks, at 09:05, as is our custom in state, federal, and veterans, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And one of our new members to the committee, Representative Hemingway, would you lead us? Okay, appreciate everyone who is here early. We're going to learn a lot today, even those of us who have been here before. I want to start before I forget with our new researcher, Davis Allen is here. Davis, if you want to just stand up, and if you want to take a minute and just or more, and just explain to us, tell us where you're coming from, because I know you're new to the staff, and then a little bit about the researcher position. Actually, Davis, tell you what, why don't you come up, and if you don't mind, I didn't mean to put you in the stand, but I'm going to. This is on YouTube. It's going to be out there forever. Hundreds of people will watch this before the end of the day. And we're here to learn. So tell us a little bit about where you're coming from and what you do, what a researcher does, and that type of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Davis Allen. I will be the researcher for this committee. I serve the entirety of the committee. In my work, I'll be performing any sort of research questions. My understanding right now of the position is that any questions from the rank and file members of the committee will go through the chair and then on to me. I'll get confirmation on that from my leadership just to ensure, and then I'll report back to the chair on that. But I believe that's to make sure there's no duplicate requests, no requests that would be partisan in one way or another, as my position is nonpartisan. I serve everybody in the committee in a nonpartisan way. So if there's questions about what current statutes exist, if there's questions about what federal rules and regulations there are, if there would be conflicts of that, if there are questions about a legislative history of how many times has this bill or this topic come up before, etc. Those are some of the things that I would be able to assist this committee with regarding research and reporting back to the committee. That way they can make more informed decisions. As to where I'm coming from, I am a graduate of Keene State College. I studied history and Holocaust and genocide studies with a minor in German. Do not try to learn German during a global pandemic. They move it all online. You don't learn anything. So don't ask me how much German I know, but I do know a lot about my other subjects. And then from there, I went on to serve the New Hampshire Department of Labor for the past 2.5 years until coming here, starting with workers' compensation, then boiler and elevator inspections, and finally wage and hour inspections.
Boiler and elevator inspections. Okay, note to self. You never know what kind of skills different folks have. Would you take any questions, if there are any? That's our custom. Any questions for our new researcher? Seeing none. Davis, thanks. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, sir.
Our administrative assistant, again, is Karen Kawaki. Karen's office is just down the hall. She does a great job prepping this room. This room was packed yesterday with people for the EFA hearing, and it's looking great. We are missing some folks who are excused today. They will be watching, catching up online. We're going to have 2 billing hearings this afternoon, which I have already told them, and we'll remind them that they really need to watch. We'll be executing those in a week. So anyway, yeah, Davis and Karen, we're lucky to have them helping us to run things here with state, federal, and veterans. And what I'd like to do now, and we'll go back to Representative Hemingway and the members who aren't here, and we have a couple other new ones that we'll give them a chance next time to introduce themselves. But Representative Hemingway, take a minute, a couple minutes, if you don't mind, and just let us know where you're coming from, highlights of your life journey. You're a Sullivan County guy, but I'll let you tell us your story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is my first term. I did 38 years total service in the military Army, between the active duty Army and New Hampshire National Guard. I retired as a full-time active duty soldier from the New Hampshire National Guard in 2020, just before the pandemic. From that point, I've been doing homeschooling with the kids. Because of the pandemic, they all came out, and one stayed out and one went back to school. But in that time frame, I've been deployed twice overseas. Well, I actually have 5 overseas tours, but 2 to combat zones. So that's about it. I had a wife and 3 kids.
Sounds like this is a good committee for you, given your experience, your journey. I'm going to guess your deployments were to Afghanistan, maybe in Iraq, or.
Yes, Chair. I went to Iraq, OIF2, and then to Kuwait.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service, of course. Did you, when you were in the National Guard, did you get to know the Adjutant General at all, or?
Yes, Chair. I spoke to him the other day at the inauguration. So, with his level of where he's at, it was a vague familiarity.
Well,
Yes,
today,
he did recall me.
today may be your chance to ask him some questions.
Absolutely.
And given your experience, you might know some to ask. So welcome. Glad you're here.
Thank you.
Representative Jones, Phil Jones, has been here before as a sub. Representative Jones, take a couple minutes, if you would, and tell us of your journey.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Philip Jones. I'm a Cheshire District 3 from Keene, New Hampshire. I work as an independent manufacturer sales rep, so I do a lot of traveling, and it's what I like to do. I've been in elected official for many years. I'm on the city council, in Keene, just started my 28th year. Before that, I was on city council in a New Jersey community where I served 9 years and also served as the mayor. So I've been unelected for a long time. My last term, I did education committee, but I had the opportunity to sub here, and I like the way you do things, and I took the opportunity to sign up for this committee. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, Representative Jones. Appreciate that. Representative Gagne, a veteran of many experiences in your journey has taken you from where to where?
Well, first of all, I'm a Canadian transplant. Came here from Canada, from PQ back in 1950. I still have my little green card. It's a little warped now, but the picture on it asked people to please help send this kid to camp. I've been married to my high school sweetheart for 60 years, this same woman, and retired from the Postal Service in 2006. I served in the Navy from 61 through 67. 2 deployments, I guess you would call it, in the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, Yemen, all those areas that are now tinderboxes, and they weren't much better then either. We just were not heavily involved in it. When I came home, I had an eclectic job history: construction, police, iron worker. I ended up at the Postal Service, which, because I started looking around at 40 years old, I says, I need something with benefits. So I retired in 06 from there. After that, I was hounded to run for office, and I refused to run for office until Will Infantine, Representative Will Infantine, talked to me and says, you need to put your money where your mouth is. Well, he knows my background. I was a martial arts instructor back in the day, in the last century. And so when he said something like that, I says, okay. and I ran in 2008. I was elected by 9 votes, and the rest is pretty much history. I served in various committees, and I ended up here. I have some expertise, maybe not. I can feel some. I was never in combat, not against an enemy, against maybe an opposing ship when we hit port, right? The first bar you went to, get a different ship's name there, right? So I kind of got involved in things like that, and I won most of them. So here I am in this committee, and hope to be able to help out with the veterans.
Thank you, Representative Gagne, who I just learned won his first election by 9 votes, and I think you won your last election by like 2 votes or something. 10. So Representative Gagne is a very efficient campaigner. He gets enough votes to win, and there you go. So glad that you're back, Representative Gagne. Our Vice Chair, Representative Skip Rollins, is back. Glad he's back. Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Skip Rollins, representing Newport Unity in Charlestown. This will be my 7th term down here. I got roped into it as Larry did years ago and got hounded to run and said, well, we'll see if we got a shot at it. I was surprised, got elected, and here I am. I've spent the last almost 21 years at La Valley Building Supply in Newport, a full-time job. That's about it.
Thank you, Representative. My name is Mike Moffett. I'm chairing this committee. I'm originally from the North Country, Groveton. Originally went to UNH Plymouth, sports guy, basketball guy. Taught high school for several years up north and at Trinity. My department chair at Trinity was a retired lieutenant colonel from the Army. He'd been in World War II, Korea, and Southeast Asia, and he had all these stories that he told in class. I had no stories, so my brother was a Marine. He had me go and just talk to a recruiter, and the recruit. I just went in to get a flyer, and I ended up coming out having signed up. So I did 25 years active and reserve duty with the Marine Corps, Desert Storm. I was on General Frank's staff after 9/11 at CENTCOM in MacDill. And then 2010, I was like the oldest Marine in Afghanistan. I went back on duty for a year, did some special assignments in Afghanistan. This is my 4th term. I did a couple terms on House Education. Given my background, I also spent 20 years in the community college system and 12 years in the university system. So education is another part of my journey. I served as vice chair here before becoming chair, and very happy to be back in the mix. Our new clerk, Representative Mandelbaum, welcome, and you have 5 minutes if you need it.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm Jennifer Mandelbaum. I represent Portsmouth and Newington. In my day job, I work as a healthcare researcher for a health tech company, and I generally study these new and emerging trends within the healthcare industry. So things like AI and physician burnout and value-based care. And I was telling our chairman how fortunate I feel to be able to think and write about the things that matter to me for a living. I do not have any experience with the military, but I thank all of you for your service among those who do. But this is an important issue these are important issues to my district, just given that PEAS is within Newington, and I'm eager to learn from you all.
Thank you, Representative. Our ranking member, Representative Siebert, welcome back.
Thank you. So my name is Christine Seibert. I am from Manchester, Ward 1, Manchester. And I'm excited to be here in this ranking position. It's a little new to me, but I'm just going to start with what I said the last time we came here, is that, I think we all have family in the military. I do. My husband was in the Navy. He was in Massawa, stationed there from 2004 to 2000 to 2005. And he actually worked in intelligence there. So I don't technically know what he did. He'd have to kill me, right? But yeah, so I think we can agree that despite, the reasons we get into conflicts, all of that, we might totally disagree on that. We really owe it to our veterans to take care of them. I've recently been looking up a lot of research on my family because a constituent was talking me into joining the DAR. And, I'm finding that I have upwards of that qualify about, probably at least 40 is what I'm at right now of people who fought in the Revolutionary War. And I believe their service is really important. And it's touching me a lot by looking at all of that. And again, to this day, I appreciate every veteran that is in this room for their service. So with that said, I am happy to be here today as ranking member. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Seibert. DAR is the Daughters of the American Revolution, correct?
Yes.
And I taught history when I taught and care about military history. And my fourth great grandfather was at Bennington with John Stark. So I guess my daughters could be DAR members. I need to follow up on that. I'm more excited about that than they are, I think. But
Yeah.
not everybody loves history, but they should. Thank you, Representative. Our deputy ranking member back from last year. Welcome back, Representative Lloyd.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back. Actually, this was my first request for an assignment, so I'm pleased to be back here with all of you. I grew up in Kansas, and I moved out east in probably 06, I believe, and then moved up to Nashua in 2017 when I bought my house, and I have not looked back since. I wanted a state that had mountains, and here I go. I have a number of family who have also served. I myself have not served. My mom's side, both side actually goes back to the Revolutionary War as well. And most recently comes up to my uncle who was in the Marines, and he was a tunnel rat in Vietnam. And then my dad was in the Air Force working on the SR-71s, doing maintenance. So yeah, it was... I've got a lot of people in my family as well that are touched by what veteran services are available in our state and throughout the country. So, yeah.
Thank you, Representative Lloyd. Nashua, this is a state that does have mountains. Nashua's mountains aren't that big, I don't think, but there's a rep from Nashua named Representative Kevin Scully. You must know Representative Scully, who was in, then he was out, now he's back in, and he's from Nashua. And he visited Senator Pearl's farm here in Loudon, just up the road where I am from, which is up on a little ridge. And Representative Scully from Nashua said, "Wow, look at the view. It's so great to be up here in the North Country." And I said to Representative Scully, Loudon is not the North Country. That's north of the Notches. So, yes, as I said, I'm from Groveton, and that is in the North Country. And there are mountains up there. Representative Mannion, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm Tom Mannion. I'm from Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I've only been in New Hampshire since 2020, moved up here during the pandemic. My history is like I joined the Marine Corps after 9/11. In high school, I was chomping at the bit to go. I wanted to go get those responsible. Joined the infantry, despite having a 99 on the ASVAB. The shame of it all is I ended up in Iraq. I never had a chance to go after bin Laden or anybody responsible with the Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Those experiences have taught me to pay a lot better attention to U.S. foreign policy, and it has crafted my political leanings since.
Thank you, Representative Mannion. For the many people watching who will be watching who may not understand, you mentioned 99 on the ASVAB. ASVAB is an acronym. Just so that everybody.
Yeah, it's the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. Some kids take it getting out of school, and 99 means I was in the top 1%.
So Representative may or may not be a genius, but he's close to it. Given that ASVAB score, I can't remember what mine was, but I don't know if it was 99. But anyway, Representative Belcher, new to the committee, but a veteran lawmaker. Welcome, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Chairman Moffett. Good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you after my first term was in the House Education Committee. I am not a veteran, though I certainly have much respect and appreciation for those who have served. My background, I've done quite a few things. I was a paramedic for quite a while. I was a teacher for quite a while. Now I'm primarily interested in education, politics, and this was likewise my first choice committee for this term. Largely because I want to significantly focus on the issues of federalism, of Republican form of government, and domestic and foreign security threats to all of us. So I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. Representative Budathaki, did I get that pretty close?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and good morning, everybody. My name is Suraj Budathoki. 16 years ago, I came to this country as a refugee from Bhutan. The reason was Bhutan has one nation, one people policy, meaning the king is, Buddhist, and all other diverse community needs to follow his, belief. So as I was from, ethnic Nepali community, and we revolted against it, said, no, we have our own belief, own system, so we're going to, be with it, we're going to follow it. So at the age of 9, I became refugee. For 19 years, I was in Nepal as a refugee. So fortunately, in 2009, I was able to come to the United States as a refugee, and I've been living in New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire, since then. So I represent Manchester, Hillsborough County, District 40. And then I have a couple of businesses, 2 kids and wife in Manchester. I'm also a researcher doing my PhD in transformative social change. Peace and reconciliation is my main study research. And I'm here to listen, learn, and contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Budataki. And for anyone watching online who maybe doesn't know where Bhutan is, if you could just give them a sense of geographically where that is.
So it's in between India and China or Tibet. It's a very tiny country. It's in Southeast Asian country. And what it has is a gross national happiness, which we don't have it. So they measure their development through gross national happiness, not gross domestic product.
Okay. And it's mountainous, is that correct? So if Representative Lloyd's looking for mountains, she could find them in Bhutan. That's fair to say. Thank you. Welcome. Glad that you're here. And finally, Representative Foss, a little bit easier for me to say. Welcome.
You'd be surprised. But thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lily Foss. I represent Manchester's wards 2, 4, 5, and 7. I am from Manchester. I grew up in Manchester. My mom's family has lived in Manchester since 1905. My great-grandmother was a longtime nurse at the VA in Manchester. And then on my dad's side, my dad is from Portsmouth, where his father was a veteran in the Air Force and then a longtime employee of Pease Air Force Base, now Air Guard Base. So my background, I have a degree in politics and international relations. After I graduated from college, I came back, I did AmeriCorps. I moved to Philly for a little bit, discovered that Philly's not as good as New Hampshire. So I moved back. In my day job, I work in housing advocacy and anti-housing discrimination advocacy. So since there's such a high rate of homelessness and housing instability for veterans and just discrimination against veterans based on various disabilities, things that people may have gotten in the service, I'm really looking forward to being able to use that experience in housing to make an impact.
Thank you, Representative Foss. Okay, that brings us to 9:30. It's just after 9:30, just about on time. The Adjutant General is in the House. I see him. General Michaelitis, welcome back. Great that you're here. One of your former soldiers is now your boss in a sense. Welcome.
All right. Thanks, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. For the record, I'm Major General David Michaelitis. I have two jobs. The Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard, and I'm also the Commissioner of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So a quick background on myself. I sort of chuckle, ma'am, Representative Foss and Representative Mannion. I actually grew up in Manchester, Manchester Memorial High School. I'm a proud graduate. Was very fortunate to go to the United States Military Academy at West Point, was branched infantry, served on active duty. I chuckle because I did so poorly in mechanical engineering that I was branched into the infantry for about 5-6 years on active duty. After that time, I transitioned to the National Guard and Reserves. I became a Green Beret from Special Forces, and I joined the New Hampshire National Guard in 2007. Lifelong New Hampshire resident other than on active duty and deployed. 3 deployments, Iraq and Afghanistan, and I currently reside in Portsmouth. Enough of that. So I handed out some information packets. When you open it up, generally speaking, the left-hand side is about the New Hampshire National Guard. The right-hand side is really about Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So let's just talk through a few things. For those new representatives here, take this as sort of National Guard 101. Your New Hampshire National Guard is approximately 3,000 people. There's almost 2,800 uniformed service members in the state of New Hampshire, just in the Guard. That has nothing to do with the Army Reserves, an active duty Air Force squadron at Pease. Generally speaking, your New Hampshire National Guard is approximately 3,000 strong. When you break it down for the Army and Air, the Air National Guard's approximately 1,100, and I'm just giving you round numbers to just keep it simple. 1,100 airmen at Pease Air National Guard Base. It's the only place you'll find an Air National Guards person. We fly the KC-46 refueler, which is the most modern refueler of 18 Air National Guard wings in the country. We're the only one with a KC-46 refueler. What does that mean? Strategic relevance. 17 other states have what's called the KC-135, which is an Eisenhower era refueler. We have strategic relevance, and guess what? We have about 150 airmen deployed right now to the Middle East. They're on a 90-day deployment, and they'll be coming back early next month. We also, because of the geographic location of the training flights, the sorties that go overseas, we also have 150 active duty airmen, a complete, it's called the 64th Air Refueling Squadron, also stationed at Pease, so we can get the maximum amount out of that airplane to support global combatants around the globe. So it's a big deal. We have strategic relevance, and we're the only Air National Guard wing in the country with this plane. Let's transition to the Army Guard. The Army Guard, generally speaking, is about 1,800 strong. You will generally see, as you open up that brochure, there's a trifold, and it'll give you the geographic location of all our facilities. When you look at that facilities, just conceptually think of this. 1,800 soldiers, 18 armories, and 18 different communities. So generally speaking, a week and a month, you have 100 soldiers, right? When you might go by one of our armories, the challenge for us is there's only 3 to 4 full-timers, so generally a lot of our facilities look empty, but on that week and a month, 97 other soldiers show up. That's very simple, broad terms. The Manchester Army has significantly more people. We have about 250 soldiers in there. But generally speaking, when you're out in your communities and you see an armory, there's 3 to 4 full-timers, and that week and a month, an extra 75 to 100 soldiers will show up. So what is the number one reason people join the military or the New Hampshire National Guard? A sense of purpose to serve their nation. Right? When I talk to our recruiters, when I talk to our junior soldiers who come in and we bring them on sort of like an HRO 101, the number one reason they continue to join is for a sense of service or purpose to their nation. Number 2 reason is generally the education benefit. The biggest benefit the state gives to the New Hampshire National Guard is free tuition at the university systems of New Hampshire. As someone once described to me, we're the escalator to the middle class. We are all about educational opportunities, whether it's white collar or blue collar, it does not matter. The biggest benefit the state of New Hampshire, this legislative body, writ large gives to us is that free tuition waiver, either through the university system of New Hampshire or the community college system of New Hampshire. There's other benefits as well, but generally speaking, what we tell our soldiers and airmen is, you got to be a good citizen, right? It's all about education, and trying to get those younger soldiers or airmen into the job market for New Hampshire. We're a very young force. Approximately 20% of our force are college students. So a lot of them at Pease Air National Guard Base will go to UNH, get their degree, serve in the Guard, free tuition waiver. So that's the number 1 and 2 reasons. So when you go back to the left-hand side, you'll also see sort of like a small piece of paper, and it lists our accomplishments. So what has the New Hampshire National Guard been up to, both Army and Air? One side is the accomplishments of the Guard. One side is the accomplishments of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So generally speaking, what did the National Guard do last year? Your number 1 mission as an operational force is to fight America's wars. We welcomed home approximately 280 soldiers from our Field Artillery Battalion from the Middle East. We activated 15 soldiers in support of the governor to go to the southwest border for 60 days on a state active duty mission in support of Operation Lone Star. We also sent 5 soldiers to Florida to support them during Hurricane Milton. And we also supported Vermont during a recent flooding event last year with 2 Black Hawk helicopters to provide search and rescue opportunities or, capabilities to them. Distilled into the state of New Hampshire, we did 8 search and rescue operations last year. And you say, okay, what did we do for our communities? We were aggressive and pursued this program called Starbase. The military loves its acronyms. We like to confuse both yourselves and ourselves because the Army and Air don't speak the same language. Generally speaking, in simple terms, it's this. It's a 5th grade STEM program for underprivileged kids. We compete amongst the Department of Defense. We're able to be selected for one of these programs. And what it is the Department of Defense, sort of grants us money to provide a dedicated classroom in Pembroke where we've hired 2 teachers, an administrator and an administrative assistant, all they do is teach 5th grade STEM. It's a 25-hour curriculum to underserved children. And so any school within probably like a 30-minute bus ride from Pembroke can participate. And last year we did the entire Manchester Middle School District. So those are just examples of what we try to do for our community outreach. We also do what's called innovative readiness training. And what that means is a soldier or airman does their military job in support of our civilian population. And so last year what we did was we did 3 training events where our dental hygienist and our dentist went to Manchester, worked out of their dental van, and provided free service for dental cleanings and hygienic for Manchester school children. So those are some of the things that New Hampshire National Guard does. Let's transition over to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I think most of you are aware that in 2019, the governor signed an executive order, and it was codified into law that established the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. It was transformational, and what it did was it broke down all these silos in state government and consolidated all veteran services into one entity. So one of the lines I like to say is we're all things veteran except health care. Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services is not the Manchester VA, and we are not the Veterans Home in Tilton. Those are separate and distinct entities that we partner and collaborate with, but we don't have a part of it. But what did it do in 2019? It essentially brought in 3 separate divisions underneath the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. One is, you're all aware of, is a state veteran cemetery. We've always had that. We continue to support that. There was a division of Veteran Services that was on a separate survivors island. We brought that into the fold. There's approximately 10 veteran service officers. They're the ones your constituents as a veteran will most likely interact with us for veterans claims and compensation. The third branch we brought into it started at Health and Human Services with 2 employees, and we're now up to 6, and it's our community outreach. So we have to have a long acronym and a long term, but it's our community outreach. We typically call it the Division of Community-Based Military Programs. So think of this: in the last 5 years, we're able to partner with Employment Security to establish a veteran-friendly business program. What does that mean? It means 81 employers throughout the state of New Hampshire have come to us to fill out an application to say, we are a veteran-friendly business. We want veterans. We value what they have as an employer, and we want to employ them with a low state unemployment rate. This upcoming year, you'll see, one of the standard things we typically do is called Ask the Question. And think of it like this: there's 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. Only 30,000 of them receive care at either the Manchester VA or White River Junction. So 60,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire are going to their primary care provider. So ask the question, what does it do? If a veteran goes to their primary care provider, they're simply supposed to ask the question is, have you served? And if you serve, then it generates a different list of questions to try to make sure that veteran gets the appropriate level of care that he or she may need. There's other programs and initiatives. Before I bring up the staff of each of our directors of each of our 3 divisions of Veteran Services, do you have any questions of me? Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that information, Major General Michaelides. PE's Air National Guard bases in my districts. That's certainly important to myself and my constituents, and I have heard about this incredible refueling aircraft. So you mentioned that the VA provides healthcare. The National Guard is separate from that. If someone were looking for mental health services, would they go through the VA, or are you providing support services as part of the National Guard?
Both.
Okay.
So a National Guard service member can get mental health services through our behavioral health program, and we call it Beyond the Yellow Ribbon, where we have a sort of significant group of individuals to support Guard members. And I would also say if that person is eligible for the VA, they can do that as well through that mechanism as well.
Thank you.
Representative Gagny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, not really a question, but I was one of the last ride-alongs on the old tanker, and I had a nice conversation with the boom operator, whatever their designation is. Not very happy with the new ones as far as they wouldn't be able to, everything was going to be on computer. Am I correct?
Yes.
And I just want you to know that this airman was not very pleased with that, because they like to get right on their stomachs and really look at what was going on. So I imagine they had to adjust.
Yeah, so what the representative is alluding to is, like, it's not as fun. Like if we were to give you, or sorry, our airmen, like a flight in one of our refuelers, the old Eisenhower air refueler, there's a back glass sort of bubble that a boom operator would lie in, and he would have a toggle switch to sort of guide the fuel boom into the receiver. And it was all visual. Modern technology, it's now a 3D screen. So it's almost like a computer game. And I don't say that to denigrate it. It's probably a step towards autonomous refueling.
Follow up.
Just a comment from me that I've never been so high in my life.
Yeah.
Yes. I asked them how high we were, and they wouldn't tell me how high we were, but I know I flew at 33,000
Yep.
feet, and we were not at 33,000 feet.
Yeah.
So
It gets cold too in
I
the old
loved
plane.
it. I suppose so.
Yeah.
You've never been so high in your life. That got my attention, Representative Gagné. Other questions? Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General, for taking my question. A couple of things. We've worked on a number of bills to help the National Guard with recruitment. And I want to know, how are those programs working, and how is the recruitment going right now? How many are you down that you could still use, et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for bringing that up because I forgot to address that. So thank you. Air National Guard, we're 100% fully manned. Of the 1,068 positions we have, every single one is filled. So recruiting and retention of the Air National Guard is not an issue. I think part of it is the educational benefit and proximity to being a UNH because we employ a lot of young college students. On the Army Guard, it's somewhat of a challenge. We have, to be exact, 1,757 positions, and we have about 170 vacancies. So we have about a 10% unemployment rate. What we're finding now is post-COVID is, we're over the recruiting accession challenge. Our recruiters are getting back into high schools. There's more of the youth are coming out again. And so we actually in the Army Guard had one of our best years ever in accessions of what we call non-prior service, which for you means a kid who's never served before. We approximately brought in about 200 soldiers last year. The challenge for us is, for those of you probably remember, is a lot of people don't make the military career. A lot of people serve. They'll do that first term enlistment, and then they get out because they got the college, they got the GI Bill, and they're happy and they serve their nation, and they just move on to the next stepping stone. So a challenge for us is we're unlike a probably private sector civilian employer, we have constant churn in our force. Like every year we have to recruit about 10% of a new force, and then every year 10% of the force leaves. So it's not like you're a stable employer in a sense that people like what they do, but it's the nature of the business. When an 18-year-old person joins, they typically will join for the service and the college benefits. And the challenge for us now is retention. How do we keep people in? So the legislature has been extremely invaluable to us over the past couple of years, trying to expand some of our retention opportunities to try to keep service members in. And there's 2 or 3 that have been exceptional. One was if you re-enlist in the New Hampshire National Guard, we were the 2nd state in the nation, you can now transfer that free tuition waiver to your spouse. It's helping. It hasn't had a significant impact as we thought it would. But the whole point is sometimes we'll say the service member the service member joins, but the family gets drafted. And so how do we cater or accommodate military families for their support of that service member? So the free tuition waiver transfer to your spouse has been good. It hasn't been a cure-all. The next challenge we have is there's no more 20-year golden handshake. There's no more 20-year go on active duty or go on the guard, and in 20 years you get this retirement, 50% of your retirement pay. We're a 401k now. So Congress changed this about 5 years ago that there's no 20-year, hey, stay this long and this is a retirement that you get. It's called blended retirement system. It's a 401k program. So any service member can get out with that 401k and that match. So it's the challenge for us now is keeping the junior enlisted, the sergeant, into a 2nd term of enlistment. And last year, you all supported us with coming up with what's called a state retention bonus. And what it allows us to do is we're trying to finish the policy now is if you're in a specific job, for instance, an infantryman, and you do not qualify for a federal retention bonus, we will give you a state retention bonus. And right now it's nominal. It's $4,000 for 2 years if you re-enlist. But we feel like that's a bridging strategy to get him to some sort of other additional benefits. So to answer your question is 10% unemployment rate in the Army Guard. we're doing better in recruiting. We struggle with retention of the first-time kid who comes in and then doesn't want to reenlist.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and for taking my question. I'm looking for a little bit of information regarding the overall outlook on recruiting and retention of our soldiers. And I'm looking for a little information, I don't know if you have it on hand, on both ends. On the end of, is there any surveying done of the young people who are, to see what the top reasons are that they might not be joining, and particularly any data that's broken out among those who are otherwise inclined or likely to be joining, as well as on the other side of the coin, what are the top reasons for rejection of anyone trying to join, and have there been any changes in numbers, percentages of rejected candidates?
So generally speaking, the biggest challenge we have with recruiting is childhood obesity. Only 17 and 19% of today's youth is eligible for military service because they can't pass the fitness test and they're overweight. So it's a challenge. And then like sometimes you'll hear the propensity to serve, that's been a decline. I would offer to you that I believe every service met the recruiting goals last year, the active duty Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Marines, I believe. And you might have to fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure like the Army was, active duty Army was in a hole. The Marines always make their numbers because they're a small service. But generally speaking, there's been I would say an uptick in accessions. I would say for the retention pieces, we try to do surveys to say, why are you getting out? Generally speaking, they've served and they did their time. And that's it. And you got to realize a week and a month gets old to people when you start missing like birthdays, anniversaries, and family events. So, and sometimes what we ask of our service members, because the different units have different, what we call operational tempo. So for example, if like field artillery, so New Hampshire has this rocket system called the HIMARS, High Mobility Mobile Artillery Rocket System. You probably hear about them in Ukraine. That is a lethal weapon system that is in high demand. Our soldiers will deploy every 4 to 5 years, like clockwork to the Middle East. The challenge is most volunteer and like are willingly and happy to go, but then it's almost when you come back, been there, seen it, done it. I'm going I need to finish my college education. I get established in a civilian career, and so there's nothing specific, and I'm not trying to answer on the question, but there's just a lot of little variables that sort of impact. Then you might go to another unit that says, I've never left my armory in 5 years. We have 2 state partnership programs with foreign countries, one in El Salvador and one with Cabo Verde, the West African island nation. Why? Because it's a global chessboard. It's all about allies and partners and a deterrence for China. So you got to be in the field to compete. So every month we're sending soldiers and airmen to those 2 countries and almost like exchange programs. So the challenge is like soldiers and airmen want to do something. And it's always trying to find that balance of too much or too little.
The representative from Portsmouth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on what those partnerships look like, what the purpose is, and what they do?
So the National Guard Bureau started after in the fall of the Cold War of the Eastern Bloc nations in 1993. National Guard Bureau established with the State Department a partnership program. And it started as a military-to-military engagement with Eastern Bloc countries to not to sort of, upset Russia immediately. And so it's just trying to bring in like sort of Western doctrine and Western standards to a lot of developing nations. That partnership program has expanded around the globe. So the 54 states and territories, there's probably about 110 partnerships right now. So New Hampshire got its partnership with El Salvador in 2000. For the reasons why, I cannot tell you. It was just way before my time. And in 2022, we got our second partnership program with Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. And part of the reason why is with those is they're generally Western-leaning democracies that either support the United States, either in the United Nations or in other arenas. And it's all about just deterrence in this global chessboard against our adversaries to ensure that, they're sort of incorporating sort of like the U.S. doctrine and opportunities. The beauty or value is that we go whole of government. And so the previous governor came with us with the Commission of Business and Economic Affairs, and we brought them to Cabo Verde to engage with sort of business development. And since that time, we've developed, and we've had Dartmouth Tuck School of Business do actually case studies through their MBA program for Cabo Verde, and it has been utterly exceptional. And the last one they just did was Lean Six Sigma. So the biggest bottling company in Cabo Verde wanted to improve its energy efficiency and sort of waste reduction. And the Dartmouth Tuck School of Business did a case study for that business. So those are the opportunities of whole of government when we talk about is expanding, those partnerships, and that's why we do it.
Thank you.
General, excellent presentation. We could do this all morning. There's a lot of things that I would like to ping you on, but we need to let some of the other folks wash over us with some other orientation information. But before we lose any saved rounds, as we say, anything that you really want us to hear while you're there.
Sir, it's rather this simple. Thank you for your continued support of our men and women in uniform. It is sincerely appreciated.
Thanks again. John, is your deputy here?
Yes, sir.
I thought she was, yes. And would you like to introduce her?
Yeah, so, we're fortunate enough that most of you probably knew Mr. Warren Perry. Warren retired. He was an exceptional public service. Think of it like this. He did 28 years active duty Army, did a year and a half with the state, came for us 9 years as Deputy Adjutant General, turned 60, had his first granddaughter, said, I want to retire and go hunt and fish. We're privileged to get Nicole. I'll let her talk to herself about herself. The irony here, though, is I went to West Point, she went to Air Force Academy, and it's a little bit of sibling rivalry. The only thing we have in common is we both don't like the Navy.
That's excellent. Our new governor, as you know, I'm sure her daughter goes to the academy out in Colorado Springs, and their football team had great trouble against both Army and Navy. But anyway, Deputy Adjutant General Nicole, let me make sure I get Desilets Bixler.
Correct, Desiree Bixler.
Welcome.
Thank you, members of the committee. As Tag has introduced himself, I am the Deputy Adjutant General, and I'm also the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I come from a 30-year career in the Air Force. I'm an Air Force Academy grad. As he said, I grew up in Connecticut. Then I went out to Colorado, and I decided to live in New Hampshire when I came through Pease on active duty with the KC-135s. And I joined the Guard in 1993 after 8 years of active duty. I retired in 2014 after 30 years of service, and I'm delighted to be the new Deputy Adjutant General.
And I'm trying to think of how to refer to you, Deputy Tag. If you take just a couple of moments and tell the committee in your capacity as deputy. Warren is, the general said, is wonderful. He and I go to the same parish here in Concord, and he was here often answering questions and doing a great job. So if you could take just maybe a minute or so and tell us a little bit about the deputy role.
The deputy role really is the number 2 for the tag. So in his absence, then I act in his stead. Obviously, I would confer with him. And I also oversee the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. We have 3 different divisions, as TAG has delineated. We also have a business office who takes care, they're kind of like the administrative umbrella for the department. So they take care of administrative duties, they do budgeting, and they also make sure that the contracts get executed for the state, for all of DMAVs. So we have a spattering of state employees throughout the state. So we have some at Pease as well. So it's not just, so that business office oversees all of those state employees. And then I have my 3 divisions that TAG went through, and the division directors will be speaking.
The folder handout is wonderful. Whoever put that together, pass on our appreciation for that. Questions for any further questions for the general or the deputy? This is going to be about the Navy, I know. Go ahead, Representative.
No, I
Or about the KC-135s?
No, I actually thought that Navy was going to be beaten by Army because of the record, but we were happy. Anyway, no, my question is the handout. Got one like this 2 years ago. Is it the same information or is it updated?
Sir, it's updated.
Thank you.
I mean, some of it's similar, just like the mission or purpose doesn't change, but generally speaking, most of the handouts are updated to give you a better, like there's QR codes for the younger generation to be able to scan. We didn't do that 2 years ago.
Anything else? Thank you again. I know we'll be seeing you probably this afternoon. Perhaps we're having a couple of our first hearings this afternoon, and I see Kevin is here, and Kevin Gray does a great job representing the SVAC and the military perspectives and positions on the issues that and the bills that we'll be hearing. So we won't hold you up. Thank you again for being here. Okay, we're going to jump now right on time at 1000 hours. Division of Veteran Services. I've emailed Bill and Jamie many times, and this is Bill, yes? Bill Gaudreau, welcome, and thank you for the help that you and Jamie and others will. Thank you. We all get requests for service officer type help, and folks like Bill are wonderful about getting answers, and there are so many potential questions that come up for veterans. So Bill Gaudreau, welcome, and talk to us.
Thank you very much for having me here. For the record, my name is William Gaudreau. I am the director for the New Hampshire Division of Veteran Services. I'm a Navy veteran. I served 30 years active duty in the Navy, retired in 2016. I was a foreign communications intelligence analyst in the Navy, and I thought I was a smart guy until I sat down to do my first VA claim and realized I wasn't as smart as I thought I was, and I needed help. So I turned to the Office of Veteran Services at the time. Jamie Cummings, who's my number 2, she was my VSO. And after watching what she did, I was like, oh my God, that is my calling. That's what I want to do. I started off in the agency as a VSO, which I think is invaluable to my position as a director. And then shortly after I got to the agency, I became the director. So what we do at Veteran Services, we've existed since the 40s. So Congress established that every state must have an office that helps veterans with the process of filing claims. Prior to that, there was no assistance. They could only turn to lawyers, and lawyers charge for their services. So Congress established that every state must have an office to help veterans. So we came around in the 40s. We've been doing this work for a number of years. We're really, really good at what we do. When you look at the VA has 3 worlds: healthcare, benefits, and cemetery. On the healthcare side, we're not healthcare professionals, so we let the healthcare professionals take care of our veterans in that world. There's the VBA, which is the benefit side, and of course the cemetery. Veterans know how to get to the cemetery on their own. They don't need advocates to help them there. So we focus mostly on the VBA world. Now, when you look at the VBA, we've got benefits like the home loan guarantees, VOC rehab, things like education. But in those worlds, you'll have an advocate. If you contact the VA, you have questions about home loans, you'll usually have somebody who'll be able to answer those questions for you and be able to advocate for you. When you start talking about VA compensation and pension, Unfortunately, that's where the avocation drops off. There's no advocates for that world. You're filing claims against the VA. They're not going to tell you how to win those claims. So you need somebody outside of that world to help you. That's why we were established. That's why we're there. The way that we do that, as the general mentioned, we have 10, an agency of 10 folks, myself, Jamie Cummins, the agency supervisor, 7 service officers, and a receptionist. We do a lot of huge work. We do a lot of valuable work for our veterans in the state. We have about 9,000 active clients right now, and we bring about $100 million into the state through the pockets of those veterans by helping them with their VA claims. So we're their advocates through the entire claims process from start to finish, to include appeals. So we do that through those 7 service officers, and those 7 service officers have sites around the state. We have a site in Portsmouth. We have a site down in Nashua. 2 for service officers will work out of Manchester. We have a veteran service officer in Concord, 1 in Keene, and then we also service the North Country in Berlin, Conway, and Littleton. So we do all that. We focus most of our efforts on that, but I will tell you, as members of this committee, if you have questions about something that is not claim related, I provided my business card. You can certainly contact me, and I'll do the best that I can to answer the question. Our title is Veteran Services, though there is a line in the sand as to what veteran services we actually provide and what veteran services we don't provide. And that kind of gets confusing to a lot of veterans. I actually had a gentleman call me about a month ago asking me for help with laundry. It's really not in the realm of what our responsibilities. I'm not resourced to help veterans with laundry services. But I did have a conversation with him, and I did what I could to assist. And that's basically how I do it. So if you have questions, if you need some assistance, give me a call. If there's something we can assist with, if there's some resources that I'm aware of, I will help direct you to those. So that is me. That is us.
Thank you so much, William. Question from me to start here involves service officers. I've been a member of the Legion and the VFW and Marine Corps League, and a lot of posts have someone designated as a service officer. Some probably better trained or knowledgeable than others. So these post service officers, help us understand, do they have anything to do with your office, or that's just a separate service that the post provides?
I appreciate the question. No, they don't have anything to do with our office. They're usually with that post. So if it's American Legion, it'd be American Legion that would assist them. So typically, I believe the way they work it, and we have Paul Lloyd, who's a VFW member. I think the way they work it is the post-service officers take those claims from the veterans and they bring them to the national level service officer, which is located in Manchester. So each of the 3 big names, VFW, American Legion, DAV, they work out of the Manchester office on Chestnut Street, the same as my office. So it gets really, really confusing about the who's who in the zoo when it comes to veterans claims. It's really, for me, it's about who you find to be basically who told you to go to who, right? So there's a lot of veterans that use these services and they like who they speak with. So for example, John Barrett with the VFW, he's an amazing service officer. He's been doing this for 20 years. You're not going to go wrong by talking with John. So if we're recommended to talk to John Barrett, go talk to John. You don't have to go to the state office. So we all do the same work. We just do it differently. But as to the question, so those service officers work for that organization.
Well, again, thank you for what you do. There are many veterans who never ask for any help. There's a lot of help out there, and many who need it and deserve it never ask for it, never get it. And on the other hand, there are some squeaky wheels, let's be candid, a few that are asking for help with their laundry and that type of thing. And I occasionally hear from some of those, and we try to help everybody, but I know that occasionally it takes some patience on your part to explain to some folks what you can do or should do and can't or whatever. So hopefully we can somehow, as we communicate with veterans in our travels, help them to understand, the ones who need help, let's encourage them to get help, and the ones who are looking for other things to define what's realistic and reasonable. Questions for William? Representative Mandelbaum, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm reading about this property tax credit, and I see this note that each city must vote and approve this enabling legislation. Is it the city or town that's determining what the amount of that tax credit is, or is that set by Veterans Affairs or some other agency, and the city is just voting to allow that tax credit?
Great question. So essentially, there's a minimum and a maximum amount, and the towns get to decide where in that world they're going to be. Some towns have gone and opted for the maximum that they can grant. Some towns are like for up to 750 for the standard tax credit. There's a lot of towns that they're given 200, they're given 500. I believe Manchester is given 500 for theirs. So it's really up to the city to decide. And a lot of it, they look at it fiscally. For every nickel you don't take from a veteran, you got to take from the neighbor of a veteran. So that's just the way they look at it.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I've got a quick question about that. So do you guys have anywhere where there's like a compiled list online through, I don't know, one of your websites or anything like that, where a veteran can go and see like if their specific area has this credit, or is it, do they need to just go to their local website or whatever and look?
Thank you for the question. So the Department of Revenue Administration, DRA, has a website, and on their website, they do have a spreadsheet. They do have an Excel spreadsheet that talks about each city, where they are and all the tax credits.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else? To Representative Mandelbaum's question, she mentioned the property tax credit. There are, as Kevin probably knows, there are several measures in the House this term related to property tax credits. There's a couple of them, one of which I was asked to help with to get in the mix, that have to do with 100% disabled veterans. And there's a lot of confusion about what that means. Not that we need to get into it here, other than to follow up on Representative Mandelbaum's question in terms of veterans tax credits, what's out there. And for those that are watching at home or will be watching later, the enabling legislation that has been passed and is in the mix right now, enabling means that should the legislature pass a tax credit option for communities, the communities don't have to give veterans a tax credit if we pass something. What we do in these limits is it the segment that Representative Mandelbaum referred to, eligible for a tax credit of 50 to 750 on residential property taxes. So enabling means the community can decide if they want to do that at all, and if so, how much of a tax credit up to 750 do they want to give. And the 100% disabled thing, I'm not going to get into here. The other committees have heard and will hear that, but that is something that this legislature, this term, has already started and will be addressing and talking about is property tax credits. All right, William, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Thanks for coming in here. And we have your card. I already had your email. You hear from me from time to time. I'm usually passing on requests that you're much more qualified to answer than I am. So thanks for all you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. 10:15, and we have Sean Buck was here early today from the wonderful Veterans Cemetery. I've been there many times. It's incredibly beautiful. If anybody has never been there, they should go. My brother is there, and anyway, Sean, welcome, and tell us about the wonderful New Hampshire Veterans Cemetery.
You stole my thunder a little. I was going to ask if is anybody who has not been to the Veterans Cemetery. Oh, okay. I highly recommend that you come and visit us. It's up in Boscawen. It's a gem for the state of New Hampshire. It truly is. The staff at the cemetery, I'm blessed to work with a bunch of amazing folks. I'll keep it pretty short. for your constituents, the most important thing is if they're a veteran, they should apply. And if they've ever served in the military, they should apply. It would bother me if somebody self-selects out like, oh, I'm not sure that if I'm eligible. Let us make that determination. In all likelihood, if you've served in the military, you are probably eligible as long as you don't have a dishonorable discharge. In New Hampshire, we passed in 2022 the Burial Equity for Guards and Reserves Act, which means members who previously were not eligible, meaning they served in the National Guard or the reserve component, but were never activated or did not retire, they would not have been eligible previously, but now they can be eligible. And New Hampshire is one of the first states. Shout out to our legislative folks at the federal level who really pushed hard to get that passed. We've buried, as of last month, exactly 100 folks under the Burial Equity for Guard and Reserves Act. So for your constituents, encourage them to apply. I run around the state quite a bit, and I give a lot of presentations in various locations and various clubs. It's the most important thing for me is for veterans to know that this is a benefit they've earned. As a retiree, I retired in 2008 after 21 years of active duty. I never thought about my burial and that this was a benefit that I earned. It's just not something that we like to think about. So encourage folks, the Veteran Cemetery is not a sad place. It's an awesome place. It's an honorable place. It's a great place to come and visit and reflect and honor those who serve. So encourage people to apply. And also, by the way, in case you're wondering, dependents are also eligible for interment at the Veteran Cemetery. So a spouse or a dependent children, not any child, but a dependent child is also eligible. So 4 things: apply, visit, encourage your constituents. This is their Veteran Cemetery. This is a place of pride for the state of New Hampshire. Encourage folks to visit and walk around, learn. I handed out a couple of brochures. This is one of them. It's a visitor's guide. This has the whole deal about this. Got an application in it. It's got all the information on the cemetery. This is a visitor's guide. We host schools and classrooms all the time. We want folks to learn about New Hampshire military history. The Veterans Heritage Learning Center is on the back of the administration building at the Veterans Cemetery. It has got all kinds of tidbits and history and interactive displays to learn about New Hampshire military history, and it's focused on New Hampshire military history. We also have an amazing memorial walkway with over 100 monuments and benches and things like that honoring New Hampshire veterans. And then lastly, volunteer. We have a ton of volunteer opportunities. We are always looking for young people to come up. We have started a program called Stories of Service, where we're trying to tell the story of every veteran buried at the New Hampshire State Veterans Cemetery. Over 17,600 are interred there since we opened in November of 1997 was our first burial. So as of right now, we're up to 150 stories of service, and we're looking for high school kids or people that want to do community service. Come and learn and research and make a little video so that we can post it on our website, stories about people from your community. We actually have a person from Nashua who's actually written tons of stories about New Hampshire veterans that are from Nashua and are buried at the Veterans Cemetery. Not all are buried at the cemetery. We want the story of any New Hampshire veteran. So that's us in a nutshell. It's an awesome, awesome place, and I hope that you'll come and visit often. For your also events, Memorial Day, I would recommend you come. We do our Memorial Day ceremony on May 30th, always on May 30th at 11 a.m., and you're all cordially invited, and you will be recognized as such. We have Wreaths for Boscawen is always the first Saturday of December at 10:30 in the morning. We will put out wreaths on the graves. That's always a huge event. And then we do the 100 Nights of Remembrance, which is we play taps every night from Memorial Day till 9/11 at 7 p.m. So volunteers come and play taps at 7 p.m. The rest of the year after 9/11 until the next Memorial Day, we play every Sunday at 1 o'clock. So you can come to any of those. And we have other events too. Feel free to reach out. I'm open to your questions. Thanks for having me.
I very much support the traditional May 30th day for recognizing those that we've lost, because I'm a traditionalist, and it's also my birthday, May 30th, and so I certainly support that. And you mentioned the history. I mentioned earlier being a history person. The history there on the walkway, but those pillars or those monuments going way back to colonial times. How many of those are there that
It's 20 pillars, and it starts from the founding of the militia all the way through to the global war on terror. And they are right on the circle of flags, or the 20 pillars. You can also find a lot of that same information inside the Veterans Heritage Learning Center. So yeah, it's there's a lot to learn. And the other one that people overlook is the Gettysburg Address is posted. It's right in the middle of we have a little island in the center of the cemetery, and that Gettysburg Address is at every veteran cemetery throughout the country. It's powerful. And you've spoken also once as a guest speaker at the Memorial Day ceremony or Veterans Day. I can't remember which one it was.
It was May 30th. It was my birthday, and my mother was there, and some Navy people gave me a cake afterwards, and I'll never forget that. So, questions? Yes, the representative from Nashua, or Manchester.
Manchester.
Manchester, yes.
First of all, thank you for your service, sir. My question is, if I want to come next week, do I have to make an appointment, or would there be anyone who could tour me, give a story, anything like that?
Thank you, sir, for the question. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'm almost always there. You can contact us on the brochure I handed out. You can send us an email or give us a call. If you want to make an appointment, I would be happy to give you a tour anytime. Anytime you're up, you can plan or not. If I'm there, I'll stop whatever I'm doing and give you a tour, because it's important. What we do there is important. There's a lot to learn, and I can get it done it won't take out your whole day. Please do come.
Thank you.
Representative Voss.
So thank you so much for your presentation. I've marked on my legal pad to look for volunteer opportunities and then to plan on being there at Memorial Day. So looking at the map here, memorial graves for people whose remains are located elsewhere, would that include people who were, buried in another state but still served in New Hampshire?
That's a good question. No, it's a memorial. The memorial section is for folks whose remains were lost at sea or been scattered, and they cannot be memorialized anyplace else. So,
Gotcha.
So when a veteran passes, they're entitled to a flag, military honors, and a grave marker.
Yeah.
So the memorial section is, for example, we have a state employee whose ex-spouse was killed at sea, and the remains never recovered. So there's a memorial marker there.
Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a clarifying question about the application process. Can spouses or dependents of someone who served, who's passed away, apply on their behalf?
Absolutely. So believe it or not, spouses are eligible even if the veteran chooses not to come. The spouse, as long as they're married to the veteran at the time of either one of their passing, the spouse is eligible. They've earned their way in by being a spouse of a veteran. Mm-hmm. So they can apply on behalf of the veteran. We have powers of attorney. As long as we get the proper paperwork and the remains, we can get that taken care of.
Thank you.
Quick personal comment. There was recently a veteran who passed away, a World War II veteran, and he had no family. He had nobody. And so he was obviously eligible to be buried at the State Veterans Cemetery. So the word went out through the veterans community that this individual had nobody, no family, for whatever reasons. I think he was over 100 years old. So there were a couple hundred veterans who showed up at his ceremony, including myself, and just a wonderful example of how you folks could accommodate a sudden, what do you call it, a flash mob? Is that kind of that type of? Suddenly 200 people show up at to handle all those vehicles was wonderful. I do have one question that has to do with capacity and expansion. How much room do you have? Are you good for quite a while, or how's that look?
Two things. I forgot to cover that. So first of all, regarding unaccompanied remains, it actually happens more often than you'd think. Probably about twice a month, we get unaccompanied remains delivered to the cemetery. We do have a group. You can find it on our website. It's called Standing with Fallen Comrades. We have about 300 folks on that list. So if I'm given any kind of warning, I'll send out an email to that group. We never bury anybody alone. So at a minimum, myself, my staff will go out to be with those remains. And the military always does honors. They never take shortcuts. They fold the flag. They play taps. Everybody gets honors. But that's Standing with Fallen Comrades. That that one that you're talking about, sir, that one was done by the folks, I think it was a VFW or American Legion post down in Brookline or something that got it on the news, and things got, a couple hundred folks showed up, not just veterans, just friends of veterans, and it was an awesome service. But we do those pretty frequently. Regarding space, we have plenty of room, at least another 80 years of space. We're actually currently starting, in fact, on the 29th of this month, we will break ground a $5.3 million expansion, which will put in a little over 3,200 columbarium niche spaces and a little over 4,200 in-ground cremation spaces. We do about 80% of our burials are cremation burials. We offer full casket, in-ground cremation, and columbarium niche wall burials. But about in New Hampshire, it's about 80%. It doesn't matter to us. Oh, by the way, there's no cost for a veteran to be buried at the New Hampshire State Veteran Cemetery. It's a benefit that they've earned. So this $5.3 million expansion is starting. It's paid for by the federal government through the Veteran Cemetery Grants Program. But yeah, we have plenty of room. We have 60 acres of developable land, and we've only developed about 19. So, and as long as the trend for cremation continues to go the direction, it's about, last year was about 81%, will last even longer than the 80 years that I projected out. I would say we're probably good for another 100 years at least.
Well, that's a comfort because I have a reservation there, and I don't want to. I think it sounds like I'll be fine. Anything else for Sean? Yes, Representative from Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the humor guy, I guess. It's not a sad thing to inter your loved ones in that cemetery. It's unbelievably peaceful. I've done it a couple of times. World War II people and some from my generation. My wife and I, a couple of years ago, if I remember right, we signed up online. We signed in person. We went there in person and signed up with my DD 214 and all that. And we decided to just walk around a little bit if I remember correctly, somebody kept their sense of humor to the very end on the little plate where there's it's quoted as saying that the dying individual said, "I told you I was sick," and that was we both cracked up in the cemetery. We just were laughing our heads off.
Yeah, there are a lot of those, actually. I walk around and read those quite a bit. A couple things I'll encourage. First of all, come to a service of military honors at the Veterans Cemetery. Whether you know the individual or not, it's powerful. And to your point, it's not sad. It's noble and honorable. And you're going to hear from the commandant at the Veterans Home. Yesterday, I was really privileged to go to their final salute, and I'm sure she'll talk about it. I don't want to steal her thunder, but that was powerful as well. And so I encourage you, I know you're busy, but you'll feel renewed and refreshed in many ways if you come to a service.
Also, be on time. I was late for one just at the very end, and they were already doing taps.
We run a military operation,
Amen.
sir. We start on time.
Yes, that is true. People need to know that the Veteran Cemetery is on a schedule and they keep to it, and that is impressive. And as I said before, there will be, because I check, it depends on what the bill is or whatever, but there are always several hundred people who are watching, or you can on YouTube, 250 people have watched. So those other folks who obviously aren't here, I know we have at least several members of the committee who have not been to the Veterans Cemetery. So those folks watching at home, the Director Buck welcomes you to come and visit, and it sounds like you encourage that quite clearly.
I love it. I've been called loquacious, and I will talk to them about the Veteran Cemetery and be respectful of their time, but please do come.
And epitaph, I think, is the word that Representative Gagnon was referring to. And I love cemeteries because I'm a history guy. I used to live in Campton. There's a cemetery there with the Civil War veterans, and now my brother's monument is a little epitaph, and or the words that are there forever. And wonderful to see. Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate your time. Yes, Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment that your cemetery is absolutely immaculate. I tell everybody when I talk about it, I said it's like a mini Arlington. You'll never go to a place more herring than that place. With a quick it's awesome. Quick question is, could you tell us briefly a little bit about the Memorial Walkway? So
the Memorial Walkway is sponsored by the New Hampshire Veterans Cemetery Association. So that's a 501c3 that raises money on behalf of the Veterans Cemetery. And what it is, it winds through the woods right there at the Veterans Cemetery. It is meant to honor veterans from various conflicts, groups, organizations, and it's all private. It's all money that is raised privately. It's either through donations to the association or through other private means. The monuments are built and then donated to the state. So the monuments then become state property. So it's just you have to come and check it out. I mean, it's hard to explain. It's over a lot of benches, and it's got the Air Force Monument, for example, is a 1/7 replica of the Pentagon. There's an Army monument that's got pictures of New Hampshire veterans. It's just, it's awesome. And thank you for all the great comments. We really are, we're grateful.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Just a quick question. Do you honor family special requests or religious traditions? For instance, if somebody didn't want to use a vault?
We stay within the confines of the rules and regulations, but we always do our best to honor. So, for example, we had a Muslim burial, and they require specific things with the imam, and we did honor that. So, for example, with the vault, for some in the Jewish faith as well as the Muslim faith, the remains have to be on the ground, not on the concrete of a vault, and we do allow for that. We sometimes the vault will be turned upside down, so the remains are on the ground, and then the vault. So we don't allow for the remains to not be covered, but we do make compromises to allow for them. So, for example, in the Jewish faith, sometimes they'll go to the pre-placed vaults and we'll put dirt on the ground inside the vault. For some of them, that suffices. But to answer your question, we will do what we can to honor that veteran to their religious traditions.
Thank you very much.
Representative Rollins, are you good?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, I want to steal a page out of Larry's comedy book. That I do first of all, I do appreciate being let in when we do the wreaths at Christmas time, because I do have a handicapped veteran that I have to get in there. He can't walk very far. And I just want to make a promise to you that I will never park in the ambulance parking spot again. Okay? Yeah, I got tuned up.
Don't be doing that with legislator plates, Representative Rollins. There's always a picture taken. Thank you so much, Sean. Okay, Kevin Grady is in the house. I saw him. There he is, legislative liaison for Veterans Affairs, and has been here numerous times before. Does a great job tracking legislation, of which there's a lot. So welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, we'd like to go together because I'm sort of an offshoot of the State Veterans Advisory Committee, so we can wrap this whole thing up in probably 10, 15 minutes, and then that way you can get back on track. And that way, if you want to do military community-based military programs again.
Is that Leo Paquin, of the head of SVAC? Yes, I was at your meeting recently.
It is, in fact, him, and I'm gonna let him start with kind of the overview, and then I'll just sort of chime in at the end with what we do and a little bit about myself. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Why don't you both just lay it on us however you want.
All right.
And then we may have questions. So
little background on me. I served in the 82nd Airborne in Army Intelligence, and then in the reserves down at Fort Devens. I lived about 2 miles from Representative Rollins for 20 plus years. And Newport, I now live in Pennacook. I have a bachelor's degree in business administration, and I have a master's MBA in international business. Veteran service side, I'm the immediate past state commander for the American Legion. I'm an insurance guy. I have a property casualty firm in Franklin, so that's pretty much about me. SVAC, State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're the volunteers. That's why you don't have any shiny, cool handouts. Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. So we were established by RSA 115-A8 in 2002. It complies of 2 state senators that are appointed by the president of the Senate and 2 state representatives appointed by the Speaker of the House. It started off with 10 various veterans organizations as members, the majors, you know, the American Legion, DAV, and VFW. It increased to 14 in 2007, and now in 2009 it got brought up to 20, but it's capped at 20. However, we do encourage every New Hampshire Veteran Service Organization or any stakeholder to show up to meetings, and a lot of them do. Our primary focus is to provide a common voice for the 90,000+ New Hampshire veterans and their families. I usually tell people I'm the coordinator of opinions. I'm not really the opinion setter, but I coordinate the opinions of all the veteran service organizations, so we're all on the same page. Our primary focus is legislation, especially in the state of New Hampshire. We highly encourage you to reach out to us for proper nomenclature is a big deal, but legislation or even policy changes. We give veteran healthcare updates, and we schedule events, and we brief on scheduled events for benefit veterans. Leaderships from the state agencies that are all sitting behind me, except for Kevin, because he got deployed to Massachusetts. They provide advice and briefings on theirs. I will tell you, you have an outstanding team in the state of New Hampshire. Every single person, Deputy Tag to Tag, DMAVs, Commandant of the New Hampshire Veterans Home, my friend Kim McKay, Director of VA Medical Center, which is Kevin Forrest, who couldn't be here today, and Director of New Hampshire State Cemetery, Sean. Sean does an excellent job, and please go check it out. And also the State Veteran Council, Jim Adams. A significant number of advisors, guests, and representatives from congressional delegation also participate. So both national senators or members of Congress, basically, and either they or their representatives show up and brief us on federal bills that are going on or things that they're doing at the federal level, which gives us a good avenue to Congress, which works out pretty good. We continue to work with the members of the New Hampshire State House and the Senate. We are here to support and testify on agendas for legislative action on behalf of the veterans. Again, I coordinate the opinions. A lot of times we do legislative stuff, this healthy discussion. Usually it's about a unanimous, whether we support, follow, or oppose a bill. But a lot of discussion, good discussion. It's all technical, not emotional, so that works out pretty well. Of course, there is some emotional discussion because you can't have a quorum without that, but mostly it's a technical. We highly encourage to swing by and have us review bill language. That's what Kevin's excellent at. During the filing period, like Representative Moffett had mentioned something about the 100% veteran, because the 100% disabled veteran, they're not the same as a totally disabled. If you're gainfully employable at 100% rating, doesn't mean that you're the same thing as a 100% veteran who can't, had a traumatic brain injury or something and can't work. Hopefully we can avoid unintended consequences, because everything that happens in the world has a cause and effect. So sometimes the spirit of the bills always seem very good. Sometimes the nomenclature inside there or the definitions just need a little bit of help. So that's why we're here. Committee, we encourage all invitees and legislators, especially the prime sponsors of any veteran-related bill, to participate and exchange views with the members of the SVAC in developing positions on matters important to those veterans. Sorry to read to you, but I forget what I'm going to say if I don't write it down. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, I'll jump in with my portion here a little bit about me. Like Colonel Desley Bixler, I'm also an Air Force Academy grad. Looking forward to going back this fall to my 50th year reunion to see a bunch of people that I've known my whole life. And spent most of my time in the Air Force as a fighter pilot flying the F-15C. I did have one tour for 2 years, 8 months, and 17 days with the U.S. Army at Fort Hood, Texas, working with the 1st Cavalry Division. And I spent my last assignment in the Air Force sitting on a staff on a big steel desk in Ramstein, Germany. And if you want to ask a fighter pilot to sit behind a desk, the only thing that matters is the location of the desk, okay? I'd rather be the snow removal officer in Europe than the chief of staff in the Pentagon. So when I retired from the Air Force, I actually flew 737s for United for about 5.5 years, got tired of being gone all the time. So I started up the Air Force Junior ROTC program down at Alburn High School. And I taught there for 11 years and finally retired in 2014. And I'm failing miserably at retiring, okay? The cautionary tale for retirement is that work does expand to fill the time allotted for it. It's one of those Murphy's Law corollaries. So One of the things I do, and I literally inherited this job when the guy before me passed away. The guy before me was from my organization, the Air Force, now the Air and Space Forces Association. The guy named Ed Josephson, and some of you maybe have been around a little while, might remember Ed. Ed was one of the original class of 1959 grads, was really knowledgeable about this. And when he passed away in 2016, they said, would you take on this legislative thing? And I said, well, okay, I'll do that. And I've been doing it ever since. This is my 9th session rolling through here. We have 17 bills that we're following this go around that have some measure of veteran impact. Some of it's kind of obscure. Like we look at things like there's a licensed dietitian compact, but there's a little section in there that says, that applies to military and applies to military spouses. So we're going to go testify on that. One of the things that I've always tried to tell people when I testify is that, number one, I represent 20 organizations, okay? And sometimes what I tell you is not necessarily my personal opinion, but it's their opinion. And I think that's what you need to know is it's their opinion. And I also tell them that, and General Michaelides alluded to this a little bit earlier, we believe that when one of us serves, the whole family serves. So things that we can do for spouses and families, we are all over trying to help out with those kinds of things. And the last thing is, I can't be in a position where every time that I see you, I've got my hand out looking for money, okay? We are taxpayers too. We have to be cognizant of the fact that every time you give a tax break to a veteran, somebody else has to make up the slack for that in the community, okay? So we pick and choose this very carefully, and sometimes you look and we might oppose like a property tax increase. We might oppose that by just saying, our civilian counterparts are already paying their fair share. All right, let's try and keep this real here. The last thing that I'll tell you is I've been involved in this for a while, and one of the real success stories we have, and I want to just tell you the story because you probably wouldn't hear it any other place. When Governor Sununu first became the governor, he came and visited one of our SVAC meetings and talked to some folks. And at the end of it, he posed a question that we could not answer. And that question was, if I have a veteran who has an issue, where do I send him? And we all looked around at each other and went, well, the answer is probably in this room somewhere, but, there's not one single agency. And that's why we have the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services today. We started the legislative process. We had a guy, some of you may remember, named Al Baldessaro that worked this problem very hard. We had to get past the previous chair of this committee, Colonel Russover. He had specific feelings about how this needed to go. But what we have now we think is great. But you will see things like, for example, House Bill 120, transferring the statute authority, and you'll hear this bill in this committee, the statutory authority from Department of Education to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services for dependents, children, educational support issues, those kind of things. What these are, you'll see some of these for the next session or two. We're cleaning up, trying to still find those places out there that belong under DMAVs that aren't there yet, and we want to get them there. Okay, so you'll see that we do some of this. I look forward to testifying for you. I'm pretty frank. I have some opinions. Some of the bills, particularly some of the ones we're going to hear today, have a long history, and I've been associated with that history. So I will stop talking, and I'll talk more this afternoon. But I'll pass it back to my boss.
Oh, how's it going? Questions?
Representative from Manchester.
Thank you so much. I'm sure I can find this online, but just in the interest of getting it into my calendar ASAP, when's the next meeting I can go to? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, it's the first Tuesday of each month at 5 p.m. Yep.
Thank you.
And it's at the Cross Training Center in Pembroke.
Very well-run meeting.
Oh, thank you.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Other questions? Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
What are the 20, there's 20, I believe, 20 organizations that comprise CVAC?
Right.
Representative, I'm glad you asked that question.
We have a
We have
handout.
a handout for that.
Do you have it or do I have it?
You
Oh, I have it. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have time to look at the handout. My apologies.
Oh, no, we have a handout for that now that has our committee members and.
Okay, got it. I'll give you a copy of it. If you want me to read through it, Representative Rollins, I'll do it real quick.
If you could read through it, because people watching won't be able to see the handout.
Okay. Air Force Association, Air Force Sergeant Association, the American Legion, the AUSA, Catholic War Veterans, Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association, Disabled American Veterans, Korean War Veterans Association, Marine Corps League, Military Officers Association of America, Military Order of the Purple Heart, National Guard Association of New Hampshire, New Hampshire Army Retiree Council, New Hampshire National Guard Enlisted Association, and New Hampshire Veterans Association, Camp Resilient, Patriot Resilient Leadership Institute, Reserve Officers Association, Rolling Thunder, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the Vietnam Veterans of America are the current 20.
Representative from Manchester, Representative Gagne.
Thank you. All these services, is there a phone number that we could, if somebody were to call me and say, I've got a problem and I would want to send them to one of those organizations, is there a phone number that we can give them?
We don't, again, we're a volunteer organization. We have no budget, but we do have an email address that works pretty well to get to me. I have my personal cell phone that I use, but I'd rather not say it on TV.
Hear that?
But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And we do get some interesting emails and questions, and there's some people we can help and some people that, sometimes it's like, this is not really under our purview. But the nice thing about having a common voice is we know who to recommend them to. Yeah.
Anything else? Great job. Thank you. We'll see, I guess, some of you this afternoon at our first hearings. Okay, we're 13 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think Julie, I saw, Julie is in the house. Oh, wait. Okay. Sure, if you could just hit make sure and then let everybody know who you are and where you're from and who you're representing.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair and committee members. For the record, Brent Frazier, Director of the Community-Based Military Programs, is part of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. Retired Army veteran, 25 plus years, 4 operational combat deployments, originally born and raised in New Hampshire. After the Army, did about 6+ years into the Department of the Army Civilian in Virginia, and then returned back about 1.5 years ago, and I'm now living in Sandwich, and it is great to be back in New Hampshire. In terms of the opportunity today to talk about community-based military programs, our mission is the tag talked about earlier in the folder that you have. It outlines what our mission is. It's essentially to collaborate with military and civilian providers, veteran service and support organizations, nonprofits, and businesses, federal, state, regional, and local leaders and subject matter experts, really stakeholders from across all domains and sectors, and developing partnerships to get after development of operationalizing approaches and solutions to improve Granite State service members, veterans, and their families. And as a couple of people have already testified this morning, it's the service member veterans and their family members. We're not a large organization. We've got 6 full-time employees, and they're focused on developing team approaches, because it's not something that we can do alone. It's a team sport as we get after a number of different lines of effort that include employment, housing stability, well-being, both physical and mental health. The mental health side, including suicide prevention, the New Hampshire Ask the Question program, housing stability, ending veteran homelessness, military skills transfer, licensing, certification, and training, as well as the educational benefits that Mr. Grady touched on in terms of the upcoming bill as we transition those efforts from the Department of Education to DMAVs, as well as some efforts in support of justice-involved veterans. Some of our key programs include the Ending Veteran Homelessness in New Hampshire project, the New Hampshire Ask the Question campaign, as I alluded to, the New Hampshire Veteran Friendly Business Network that the TAG outlined, supporting mental health initiatives, access to mental health, reducing social isolation through partnerships with the Veterans Affairs, largely the VA Manchester Healthcare System and Partnership for Public Health as we work to establish, maintain and grow the coalitions, the regional veterans coalitions across the state, and also the support to Easter Seals New Hampshire and their Veterans Count effort in Manchester. The New Hampshire Veterans Freedom to Smile Initiative, the GI Bill educational benefits that we talked about, raising awareness and facilitating navigation as we're able to benefits earned by service members, veterans, and their family. It's come up a couple times in terms of who do I call? Is there someplace on a website? Is there a QR code that I can perhaps look at? How do I follow and track and understand and have a good common operational picture of what services and support systems are available for veterans? And that's something that we try to facilitate. Today's agenda highlights just a few of these programs, initiatives, but certainly stand by to talk about any questions that you might have in terms of any of those areas. And so while I had planned on talking about some in more detail, they are outlined in the folder that you have in terms of veteran-friendly business network, mental health, suicide prevention, ending veteran homelessness. So if there are any questions that you might have, prepared to talk about those either now or in the future, and look forward to working with this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. And from my notes, I just want to make sure I have the correct title of your organization. If you could say that one more time.
No, absolutely, sir. It's Division of Community-Based Military Programs.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I have, I'm looking at all the members and the pieces of this, and I was more familiar with SVAC than the Division of Community-Based Military Programs. So the information, would you be the best contact person for this organization, or?
For community-based military programs, absolutely. We work with the State Veterans Advisory Committee as well as the State Veterans Council as part of our military-civilian collaborative.
And if I could get maybe a card before you leave, just pass that up. That would be great. I want to make sure I have this in the file. Along with everything else.
If you look in the file, somebody talked about it. There's a QR code card that lists most of our programs and initiative, as well as a lot of the programs and initiatives of the people we collaborate with, whether it's New Hampshire Employment Security on veteran-friendly business, or the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification on some of our military skills transitions, Department of Health and Human Services as we work to integrate veterans' efforts into New Hampshire Care Connections, and a lot of great partners on there. As I said, we've only got 6 full-time employees, and so a lot of the work that we do is part of team approaches and collaborations of the willing on behalf of veterans.
Well, this is great. Thank you for this. From what I had from last year, I didn't have this part or this this handout from your organization. So this is I'm looking at the resources and the people, and want to make sure I get fully familiar with who you are and where you are and what you do. Questions for Mr. Fraser? All right. Well, so glad you're here. Thanks for leaving this off. General Michaelitis is inbound.
Members, one clarification. The biggest thing you get to know for your constituents is Google NHD Mavs. Not Dallas Mavericks, NHD Mavs. No, I'm serious. We have an up-to-date modern website. It's a good thing for state government. But no, seriously though, if you have a veteran constituent and you need to forward them to try to get services or some support that they need, NHDMAS will generally get you to the right website with the right phone number to contact the appropriate sort of entity within our portfolio that they should get their services that they need.
Is that DMAS or MAZ?
NH,
My ear, 5-inch guns going off my ears back a long time ago.
DMAVS, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, New Hampshire NHDMAVS. DMAVS.
VS. Thank you, General.
Great, thank you for that. And I will be Googling it. I'm a sports guy. I can remember DMAVs. I think Representative Gagné is from Canada, and
Si on parle français.
c'est bon. Okay, that brings us to 10:55. And yes, Julie, do you mind starting 5 minutes ahead of schedule? Oh, good. Last term, or 2 years ago, Kevin Forrest, the head of the Manchester VA, or the best way it's the VA Manchester healthcare system, correct? And Julie Vos, you can confirm your title, and we're so glad you're here. And if you could hit that, yeah.
Good morning. Is that better? Yes, it is. Hi, I'm Julie Vos. My permanent role at the Manchester VA healthcare system is the associate director. I work alongside Mr. Kevin Forrest, our director, who is currently detailed. And so I am here representing our medical center. And I did want to introduce myself. I've been at the Manchester VAs for 25 years now. I am an occupational therapist by trade and had the honor of serving and providing clinical care to our New Hampshire veterans in the rehab medicine department for quite some time before transitioning to our administrative offices. So certainly consider it my VA, despite myself not being a veteran. So for all of you who are veterans who receive care at our VA, I thank you for entrusting us with that. It is an honor, and we certainly have a great staff that is there for the mission every day. With that, if I could, it might be a bit unorthodox, but this came across my desk yesterday. It's a testimonial from a daughter. And so if I could take 2 minutes and share this with you all, I think it's worth it. So my name is Lori. My father is an 88-year-old veteran. I had recently had the honor of accompanying my father to the VA Manchester Medical Center. He had been bragging about the wonderful people and the services at the VA. I had to see it for myself to be a second set of ears when speaking with the doctors and nurses. So I went with him for the first time this past November. It became apparent to me the minute we entered the VA that it was a very special place. When I first arrived, my dad was already in a wheelchair with a very kind gentleman waiting to take him anywhere he needed to go. The people at the information booth greeted us and smiled brightly. On this visit, my father was meeting his primary care doctor for the first time to check in with him after having been in the hospital for a few days. We first met with Jacqueline Blackman, RN. She was professional but also very kind, listened intently to his stories, which I believed he had told her before, and made me feel that I should be there and was pleased I was getting involved in my dad's healthcare. We were then introduced to his new doctor, Dr. Martina Darilova. I was blown away when she talked about her credentials and did her very best to sell herself to us. Most doctors that I have dealt with have made me feel as if I am lucky that they were willing to take me on as a patient. This was a wonderful change. She then went through his medical records, discerned how he has been doing now and what needed to be done next. She made sure that all of his and my questions were answered. We never felt rushed or that we were a number. I have never been so impressed. All my fears for my father's health care vanished that day. At another appointment this week, we again meet with many fantastic employees of this VA. One of them was Nurse Lauren Crowley, LPN. Just like Miss Blackman, she was professional, very kind, and very understanding. Obviously, this is not the norm for this facility. This is the norm for this facility, not a rarity. Every single person we encountered throughout the VA was a pleasure to talk to, Everyone from the minute you walk in, the check-in and out ladies, as well as the volunteers have been wonderful. And on one visit, we got turned around and got lost, but we met a gentleman in the hallway who worked there but was not part of the medical team, and he couldn't do enough to help us find where we needed to go. You don't find that everywhere. My father loves to laugh, and he does that a lot when we are here. So this type of experience is really what we feel our medical center does well. Providing great health care is a must, but providing it with fabulous customer service and respect is really what we embody at the Manchester VA. So this came across so timely just 2 days ago, and so I said I've got to bring that and share with you all. So thank you for allowing me to take a couple minutes extra. I do have some information I can share with you to orient you to the services we have at Manchester. The VA overview page is just a review of what our mission statement is, probably not new to you in the room, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. As some of our previous presenters shared, the VA does have several branches. And so in order to fulfill the priorities of the VA, which are providing all veterans timely world-class health care, ensuring veterans and their families have access to the benefits they've earned, and honoring our veterans with a final resting place that's a lasting tribute to their service. So collectively, as a VA, on the VA overview number 2 page, we can see that the VA is a very large organization, and we are at the healthcare center, one of 3 partners to provide successful achievement of the priorities that I previously mentioned. We have great collaboration throughout VISN 1. So we are part of the network of VAs that service the whole New England area. And if you look at one of these pages that are on the VA overview section, you'll see pictorial representations of each site. One of the comments that I have later to share with you is regarding our development and just ongoing growth of our clinical resource hub, which is really a fabulous integration of specialty care throughout New England, utilizing CVT, VVC, telehealth technology. We have specialty care providers that are, from institutions throughout New Hampshire, medical areas that you just don't have all in the state of New Hampshire, but we're able to access them through our integrated network at the VISN level. The VISN vision statement is to be the premier integrated academic healthcare system in New England and a highly engaged team, providing exceptional care to the veterans we serve. I included our permanent leadership team. Many of you have worked with Mr. Kevin Forrest, a veteran himself, who is our medical center director. Our chief of staff is Dr. Robert Zwolak. He is a vascular surgeon, and prior to his role as chief of staff, he was our chief of surgery. Ms. Winslow, Jennifer Winslow, is our nurse executive. She has been within the VA system for with some longevity as well, maybe 12 or plus years. Previously, our patient safety manager. And last but not least, we have our chief of quality, safety, and value, Ms. Kristen Goodrich. We really try to instill our expectations for great customer service at the onset of all of our new employees as they orient in onboarding. And really, we share what our intent is as a leadership team, and that is to do the simple things well. In a government agency, of course, we're going to follow the rules, but we're going to also make decisions that make sense for the patient, and take care of each other, take care of them, and just communicate in many different forms, because communication is just key for running a healthcare system that is of high quality. So our values and philosophy, we call them the I-CARE values: integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence. All of our staff, if you run into them in the hallway can probably tell you about these. We really empower our staff to make decisions at the frontline level and tell them if you feel that you need to follow your gut and your gut is in alignment with these values, there are rarely times you will go wrong. So we talk about I care values a lot in our leadership meetings and working with staff. On the locations section, for those of you who aren't familiar with all the different sites where we provide care in New Hampshire, so in Manchester, we actually have 2 locations. The main location that most are most familiar with, the main campus, although it's looking different these days. We've had over the past 5 years new additions and taken down older buildings to get ready for more new additions and more parking. But second to that, we also have what we're calling the Manchester West VA Clinic, which has a wellness center for veterans housed within it. The Manchester VA West administrative spaces really support a lot of our administrative departments that do not provide direct clinical care, so that we have appropriate space to provide that clinical care up the road at the main campus. Within the Whole Health Center and Wellness Center at Manchester West, there's a veteran gym. There are whole health coaches that provide health coaching for preventative medicine. And we also have mental health services down there. So it's a great new addition. We broke the ribbon on that early 24. In addition to the Manchester locations, we have 4 community-based outpatient clinics. You'll hear them called CBOCs. We've got one way up in Conway, and then we have 2 on the Seacoast, one in Portsmouth and one in Somersworth. And lastly, there's one up 93 in Tilton. Those CBOCs really provide comprehensive primary care, some specialty care, labs, mental health. You know, we really try to get as much care as we can into the CBOCs to allow veterans who are more rural to get their care close to home. Our journey to become and continue to sustain our reputation of being a high reliability organization really has been surrounding 3 pillars. One of them being leadership commitment, running a culture that it really surrounds and embodies safety at every level, not just patient safety, but staff safety as well, and just continuous process improvement. So, you know, you'll see for these principles of HRO are really embedded into our healthcare decisions. We don't probably have many meetings these days without starting off with a safety story. You know, sometimes they're reactive because something that we did not want happened. Other times they're proactive and they're near misses, and we talk about them, and we don't assume that, oh, it's a near miss, so we're good, right? No, we have to stop and pause and assess the process and see, have we really set up our employees for success? And so these are the pillars that we really are committed to, and we've just had a lot of success in the realm of HRO, high reliability organization. We have quite a bit of specialty care that we offer through our healthcare system. I won't read them all to you unless you'd like me to. They're on the VA Manchester Excellence in Healthcare page. Other than the primary care teams that I already mentioned, which also includes specialty women's health clinics with gynecology services, we also have a realm of other specialty clinics, you know, within Manchester and offered face-to-face on telehealth in various different forms, sometimes through the CRH, where we're able to tap into other sites where they have specialists that are harder to find in New Hampshire. And so we're really proud of how much we've been able to grow in the realm of specialty medicine. And, you know, we were really lucky when the pandemic hit because we were already much farther ahead with telehealth technology than some in the healthcare industry. So we've just been able to take it that much further since then. Our telehealth appointments have increased every year. They increased this past year from 23 to 24. They increased nearly 15%, and they delivered 43,289 telehealth appointments. And we've got, I wasn't going to list all of them here. It's probably a list of 100 or more telehealth type clinics that we actually have. But the most utilized ones are listed here for your information. Some of our significant accomplishments, we started what we consider to be a really innovative program. We call it the Community Navigator Program, where we started partnering with our hospital partners in the community. We started embedding nurses in the inpatient units of the hospitals. And so where we do not have an inpatient unit at Manchester, we have a nurse that is out at these community hospitals. And when our veterans are inpatient, they are visited by this nurse. And this is whether or not they're enrolled in VA healthcare or not. All veterans are visited. And basically, we really want to enhance the discharge process. Hospital readmissions are a huge distractor to our healthcare system across the board. And so if we can be there to handhold and make sure that the discharge team communicates strongly with our discharge team, and that we have medications ready to go, any durable medical equipment, follow-ups with their primary care that are timely. We've really had great success with this program. The latest addition is we've been able to embed a hospitalist on our side. So if you are being discharged from inpatient and then going back home, you will very soon have a hospitalist appointment that is timely, as recommended by the hospitalist who is treating you while inpatient. And just the transition of care and back to home is so much stronger. We've had a lot of stories since we've started this program as well of veterans who are not enrolled in healthcare, some who are 100% service connected and just did not know what they could get from our system. We've been able to pull them into the system and educate them on their benefits. And now they're getting primary care through VA Manchester. So it's a program that we'd like to see expand. It's just we haven't heard enough good things about it, and it's just the clinical outcomes are so impressive. So we did receive the National 2023 Service to Citizen Award for providing telehealth audiology healthcare services to rural patients. One great benefit in the VA, our hearing aids are provided. And for those of you that don't know, hearing aids outside the VA in the healthcare system can be quite costly, although I've heard, no pun intended, that there's some newer technology out there. But for a lot of our veterans that are remote or rural, traveling, because you have to have your hearing aids molded, and it requires more than one appointment. Traveling from all the way from Conway down to Manchester more than one time for a population of veterans that most often are older is difficult. And so this is an example of something where we have built effective telehealth services with technicians on the patient side, audiologists on the home side, the Manchester side. We can have a veteran in Conway sitting with the LPN telehealth technician, and our audiologist in Manchester can be adjusting their hearing aids to their needs. So it's really amazing what technology has provided us, and we're really proud of that program. Something else we were celebrating not so long ago, I think it was in December, we surpassed the 30,000 veteran mark. So we now serve and have 30,000 more than 30,000 veterans enrolled within our healthcare system. So, between the PACT Act, the Compact Act, and really aggressive outreach that we have throughout New Hampshire, as well as many of the partners that are in this room who have previously spoken, we've just been able to grow in an environment in New England where not a lot of VAs, or not all the VAs, are growing, right? So there's a lot more growth in the southern states within the VA. I wanted to share that a couple of our staff members were awarded New Hampshire Magazine's Nursing Excellence Awards. One of them is the Frontline Leader recipient, and that is Crystal Joffrey. She works for our Nurse Case Management Department. And also the Nursing Informatics and Innovator Quality recipient, who is Mona Lavalier, and she is one of our informatics nurses. So we're very proud of them. We are 75 this year. We opened back in 1950. So we're going to have a party. You are all invited. It's June 7th. And it's going to be an open house from 10 to 2. There'll be a lot more details coming out, but just a heads up that it's been a great few years, and we want to celebrate all the work and the campus changes that have happened as well. So it'll be on the Manchester campus. Last, and I hope I didn't take too much time. Last is a new Talk Medicine show that's coming out. Our chief of staff is going to be hosting. We're going to have all those specialty care providers that I talked about on a couple of pages before. We're going to have a power hour of medicine talk. And so every hour that they are on the radio, they will have 2 specialty medicine providers on. They'll talk about general medical things that our veterans may be interested in. They will be breakout rooms. We'll be using the Microsoft Teams app. And so if there are particulars that a veteran has a question about with their own healthcare, they'll be broken off into a Teams room where they can consult after the fact. And we're excited for this. It's kind of our 2025 project. So it's going to be the second Tuesday of every month, and the first kickoff is February 11th. The social media for Facebook and Twitter, which you've got the platforms here on the last page, we will put the information out on there so anybody can join and listen in. They'll actually be visual and audio. So if a patient maybe needs a certain specialty care service or is interested in them, they can not only meet one of our physicians, but see them face to face. So we're going to have fun with that. So that's what I had for you today, and I will turn it over to you for any questions that I can answer.
Thank you, Julie. Outstanding presentation and wonderful handout. We kind of used the slides in the military, and this is very well done. It's even dated January 17th, 2025. Beautiful. You might have touched on this real quick. Just the employees, full-time, part-time, how many folks are, I know you have these satellite operations too, so it's kind of hard question to answer, but about how many people work for let me get this right, the VA Manchester healthcare system?
We currently have 1,025 employees last count. So dispersed throughout those sites that I shared with you.
Questions or comments? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I see that included in one of your priorities is providing veterans with timely health care.
Yes.
And I've heard that wait times at the VA can be fairly long. I'm wondering to what extent you're seeing that at the Manchester VA healthcare system.
We're not struggling with that terribly. We have initiatives where we're scrubbing each individual service and looking at next available wait time. Specifically, that when we have struggled, it's been for new appointments. And so looking and scrubbing the days and the workload and the productivity of every provider really has been the way that we're able to sustain access. As far as access in the community versus access through the VA, most often with specialty care, we have sooner access. We try to sustain that. It's not always possible, but we've got clinicians that scrub these referrals and make sure that if there's anything timely, that it's prioritized, and we're doing pretty well. We've had our blips where we've got, you've got staff that maybe became ill or had to go out for a longer term, and naturally those things affect your wait times, but we're able to really engage with HR and get recruitments moving in at a timely fashion, which wasn't always the case. It was a struggle years back, but they're doing a great job for us. So
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Representative Foss.
Just real quick, I think we ran out of handouts.
More.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, because I would really like that for my future reference.
Yeah, great. I'll
Thanks.
get you one.
Representative Budataki.
A quick question. We often hear that veterans are not getting mental health care. Could you please shed light on this?
So we have mental health care in various formats within our healthcare system. There's a good amount of healthcare since the pandemic hit us that has been transitioned over VVC telehealth services. However, that is driven by the patient's desire to have that. So if a patient wishes to have face-to-face mental health care, we will organize that to occur, whether it's at Manchester or one of the community-based outpatient clinics. We have a great staff of psychologists. We've got 4 psychiatrists on staff. They have open access, the psychiatry team right now. So if we have some urgent issue to handle, we're able to get them in same week at this point, with the scrubbing and ongoing cleaning of workload and productivity clinics that really the administrative officers throughout the system have been tasked to do as regular work, weekly work. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Just a quick question. Do you have like an outreach program, like where guest speakers will come visit a VFW meeting and explain the benefits to them and how they can get to them?
Absolutely. We have a full-time outreach coordinator. His name is Michael Bickrist. I'm sure some in this room know him well because he is really all over New Hampshire. But we partner with VBA quite a bit on outreach events as well. And then we have several members of our medical staff that are on the outreach team with Mr. Bickrist. So yes, and if there's a site that is interested that we haven't become engaged with yet, please share with me and I will get it back to him. I think he told me at last count when he was wrapping up his FY24 numbers, the staff and his team completed over 200 outreach visits in FY24. So they're very active.
Wonderful answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Jill, I have one final question. I had asked you about the numbers of employees before in terms of staffing and recruiting. Are there any areas that you're really struggling with in terms of nurses or specialists or whatever?
We do pretty well with nursing. We've got a great culture at our medical center. We've been able to onboard nursing of various specialties. The one area that we'd love to see more of is psychology. We have recruits out there right now where it's not that we aren't finding psychologists, but frankly, we probably can pull in some more. There's always a need for filling some vacancies there to balance out our psychology workload.
Okay, thank you for that. Great job. Thanks for being here. Wonderful handout, as I already said. And now, the wonderful commandant, who's been here before. I saw Kimberly McKay down at SVAC recently. Kimberly, thanks so much for coming back and welcome.
Thank you for having us. My name is Kim McKay. I'm the Commandant of New Hampshire Veterans Home. I'm a proud state employee as of this month, 18 years. Prior to that, I was at Spear Memorial Hospital as a medical social worker for 14 years. So a lot of healthcare. I have had the honor of being the Commandant at the New Hampshire Veterans Home this month, 3 years, and it's gone by in a flash. I'll let Brian Baker introduce himself.
My name is Brian Baker. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the Veterans Home. I just finished my 23rd year at the Veterans Home. In my role of Operations Officer, I oversee what I call the hardworking departments, the facility services, maintenance, safety, security, laundry, housekeeping, and dietary. Unlike Bill Goudreau, I've had many conversations about laundry. And in my time at the Veterans Home, I've either worked or helped out in pretty much all of the departments I oversee, which helps me to know what they're doing and also to help hold them accountable. I just want to make one statement about the Veterans Home that kind of echoes what Sean said. Luckily, Sean was there yesterday to witness the final salute. That the Veterans Home, it's not a sad place. It's, on the contrary, a very happy place. We have kind of an unwritten motto there that a lot of people think of a nursing home as a place you go, it's your final stop. You're going there to die. So what we kind of push as a staff is we don't want people to feel like they're coming there to die. We want them to feel like they're coming there to live the rest of their lives. And we're able to do that by giving them not only the best services, the best care, but we do a lot of things that maybe they weren't able to experience in their lives, going on trips, different activities. And we're able to do that with the help of a lot of the veteran service organizations, the people behind me, through donations and fundraising. So we have to be very careful with using taxpayers' money on our budget to give the veterans their needs. But because we want to give them the best care and the best services that we can give them, we want to fulfill a lot of their wants. And again, we do that through the help of donations and veteran service organizations.
All right, I have a slideshow here, and I want to just echo what Brian is saying. Is our motto is they don't live in our workplace, we work in their home. And so it doesn't matter if I am touring, which has happened when I've been touring a U.S. senator and someone wants the newspaper. I'm gonna stop that tour and get them the newspaper, because the veteran is the most important person in that facility. So if you come, I hope you do come, don't feel at all like bad if I stop a tour and get a newspaper. But you'll see the slideshow. I'll try to be quick because I know that we do have a tight time and we're starting late. But in 1889, to take advantage of the federal assistance, Governor David Goodell established the Veterans Board of Managers, and it was made up of prominent citizens. And we have a lot of the artifacts from then. And interestingly, the second commandant only made $100 a month. So we have all of their time cards. It's quite interesting. The facility was opened and dedicated to the Civil War soldiers unable to care for themselves. And this past December was a big anniversary. I will point out, in 135 years, which I don't think a lot of people can say this, but in 135 years, there have only been 11 commandants. 11 commandants in 135 years. So 10 people held my job before I was there. It's quite an honor to be there. We have a board of managers. So I have two sets of boss. The governor is my first set. And then the board of managers is made up of 12 members who are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the governor's council. The commanders from the American Legion, the Veteran Foreign Wars, and the Disabled American Veterans, and 9 citizens make up the board of managers. 2 of the 12 members are residents of the New Hampshire Veterans Home, and you'll see the photo in that PowerPoint. And the board has oversight of the veterans benefit operations, as well as appoints the commandant. So they choose me, they can dismiss me, but the governor chooses my salary. It's a very unusual event, but really works well because it's not a political appointment. It's about who can do the job. You have to be a licensed nursing home administrator. And so I was honored 3 years ago to be picked. And I just want to recognize a couple of the board members who are here right now, who are my bosses. Paul Lloyd is our chairman and has been on the board for years. AJ Coro is there as well. Leo was a board member last year, and Bill Goudreau, who was here, is also a board member. So we meet once a month and talk about the facility and how we're going to spend the donated monies to fund the quality of life. The New Hampshire Veterans Home is what do they call an ICF? It's an intermediate care, long-term care facility. We are licensed for 250 residents. We are budgeted by the state for 225. We have a budget of 384 staff by the state of New Hampshire. We are all state employees. And we do have some contracted services through our medical team. Recently, our greatest challenge has been recruiting and retaining staff in both our clinical and support services. The New Hampshire Veterans Home the program is paid for. We don't take Medicare or Medicaid. We actually are through the VA grant. We are paid for by the VA, the state, and the veterans themselves. And I've added the CFR that's here that oversees us. So if you are interested, it's 38 CFR 5141. Any government CFR is quite lengthy, but you're welcome to look at that. Veterans receive either a partial or a full cost living reimbursement. We have to have a annual certification to maintain our VA certification to be able to bill them for each resident that lives with us. The mission statement at New Hampshire Veterans Home is to provide the best quality of life for New Hampshire veterans with dignity, honor, and respect. And you will see that no matter when you come to our facility, if it's for a ceremony or a coffee hour, the staff are there for the veteran. Some of the achievements I just want to push out there. This past year, in 2022, we created an LNA program. We, as of now, have 30 new LNAs that have some of them have left in that time, but most of them have stayed with us. And we have another LNA class that just began on Monday with 8 more LNA candidates. We also created something called a Licensed Medication Nursing Assistant Program in conjunction with the Board of Nursing, so we can train those who are LNAs to pass medications as well. And we have had 10 people who are now LNAs that help us relieve some of that nursing shortage that we have. We were awarded, and mostly for Brian's hard work, the 2024 Outstanding Energy Efficient Project, where we had a lighting improvement project that was for our entire facility. We replaced, I would say, almost every light bulb fixture in our facility at really no cost to us with Eversource and DAS. And we are seeing energy savings because all of the lights were changed over to LED. We have a lot more control of when they're on and when they're off. You do feel like a movie star when you walk through because lights will come on as you start walking through because they're motion detect. But we really are seeing some savings with that for our monthly energy costs. We also were able to approve security. We all know the sad situation that happened at New Hampshire Hospital, which brings forward always security in our facilities. And we were able to add additional cameras so that there are no dead spots in our facility as far as cameras, with the exception of bathrooms and bedrooms. And we were talking common areas. If we had a missing resident, we can put in blue shirt, brown pants, and it will show us everywhere on the camera where there's somebody that's wearing that clothing color combination. So we now have outside view as well. We were able to, with Enhance New Hampshire and some of the ARPA money, improve our Wi-Fi efficiency. If you were in our building before, it was very hard to get service. And our average age is 83, but they have phones, they have iPads, and they are connected and they want to be connected. So if they went from one place to another place in our facility, they often were not connected. So that has been resolved. So we're happy to report that, and they're very happy about that. The big piece that we want to share, and please pass on to the people that you represent, is that our admissions process was up to a year, sometimes longer, if people wanted to come to the New Hampshire Veterans Home. But we have actually been able to streamline and add some resources in our admissions office. And so we're seeing a 3 to 6 month process instead of a year or plus. We actually are now experiencing where it's moving so quickly. Some families say, oh, we just did it in case we needed it. So we have some people waiting on our wait list that are just waiting for the right moment. And then we are working on really building up our rehab department, and we have now a full-time physical therapist, and we're working on taking a position that we weren't using and reclassing that to an occupational therapist. You'll see some of our challenges and achievements. And again, our staffing is the biggest issue. We have an overall vacancy rate at the New Hampshire Veterans Home of almost 35%. Some of those are purposeful because we're not at our full census, so we should not have all of the staff if we don't have the full census. But it's a catch-22. If we had more staff, we could have more residents. Right now, our vacancy rate for LNAs is about 41.7%, and our nurses is almost 40%. So we're seeing that has really been a tough piece. There is just so many resources in the private sector to offer sign-on bonuses, bonus monies if you work so many shifts, or just a higher rate of pay, and we can't do that. We don't have those options as a state employer. Right now, we're going to have to cap our resident census at 150 to meet the need of the veterans and do that well. It's something really important to us. Can I fill the beds? Yes, I can fill 225 beds, but the quality of care would be horrible, and we're just not willing to move on that quality of care for our veterans. So we're trying to still go to job fairs, be on different platforms like Handshake for colleges, local newspapers, word of mouth. We have consolidated some of our departments or neighborhoods that had some residents here, some here. We put them on one neighborhood so that we can consolidate our staff. We're expanding our light duty. In the past, we haven't let people come back light duty. If they weren't fully ready to come back, we would ask them to sit out. Now we know that we can do other things. We do mandating. We have increased our volunteer opportunities, and we're adding a learning system which will offer continuous educational opportunities for people who have licenses. And that sounds like a small thing, but if you have to maintain 40 CEUs every 2 years, and we can offer that on the site at work and there's no cost, we know that that will be a recruitment benefit for us. Strategic priorities: continue to grow our resident census, reduce our number of vacant staff positions, meet the VA requirements. We have to do that every April. They come out and they do a full survey. Really address some of our life safety initiatives. We need to upgrade vehicles. We have one that one of the residents told me he's embarrassed to get in because it's so rusty. We're replacing those vehicles as we can with the budget that we have. IT infrastructure that I spoke about, building maintenance, and we have a new addition that will be going, it's out to bid right now. We're hoping that we will be breaking ground in this summer months. That is money that was allotted from the state in 2016, and we were waiting for the federal portion to be approved, which they approved last year. So we are working on a 20-bed private bathroom with 9 of those rooms being bariatric, and just giving them a better quality of life in infection prevention instead of 4 people sharing one bathroom. It's just not the best quality. And I think that most of our veterans have probably done all of the community living they want to do as they went through basic and in the military. So again, we're licensed for 250 beds, budgeted for 225. As of the 15th, we have 13 people on our wait list that have been approved, with 4 of those already having beds offers over the next few weeks. And so this is a really small number than what we used to see. We had a huge number previously. And we have 30 applications in process. So that may be from day one, or they're getting medical information, we're getting their financial information, whatever that is. So we are confident that we could definitely fill 225 if I can get the staff there, because a lot of people who have to go to a placement of a nursing home level placement, they sometimes wait to the point where it's in crisis. So they have to go to other facilities in the community and then switch over to us. But our goal is to just be able to have an open list. You qualify, you did all the work, we're going to offer you a bed. That's our goal. This was as of the 15th, we had 133 residents, 123 men, 10 women. I will tell you, yesterday we had a final salute, which we spoke a little bit about. That is a ceremony that's held at our facility. If you are coming in our front door as a veteran, you are going to go out our front door, not at a loading dock or something that's secretive. The person who lived with us is part of our family, and we need that closure. So yesterday we did have a final salute happening. At the same time, in the next room, we were celebrating a 100th birthday of a member of our family. So the average age is about 83 years old. And you'll see the census graph here shows we were pretty high up before the COVID, and now we're just struggling to get back up to where we were prior to COVID, which I think a lot of healthcare facilities are doing as well. I always talk a little bit about the branch of military service because it's a topic at our facility. So the Army is 56 residents. The Navy falls behind them at 39. The Air Force is at 24. The Marines are at 8, which I've been told by Marines that you only need 1. And National Guard is 3. National Guard is 3, and the Coast Guard are 3 as well. So then we have the conflict era. We're seeing a lot of our veterans right now are Vietnam era. We have 5 World War II veterans still with us, but we're seeing that larger pool. We do have a very young resident who is a Gulf War veteran as well. She is 64 years old. She's our youngest resident. Revenue streams, which is really important for people who are saying, how do we pay for this? You'll see the graph here. The federal funds from the VA pays for a portion of that. It depends on your disability rating to how much they pay. So if you're over 70% disabled through the VA, they're going to pay us what's called a prevailing rate, and that is $587.20 a day. If you are under that 70% watermark, then it is a basic rate payment, and that's $144.10 a day. Right now, we have 16 veterans who are over that 70% or higher. The other way we are paid is the actual residents. If they have resources over $30,000, they are paying us a portion of that until they reach their $30,000. And then the rest is general funds, which we are lucky that we have that to fall back on. We're very aware that these are important funds and how we spend our taxpayer dollars. We will try to get everything we can out of everything. Like I mentioned, the vehicle that is rusty. It's solid as far as a safety wise, but it is rusty. So right now our breakdown is 46% are general funds, 30 are federal funds, and 24% are from our room and board funds. We have a few capital budget requests this year. We need to replace some rooftop air handlers. We need to replace resident veteran tubs in a bariatric shower, stretcher, trolley. We have very old elevators. We have had two staff members get stuck on an elevator and have to be pulled out, which is terrifying. And so we need to update 2 of them and replace 1. And then we have some really old sections of our building that are not ADA they don't meet the ADA requirements, and they also have really narrow doors. So some of the wheelchairs literally can't fit in the doors. So we've closed those units and tried to move to other units while we're waiting for some rehab dollars to at least widen those to accommodate the larger wheelchairs. Quality of life programs that Brian spoke a little bit about, they are all supported. All of the quality of life residential activities are supported by the people behind us, some of the people probably sitting at this table, the veteran service organizations, the community. Christmas, everybody comes out and they sponsor a veteran for Christmas gifts. They go to sporting events. They do the things that you and I would do. We go out to dinner, we go to shows, we go to things that we want to do. And they are treated so well. They go to the air show in Portsmouth, and they are asked to come during family day, and they have a tent for them. Everybody honors the veterans. I've been at restaurants where we are intending to pay with our monies, and someone will pick up the whole bill for all of the veterans at that table. So we respect that, and we know that this is a blessing, and we thank everybody publicly. There are so many things that they can do in our activities. So one of the things I want to say is we have coffee hour every single day at 10:15. And so anybody who's in the room or anybody who's watching, please stop by. Please come and visit with them. They will give you a little razzing, probably about what branch you served in, but you can take that. You can take that. And so please stop by, see how wonderful our facility is. Again, we are supported by the governor, the House, the Senate, and if we didn't have that support, we would not be what we are today. So thank you very much. Open for questions.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Commandant. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. And I can tell, I can sense the affection and the love that you have for your job and for your people. Questions? Yes, Representative Gagny.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I've got a couple. Not too many, but a couple. Getting back to the staff.
Yes.
How are the wages? Are they competitive for the area?
they're it's so tough because I know the governor's probably watching me too right now. They're better with the raises that we experienced over the last 2 years. However, what happens is when we become somewhat equal to the private sector has the ability just to increase the salaries. So right now we're seeing a lot of loss of licensed nursing assistants to contract companies, private companies that do contract, and they're paying quite a bit more than we are. Our dietary and our laundry workers are some of the lowest paid. How much is it hourly?
So typically laundry and dietary will start around between $12 and $14 an hour, which is tough to recruit when, and I don't want to put any facility down, but they could literally go to McDonald's and make $5 to $6 more an hour for a lot less work.
For burger flippers.
Right. So it's been tough. They were somewhat better, but we're getting out-marketed again.
Follow up. My second question would be, we're getting back to the LNA question. Is that in-house teaching?
Yes. So we have staff that teach the LNA program, and then we have the state comes and does the testing to test them, and then once they pass, they can be licensed.
Do the LNAs pay for that, or is it paid for them?
We pay for it with a commitment. So they have to commit
That's
to
what I'm
us
getting at.
12 years. I almost said 12 months, or the equivalent of a full-time 2,080 hours. So what happens is if they leave and they choose to leave before that commitment is done, then it's prorated and they must pay that back to the state of New Hampshire. The majority of time people stay for the whole time, and then they may leave again to go somewhere else where they're getting offered a lot more money.
Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at your census, and certainly we know that the COVID pandemic disrupted nearly everything. But between 2020 and 2021, there's a decrease of nearly 70 residents.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you could explain more specifically why that was. Do you have
can.
residents leaving or an unfortunately high mortality rate?
Yes. So it was before me. So I know that both Paul Lloyd and Brian were there on the front lines with that. That was COVID. There was a huge loss of veterans at the facility before the vaccine was available early on. They made it quite a while right before the vaccine came, before the COVID had actually entered the facility. So you see a big drop there related to the COVID. And we've been struggling to get up there again. Because with the average age of 83, we do lose a lot of people. So this number looks like it stayed the same, but that's a lot of residents who have come in and gone out. But that's the explanation for that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Coming on, hopefully the 8 Marines are working out, staying in shape, and staying out of trouble.
I don't know about staying out of trouble, but all you need is 8. They'll make a mess.
All you need is 1, right?
That's true. That's
Right.
true. Yes.
Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
For your time. And last but not least, a new part of our orientation. Thank you, Representative Rollins. I'll let you introduce and recognize the folks from Rolling Thunder. Glad you're here in uniform, looking good. Representative Rollins, can you kind of take it from here?
Sure. Thank you for coming down with us today. It's good to see the group here. I hope you're getting something out of this, and I'm looking forward to, the committee's looking forward to hearing what you have to say, what Rolling Thunder is all about, explain what we do for our veterans, and what we do on the national level. And we have Bill Dufour and Les St. Pierre here with us today. Bill is the president, Les is the MIA POW expert that we have on our committee. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to speak on behalf of Rolling Thunder. Good morning. I'm Bill Dufour, as Skip said, or Representative Rollins said, President of Rolling Thunder Chapter 2, New Hampshire. And to my right is Les St. Pierre, United States Army and Vietnam veteran. First and foremost, I want to thank every veteran for their service to this country. And the Vietnam veterans, welcome home. Rolling Thunder started with two Vietnam veterans in New Jersey, Artie Mueller and Ray Manzo, in the fall of 1987. They were sitting in a diner discussing more than 10,000 reported sightings of live Americans living in dismay captivity. They were deeply troubled by the neglect of attention given to those who did not make it out with their lives or their freedom. So they decided to do something, and they started Rolling Thunder, and which grew to what it is today. The first demonstration ride in DC was 1988, and the last was 2019. Right now, each territory, they do their own demonstration rides, like us here in New England. We meet down in Plainridge Park Casino. They let us use the parking lot to line up, and then we do a police escort to Fall River Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall in Bicentennial Park. Rolling Thunder, the name came from a 1965 bombing campaign against North Vietnam, dubbed Operation Rolling Thunder. Incorporated in 1995, Rolling Thunder is a 501c4 nonprofit veteran support organization. In 2007, Rolling Thunder Charities Incorporated was established as a 501c3. We're not a motorcycle club. We're an organization that helps local veterans in need and to educate the public of the prisoners of war and missing in action issues. Our mission statement is as follows. The major function of Rolling Thunder Incorporated is to publicize the POW MIA issue, to educate the public that many American prisoners of war were left behind after all previous wars, and to help correct the past and to protect future veterans from being left behind should they become prisoners of war missing in action. We are also committed to helping American veterans from all wars. We do fundraising throughout the year, all kinds of events we do, and just to help out veterans with either groceries, rent, car payments, even gas to get them back and forth to the VA, groceries, anything they need. We also do flag lines at funeral homes and grave sites, and for different events, football games, whatever we're invited to. We've also done escorts for our heroes to their final resting places, mostly to Boscawen, the New Hampshire State Veterans Cemetery, but we've done it to Arlington Cemetery also. There are 90 chapters throughout the country with approximately 10,000 members. There are 9 chapters in New England and 3 chapters right here in New Hampshire. Chapter 1, New Hampshire, is based out of Epping, New Hampshire. Chapter 2, we are based out of Claremont, New Hampshire. And Chapter 3 is based out of Hinsdale, New Hampshire. Chapter 2 was chartered December 14th, 2010. We just had our 14th anniversary, and we're still going strong. We have 45 members, 16 being veterans. There's a total probably around 580 in New England totally. Our website is rollingthunder2nh.org. On that, you could find a hardship form that we help out veterans with. You can make donations. Our emails are on there. And if you wanted to find out where all the chapters are throughout the country, you could get on Rolling Thunder National, and then it'll just click on the chapters, and then it'll show you where all the chapters are. You don't need a motorcycle to join Rolling Thunder. You don't have to be a veteran. I'm not a veteran. My saying is, I didn't serve my country. I'm serving my veterans. That's why I joined Rolling Thunder. We have old members, young members, junior members, veterans, non-veterans. We also have a Gold Star father that is a state rep, and that's Representative Rollins. It's an honor to have him as a member. We are all united in the cause to bring full accountability for POW MIAs of all wars, reminding the government, the media, and the public we will not forget. There are dedicated groups still looking for any remains to bring families closure. One is JPAC, J-PAC. JPAC is Joint POW MIA Accounting Command, which is a task force within the U.S. Department of Defense whose mission is to account for Americans who are listed as POW MIA from all past wars and conflicts. JPAC is made up of military and civilian people. Another way for everyone not to forget is we have donated several POW MIA chairs throughout our community, like the Newport Town Hall, the Senior Center, Moose Lodges, and schools, and also flags too, POW MIA flags. We donate them. One more thing I'd like to bring up before Les speaks is Claremont is hosting the Wall That Heals. It's a 3/4 inch scale of the Vietnam Memorial Wall in DC. We are escorting the wall from in Claremont to Monadnock Park, where it will be set up, and we will help break it down also. There's 40 slots per year, and there are 140 applicants to host the wall, Claremont being one. The wall has only been in New Hampshire 4 times in its history. And the arrival date is June 24th of this year. Display dates are June 26th through the 29th, and it's can be observed 24 hours a day while it's still there. Yeah, anything else on that, you think? Nah. So if you get on our website, you could just keep on, you know, what's going on with the wall. So keep up to date with that. All right, here's Les. Remember, always think a veteran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all our state representatives. I'm Les St. Pierre, Vietnam veteran. A few years ago, Bill came up with an idea to recognize the MIAs that have been identified. So monthly at our meeting, I go through during the month and put together a list of MIAs that have been identified. The identification process is achieved through the DPAA, which is the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, which was established in 2015. Prior to that, there were 4 other organizations with this project, and all it did was tread water. So in 1973, from World War II, there were 73,677 MIAs from World War II. There are now 71,986. So we have identified from World War II 1,691 MIAs. Korea, was 8,157. We are down to 7,446. That's 711 Korean veterans have been repatriated. Vietnam, there was 2,634. We are down to 1,573. So we have identified from Vietnam 1,061 members. The Cold War, which lasted from 1945 through 1991, there was 128 MIAs. They have accounted for 126 from the Cold War. We are down to only 2 MIAs from the Cold War. The Gulf Wars and Libya, there were 6 MIAs. All 6 of those have been identified. A highlight was in September, the 700th MIA from Korea was ID'd. It's a long, slow process to ID. Some of the IDs take 2 to 3 years once they start working on it. New Hampshire itself has 319 MIAs. 273 are from World War II. We have 40 from Korea, and we still have 6 from Vietnam. It's a long, slow process. It's hard. Most of these have come through a lot of work. They have to get approvals from, first they have to find sites where these individuals might be. Then once they get orientation of where these sites are, they have to go through the governments of that country where they are, get permission to search the areas. So it's a process that's apt to take 5-10 years sometimes, but it's a slow process, and we're proud that Rolling Thunder, that we're supporting this all the way through to identify our MIAs. It's I got a whole bunch of cards here, but I can't go through them all. One of the things they have accomplished was from World War II, the USS Oklahoma, when that was attacked during Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th, 1941, there was 429 sailors killed on that ship. Through 1947, they were able to identify 35. That left 394 individuals unable to be identified. They were buried in mass graves throughout Hawaii, and they started exhuming. They exhumed them in 1957. They started, and they were reburied again. And in 1975, they started the whole process all over again. Since that time, since 2015, since the DPAA took over, they have now identified everyone from the USS Oklahoma. Of all those identifications, due to the fact they had no DNA or ways to identify the bodies, they have done a mass grave of just 30 individuals that have not been able to be identified. They know that they have their names, and they were all buried together in one mass grave, but individually identified as unknown. So the MIA thing will never go away. Most of the ones from World War II, about 75% of those 41,000 are going to be as unrecoverable because they went down at sea. So forever, our country will have MIAs for that fact. Other than that, it's something that we want to always keep in mind, that family members never have closure because their loved ones are never going to be found. But the good thing is that organizations keep it in the forefront that we still consider them family and MIAs, and we're keeping the government accountable for that. Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you very much for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Bill and Les. I did not know. I had no idea that you folks did what you do with the MIA issue, and to think how many thousands, especially from World War II, and just never. It's just something to ponder. Questions or comments for the speakers? Representative Rollins.
Yes, thank you. I noticed, heard you mention that you have some of the cards with you. I know we read these at our meetings. For the sake for the committee to understand what we read, what is on those cards, do you have, say, 2 of these cards that you could read? So that
I didn't bring any of the cards with me. When they're identified, some of the sites I have to go to will just have their name and when they were identified. But I put together the cards. I try to do the individual's name, their age, their hometown, where they served, whether it be on a ship or whatever units they served with, and possibly where they were KIA, which killed in action. I try to keep that on all the cards, and an update of when and if they were buried, whether they were buried at a national cemetery, buried overseas, or came home to be buried with their family. So these cards, I put them together, 3x5 cards, and we pass them around the room, and a member will read it, and what gives feeling to that is saying the missing man's name, man or lady. Saying the name brings to forefront of what the MIA is, and so it's a good thing. I enjoy doing it, and like Representative Rollins said, he always, when I pass the cards around, he's always sure to grab at least 1 or 2 to read the names to highlight what our mission and what we're staying around for.
Maybe Representative Rollins could bring a couple cards to some of our future sessions, if there's no objection, and read them here. That would be good to see.
It will bring a lot of feeling to you.
Anything else? Thank you again. Thank you for your service, and thank you for all that you do. So glad that you came in. Thank you, Representative Rollins. It's a nice addition to our program. And with that, we are adjourned until 1300 hours, 1 p.m., and we'll have two bill hearings this afternoon starting at 1. Okay, 2-minute warning. About 2 minutes, we'll gavel this and we'll get started. Okay, we'll come to order here. It's just after 1300 hours, just after 1 p.m. We're doing 2 bill hearings this afternoon, HB 55 and then HB 104. HB 55 we'll start with right now. This is an act repealing the Selective Service Compliance Act. The analysis line, and there should be some copies of the bill available. This bill would repeal the Selective Service Registration, Awareness, and Compliance Act. The prime sponsor is here. He's from this committee. Representative Mannion, welcome, and have at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham, United States Marine Corps infantry combat veteran with 2 deployments to Iraq with 3rd Battalion, 6th Marines. Current RSA precludes individuals from being employed by or achieving higher education in the state without first registering for selective service with the federal government. I have not found any information suggesting we are financially compensated for enforcing this, unlike most other federal laws and programs that states cooperate with the feds in enforcing. It should be noted there is no fiscal note. In addition, with regards to higher education, as of 2025, the free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, has removed its own requirement that applicants be registered for the draft to apply for federal student loans. As with many private sector industries, the state is having trouble filling many roles. We have a bill right now to form a study committee to look into the problems with hiring law enforcement. The Selective Service Compliance Act is a hindrance to this process. We limit the talent pool unnecessarily by putting hurdles in our own way. The federal government already has steep penalties should someone fail to comply with the draft, should it be started up again. It doesn't make sense to me that we as a state put ourselves and our citizens at a disadvantage when the draft has not been active for 50 years. I ask that you vote OTP on HB 55. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Foss.
Yes, so I did a lot of reading on this one and on the Selective Service Act in general. I note that most states have a similar law, which is a variation of amendments in the actual law, and that some don't. Do you know of any instances where, as would be the case here, a state had a law like this in place and then repealed it?
I don't know of any that have repealed it, but I think it's like 30 something states have this on the books right now. And like, it's probably one of those things that was filed. I know in New Hampshire it was filed in like the late 90s. And it's one of those things where I'm sure there's guys from the Vietnam era that felt like, people were draft dodging, and they, probably had some remorse, or not remorse, but, they wish that more people would have stepped up and would have been filed. So they added extra penalties on top of the already like draft dodger penalties that may come down from the federal government. So I think like in light of the 21st century conflicts that have occurred, I think we should be a lot more skeptical about just like blind adherence to allowing the federal government to just snatch people off, to send them off to war zones that may not have the greatest outcomes for the United States, including future blowback that could occur down the line, especially a decade from now. So that's my answer.
Other questions? Representative Lloyd.
In your testimony, you stated that, thank you, Chairman, by the way. In your testimony, you stated that this is a hindrance to law enforcement, and they're getting their numbers up for candidates and everything. Are we hearing any testimony later today from law enforcement agencies to?
I was just to clarify, I know that just cruising through the LSRs, I know we have at least one study commission to study why we're having trouble recruiting law enforcement. And like, while this may not be even on the radar of what their problems are, it's one more thing that it's like, okay, well, we have this perfect candidate, like he's whatever. And then, oh wait, he's a conscientious objector. He has nothing. He doesn't want to register for the draft. Well, can't hire him. Like we're not allowed to hire them. That's what the RSA currently says. We're not allowed to. Each department is in charge of enforcing this.
Representative Foss kind of asked a question I made a note about. So just to follow up on what she said, to be clear, is there a single other state that has repealed?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't looked into seeing who has repealed it.
Okay. So to your knowledge, there's not a single other state that has done this?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Other questions for the prime sponsor?
I do.
Representative Seibert.
Yeah, I just had a question in regards to, hold on one second. No, I think you cleared it up, actually. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Okay, but before we lose the prime sponsor, I do have some pink cards and some people who want to testify. Is a history guy. The purpose of the draft, it came about Civil War and then it was gone, came back World War I. The draft was brought back like in 1940, and then it was by one vote in 1941, the year we went to war. They almost did away with the draft, and by one vote in Congress, they kept it. And then it's been back and forth, up and down. It went away in 1973. I know that because I turned 18 just at that time. Purpose of the draft is to come up with people, manpower, person power, in a time of war, in time of need. I think we needed the draft, certainly after Pearl Harbor, as it turned out, or else we would not have had the personnel we needed to win the war, in my view. So given that purpose of the draft, and the reason they kept selective service was to have a mechanism or structure in place if we had to go back to it. What if we did have another massive war start where we needed people without the selective service? Would we be up the creek without a paddle, or how would you? What do you say to that?
You mean in general, or in regards to
my question? Is what if there was a big war and we don't have selectives, we don't have a draft?
Oh, okay. So my bill doesn't touch that, for the record. It doesn't stop the draft. It just stops like us penalizing ourselves for people not registering for the draft. So to go follow on from that, I believe that in the times of need, people will step up when it's required. And what that definition of is required, it depends on the context of the conflict. If we are being invaded, I believe that many people will step up. Like, there's that famous quote, I think it was like from World War II from Japan. This has a gun behind every blade of grass. I believe that type of thing would be unnecessary to start a draft because people would just step up and defend their neighborhoods. Then we move into the greater scheme of invading foreign countries, and my question would end up being currently like looking at the conflicts of the 21st century. For what purpose? Are we invading Iraq again? Are we invading Northern Africa, or Russia because of Ukraine, China because of Taiwan? Like I struggle to find a situation where a draft would be necessary in the current geopolitical climate.
Okay. Representative Foss.
Actually just occurred to me while you were speaking. So there's no exception for somebody who is a conscientious objector?
No. Currently, the only exceptions to the rule are people who were previously enlisted and physically aren't unable to register for the draft because of mental disability, physical disability. Conscientious objector status does not apply.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, so I was going to ask another question about the states in particular. Is that okay? Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Seibert.
Yeah, sorry. I should have asked you. When it comes to, you had mentioned about other states receiving compensation for enforcing the sign up for the draft. Is that what you were talking about?
I was talking about other programs, whether it be like Drug Enforcement Agency or ATF cooperation or Border Patrol, like things like that. We get compensation for helping the federal government with their federal programs.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There's no compensation for us enforcing the Selective Service, and we're not even like in an active draft right now. So we're getting nothing out of this and just hindering ourselves.
Are there any, may I ask another question? Sorry.
Follow up.
With saying that, we don't receive any compensation, are there penalties that are possible for that?
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head, but there are very steep penalties for not complying with the draft. They include prison time and several $1,000 fines. Okay. If the draft were activated, yes, and you didn't muster.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, Representative Hemingway, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative, you said that the law enforcement were having problems getting recruits because of the conscientious observer.
I'm sorry. To clarify, the only reason I mention that is because it's a current study committee that is in there's an LSR that was filed to study a recruitment hurdle that they're running into. They don't know why. I just say, well, if we're going to be studying why we can't hire people, why we have all these laws on the books that already say we literally are not allowed to hire a certain subset of people based on this flag. You didn't sign up for the draft and we can't hire you because of that, even though you're like potentially the best candidate for this. Like that seems like we're putting roadblocks in the way that shouldn't exist as a state.
Follow up.
So if they object to do their job and carry weapons in a combat, how are they going to carry guns in a law enforcement environment?
They may be perfectly fine helping their neighborhoods. They may be perfectly fine carrying a firearm to defend the lives of the people around them, but they may not be okay with going to foreign conflicts to take the lives of people that did nothing wrong to them.
Other questions? Who was first? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a question for you. Basically, this would not cancel the national draft for purposes of the federal government. However, for the repercussions here in New Hampshire would no longer be on file with this legislation.
That's correct. As I said, I'll clarify again, this does not stop the draft. This doesn't even get in the way of the draft. This just removes hurdles that we've decided as, for whatever reason, 25 years ago, put this into our RSA to make it so we can't hire people and children can't go to higher education unless they say, I'm okay with being drafted and going to war.
Thank you for that clarification. That helps. Representative Foss.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we're clear. So when we're talking about the penalties earlier, including that's penalties for the individual.
And from the federal government.
Yes. There are no penalties to the states, right?
No, No, the state doesn't penalize people for not. This
No,
is
I mean-
our only penalty that exists for failure to comply.
No, I mean, there would be no penalties from the government to a state for not having.
No, as far as I have seen, no. There's like the fiscal note says nothing. Like if we fail to enforce this law, we just took this upon ourselves to enforce the draft.
Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please repeat what you said about the FAFSA?
So FAFSA is you used to, when you applied for federal student aid, you'd go through the FAFSA form, and there used to be a component on there that required that you were registered for the draft, very similar to the New Hampshire law. That is phasing out this year. I'm not sure when that started, but that it officially ends this year. When you file for federal student aid, you no longer have to comply or say that you complied with the draft.
Follow up.
So to clarify, so what FAFSA is doing doesn't have is not related to this bill. It's just saying that this bill wouldn't interfere with FAFSA's process.
That's correct. The reason I brought it up is because it's pretty funny that the federal government is saying we're not going to enforce our own law, and then the New Hampshire is still going to enforce their law on their behalf for no upside.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a card here.
Chairman, yes, could you pass that up, because otherwise, close this meeting.
Yes, pink cards, let them flow forth to this spot here. Okay. Major General David Michaelitis. In opposition to the bill, General Michaelitis is the Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard. Welcome back. One minute, one moment. Okay, welcome back, General.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Chair, committee members, for the record, I'm Major General David Michaelitis, the Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard and the Commissioner of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. On the bottom line on the front is we are opposed to this bill. I wear two hats. As the Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard, I don't see a sort of a direct impact that repeal of this legislation would affect the recruiting and retention of men and women into the New Hampshire National Guard. So on the Adjutant General side of it, I don't see a direct impact, other than the fact that one of the punishments in state law is your ineligibility if you do not apply, if you don't fill out the Selective Compliance Act, is you're ineligible for state financial awards or incentives for post-secondary education. That would sort of give us a level playing field, unfortunately, for service members who don't want to serve, versus our biggest thing is tuition waiver at the University System of New Hampshire. So, but generally speaking, as an Adjutant General, we're sort of neutral on this bill. Why I'm adamantly opposed to it is because I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So let's establish some facts. As the chair gave you a little bit of history of the Selective Service Act, the biggest thing I would offer to you is there's a 84% national compliance rate from calendar year, the last statistic was calendar year 2023, with the Selective Service Act. In the Selective Service Act, if you don't apply or enroll in it, you're ineligible up to a felony conviction, up to 5 years incarceration, and a $250,000 fine. And in addition to certain federal incentives and financial assistance. That's federal. As the representative alluded to, 31 states out of the 54 states and territories have additional constraints or restrictions or punishment at the state level if you do not adhere to the Federal Selective Service Act. So when you look at the three items that New Hampshire has put in statute, two of them maintain to education, and one of them also maintains to an employer and state government. At the state level in New Hampshire, there's about a 75% compliance rate with the Selective Service Act. I am opposed to it as the Commissioner of the Department of Military Affairs because of our dual mission of supporting the men and women in uniform and the 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. And as the bill sponsor alluded to, I do not want a conscientious objector as a state employee who is working as a veteran service officer to give them the care and necessary sort of services that a veteran deserves in this state. So as a minimum, I am adamantly opposed to this restriction being repealed from state government as an employer of and care of the 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. Subject to the questions, that's all I have.
So you'll take, are there any questions? Representative Foss.
So regarding what you just said about conscientious objectors, so you're saying somebody who was a Quaker wouldn't be as good at providing care, or me, for example, because I'm a woman and I didn't have to register for the Selective Service?
No, ma'am. What I would say is if, according to federal law, 18 to 26-year-old males must register. So for an 18 and 26-year-old male to make the decision to not want to enroll in the Selective Service Act, why would I want them an employer to be taking care of our veterans? The requirement doesn't apply to you or a Quaker, or that's not what the federal law is about. It doesn't give you, it doesn't matter to religion and gender. I would
follow up.
Yes, but many Quakers are conscientious objectors. So that would apply. If you're saying you don't want any conscientious objectors, and Representative Mannion said that there's no conscientious objector exception, so that would rule out a lot of people based on religion.
All right, I'll rephrase my response to saying any male between the ages of 18 and 26 who refuses to apply or sign up for the Selective Service Act in the future could be hired as an employer in the Department of Military Affairs. I don't think if they can't do the basic civic duty like the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's a federal law, then I would be concerned with their employment status or how they want to take care of our veterans who have served.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, General. Representative Heath Howard is in support of the bill. He's asked for 3 minutes. And we have no time restrictions if you go over that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Or under it. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. When I was 16 years old, I broke my back. I had a L4 burst fracture. I had 4 rods and 8 screws put in. And because of that, I've always been exempt for the draft. I've never had to worry about having to fight in an overseas war, and it is never something that I would want to force upon others when I myself am not subject to that. Our veterans make such great sacrifices, and I think that we're very lucky to have a very robust voluntary force. And it is for those reasons that I'm in support of HB 55, because I don't think anybody should have to break their back in order to get out of military service or die in a war that they don't believe in. And I don't think that they should be punished for not consenting to the draft. Like my good friend from Pelham had said, you know, there are a number of restrictions that are placed on people when they object to submitting their draft card. It is something that I think is egregious and limits people's individual freedoms and liberties. I don't think that we really have a future need for the draft in our current geopolitical state, as the representative from Pelham had said. And I truly believe that this is something that will allow people to exercise their rights fully. Thank you so much. I'm open to any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Kevin Grady of State Federal, as you were, Kevin Grady of SVAC, State Veterans Advisory Committee, was here this morning. He's in opposition to the bill. He's asked for 5 minutes. Welcome back, Mr. Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I am a 27-year veteran of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. And today here I'm speaking on behalf of the State Veterans Advisory Committee that we talked to you about this morning, who we are and what we do. During the last legislative session, there were two bills that dealt with the Selective Service Act. The first would have required that we post some statistics and other, it was 1247 if you want to look it up, some statistics and other data at recruiting stations in the DMV that would have been really detrimental to recruiting. And that bill was found inexpedient to legislate, as was House Bill 1338, which would have restricted information flow back to the federal government for Selective Service, would have provided a check form at the DMV where somebody could register as a conscientious objector, which is not the process at all. There is a process to become a conscientious objector. That is not it. There's a board process for it. Okay. And then also remove the penalties, which is kind of what you see in front of you today has been scaled down from 1338 to just removing the penalties here in New Hampshire for failure to register with Selective Service. To be honest, and Representative Mannion probably back this up, we didn't discuss this for very long at our meeting. He was at the meeting where we talked about this. To us, it just feels like when you take the penalties away from this Selective Service thing at the federal level, what you're doing is you're sort of trying to enable people to do the wrong thing. And that feels wrong to us. And that was a lot of what the sentiment was that was coming out of the room. Is it's just, it's like you found a law at the federal level and you're really essentially at the state house level kind of powerless to affect that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to sort of chip away at it, and we're going to give people an opportunity to potentially ignore this and still qualify for higher education in the state, still qualify for state jobs, those kind of things. So that it just kind of felt like, we're not doing the right thing when nobody's looking. That's kind of our mantra in the military. You got to do the right thing all the time, even when nobody's looking. If you wanted to encourage our congressional delegation to say, we haven't drafted anybody since 1973, okay? I was a sophomore at the Air Force Academy when we last drafted somebody. If you wanted to say that this thing as a time is come and gone, we've got an all-volunteer force. As Gerald told you this morning, we're currently making our recruiting quotas and all those. The chances of this being used are very small, very small. The chances of a World War III scenario, in my opinion, as a military professional, lasting more than 3 days are remote. They're really remote, okay? I noticed the chairman laughing. I think he might agree with me on that. A World War III scenario is not going to last long at all. Not long enough to recruit, not to draft and train people, okay? So if you wanted to say that this thing is a law that's come and gone, we could have that discussion at the State Veterans Advisory Committee. If you wanted to say that, you know what, fair is fair, and if we're going to make our young men register for Selective Service, we ought to make our young women register for Selective Service as well. We could have that discussion as well. But this just to us feels like we're trying to do the wrong thing. And that's really, I'm trying to convey to you sort of the feel that I got from the room that day, and that was it. So subject to your questions, that's all I wanted to tell you.
Are there any questions? I have one, Ms. Grady, which you may not be able to answer. Maybe someone else can. I'm wondering about the current infrastructure to maintain the Selective Service Administration or whatever. Again, we've said several times it ended 52 years ago, which I remember that. Are there any Selective Service federal personnel types in New Hampshire? I don't know. That's what I'm wondering is, well, you may not know either, but
Leo does know.
As chair, I'm going to ask him to come up and answer this question because I think it's of interest to more than just myself. How big is this Selective Service infrastructure that's maintaining a skeleton operation in case we ever need it? And are there any New Hampshire employees of that?
Yes, sir. So the answer is yes. Leo Paquin, State Veteran Advisory Committee Chairman. I'm actually on the local Selective Service Board. So if there were to be a draft, I'm one of the people that would sit on the board that you would sit in front of to become a conscientious objector. So there isn't like you just one day say I'm a conscientious objector. What happens is you register for the draft. That starts the process. And then once there is a draft, then you can say I'm a conscientious objector. And it's not, I don't want to fight, or it could be, I want to do non-combative services. So you can do something, you have choices. There are different tiers of conscientious objector. It's not what you think, like, I just don't want to ever touch a gun. There could be people like, I would love to be a medic. I never want to touch a gun, but I'd love to be a medic in the military. There are people that say, I don't want to serve in the military, but I'm willing to do AmeriCorps or something like that. So there's different tiers, and yes, the board still exists. Most of them are volunteer, but there are federal employees as well.
If I could ask, are you a volunteer or are you paid by the?
No, I'm a volunteer.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the positions nowadays are volunteers.
Do you know how big presumably in DC, how big the infrastructure is, or the structure of the Selective Service operation?
You know, we're small fish in a big pond in New Hampshire, but I happen to know, I mean, the training I did recently, well, about every 2 years they do a whole training, and the scenarios are extremely interesting, and there are actually prior cases of people becoming conscientious objectors. But on the WebEx I was on, just in a local area, I had 80 people, and they're all volunteers.
Thank you. I guess I drafted you to come up here and speak, and thank you for answering the call.
I did my 8 years. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Grady? Seeing none, thank you so much. Aubrey Freeman. Aubrey is here. He was here early. Aubrey is in support of the bill from Bridgewater, New Hampshire. Welcome. Aubrey asked for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, live in Bridgewater, private citizen. I speak in support of this bill. We already have a volunteer armed services, so why are we coercing young men to sign up? In the last 100 years, when we've had attacks on the U.S. soil, there's never a problem with, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, people were signing up like crazy. When it comes to overseas interventions, people would obviously be, they'd have to think about it a lot more. They wouldn't be volunteering. So I don't think there's a problem. The volunteer army works. Now, the question really becomes, does your body belong to you or does it belong to the state? If you believe that it belongs to you, then we should not limit young men's opportunities to go to a state college or university, apply for a tax-funded student loan, or to apply for a state or even a municipal job, because they did not want to basically sign your life away. Any part of the Selective Service is it's antithetical to the 13th Amendment, which says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So, and I know people might say, well, you're just signing up for it. It doesn't really mean that they're not taking your body yet. That's the same as gun registration. Why do they have people sign up for gun? They're not really going to take your guns. It's so they can grab onto it if they need it. That's what it's there for. We don't need it. It's evil. Either your body belongs to you or not. It does not belong to the state. We should not comply. New Hampshire should not comply, period. That's why I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Would you take any questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I thank you again.
Thank you.
I have one more card here from Eric Brakey from Dover. Welcome, Eric. Eric supports the bill as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Brakey. I very recently moved to Dover, New Hampshire, where I'm a resident now. Prior to that, I just completed my 3rd term in the Maine State Senate, next door in the Pine Tree State. But I'm happy to be a resident of the Live Free or Die state today. I'm also the executive director of the New Hampshire Free State Project, but I am here in my individual capacity, not on behalf of any organization. I thought I might add a little bit of historical context to these deliberations today. I think it's worth noting in the context of military conscription that military conscription was not a part of our federal government. It was not utilized by our federal government since the establishment of the U.S. Constitution for basically the first 100 years or so. It was not until the Civil War that conscription was first used, though many historians regard it as having actually been counterproductive. It led to draft riots, and there wasn't really difficulty getting volunteers during that war. It didn't really come into full practice until World War I, and I think that history bears out that conscription has only really been necessary. I mean, I guess necessary depends on your perspective, for unpopular wars. As I think was previously noted, when we are attacked or when people feel that there is an actual truly compelling threat to American security, there are no shortage of volunteers willing to stand up and fight for their country. But certainly at times like right now, when we have gone through 20 years of very unpopular wars with unarticulated missions and no declarations of war from Congress, certainly it is getting harder and harder for the military to recruit people to go off and fight in these wars. And I think this is why today in Congress you do hear more and more talk about bringing back the military draft. But it is worth noting that the military draft has not been in active use, even though it is on the books, has not been in active use since the end of the Vietnam War. There were actually very famous debates about this between Milton Friedman and General Westmoreland on a commission that was commissioned by President Nixon to study the effectiveness of the draft. I think one of the very enlightening moments in those debates was General Westmoreland saying to Milton Friedman that I do not want to command an army of mercenaries, degrading the idea of a volunteer service where people are there because it's their job and they're paid for it. To which Milton Friedman replied, better an army of mercenaries than an army of slaves. And let's understand that that's exactly the crux of this, right? When we are talking about involuntary conscription, people being forced to enlist and go off and fight in a war that they perhaps do not believe in and do not choose to participate in, that is a form of slavery. And I just want to harken back actually to during the War of 1812, I think there was a very poignant moment of debate in Congress actually, and one of the preeminent figures in this was a famous New Hampshire statesman, Daniel Webster. There was a push to institute a draft for the first time under the United States government for the War of 1812, when we were actually being actively invaded by the British and the White House was being burned down. And yet even still, Daniel Webster stood up, and I just want to share some of his words, and then I'll be done, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you have. So this was what he had to say in Congress about the proposed conscription. Is this, sir, consistent with the character of a free government? Is this civil liberty? Is this the real character of our Constitution? No, sir, indeed it is not. The Constitution is libeled, foully libeled. The people of this country have not established for themselves such a fabric of despotism. They have not purchased at a vast expense of their own treasure and their own blood a Magna Carta to be slaves. Where is it written in the Constitution? In what article or section is it contained that you may take children from their parents and parents from their children and compel them to fight the battles of any war in which the folly or the wickedness of government may engage it? Under what concealment has this power lain hidden, which now for the first time comes forth with a tremendous and baleful aspect to trample down and destroy the dearest rights of personal liberty? Who will show me any constitutional injunction which makes it the duty of the American people to surrender everything valuable in life, and even life itself, not when the safety of their country and its liberties may demand the sacrifice, but whenever the purposes of an ambitious and mischievous government may require it? Nor is it, sir, for the defense of his own house and home that he who is the subject of military draft is to perform the task allotted to him. You will put upon him a service equally foreign to his interests and abhorrent to his feelings. With his aid, you are to push your purposes of conquest. The battles which he is to fight are the battles of invasion, battles which he detests, perhaps, and abhors, lest the danger and the death that gathers over them, and the blood with which they drench the plain, than from the principles in which they have their origin. Fresh from the peaceful pursuits of life, and yet a soldier but in name. But he is opposed to veteran troops, hardened under every scene, inured to every privation, and disciplined in every service. If, sir, in the strife he fall, if while ready to obey every rightful command of government, he is forced from his home against right, not to contend for the defense of his country, but to prosecute a miserable and detestable project of invasion, and if in that strife he fall, 'tis murder. It may stalk above the cognizance of human law, but in the sight of heaven it is murder. And though millions of years may roll away, while his ashes and yours lie mingled together in the earth, the day will yet come when his spirit and the spirits of his children must be met at the bar of omnipotent justice. May God in his compassion shield me from any participation in the enormity of this guilt. They don't make him in Congress like that anymore, I will say. Daniel Webster was truly an amazing figure of New Hampshire. Thank you for listening to me and for hearing this bill. If there are questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I'm happy to go sit back down again.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. The Daniel Webster oration you just read was very powerful. He was born just up the road here, as you probably know. As you mentioned, he is a Granite Stater. I do want to point out that most of our NATO allies do have a draft or some form of compulsory service. Some of the models that our allies have involve compulsory national service short of, they have options. They can go into a military area or a non-military service area. And there have been proposals in our country to look at that type of model. If we ever adopted a compulsory, a non-military compulsory service option exists elsewhere, would that make any difference as to how you would look at this?
Well, I mean, I guess if we're measuring against the status quo, I would say certainly it would be better for people to have the choice not to go into a combat role if they have moral objections to it. But I would still morally object to the underlying principle that people should be coerced and forced into a version of slavery that they're not voluntarily choosing for themselves. Again, I think that history bears out that when the public feels that a conflict is based on a real threat to America, or responding to a real attack on American soil, or real American interests are at stake in a tangible way, and there is a mission that is clearly articulated and laid out, there's no shortage of people who are willing to stand up and fight for that.
Other questions? Seeing none, I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And your testimony. Okay, we have one more. We do have another pink card for HB 55. Representative Perez, welcome.
Hi. I wasn't going to speak on this, but a very valid point was brought up. As far as I'm concerned, this requirement of men is discriminatory. Until we start making women do the exact same thing and sign up, it's discriminatory. That was brought up by the gentleman before me, and maybe that's how we need to do it. So it's not, but I think we should get rid of it altogether. Thank you.
Would you take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. And that was the last pink card for HB 55. I will say that we are scheduled to exec this and vote on it a week from today. So the folks who could not make it here, I've already told them and alerted them that I expect them to watch the video of this, and we'll be talking about it this week, and we will vote on it a week from today, FYI. Okay, I'll close HB 55 hearing. We have one more hearing today. We have a good number of pink cards. This would be for House Bill 104 with a fiscal note, 104 FN. The sponsor is, again, from this committee, Representative Mannion. HB 104, an act relative to requiring an official declaration of war for the activation of the New Hampshire National Guard in a foreign state. Welcome back, Representative. Have at it again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Tom Mannion, representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. I'm also a United States Marine Corps infantry combat veteran with two deployments to Iraq with 3rd Battalion, 6th Marines. It was my experiences there that motivated me to learn about U.S. foreign policy and got me interested in politics. When I first heard about this bill last term, it was entirely within my wheelhouse, and I'm happy to bring it to this committee this term. HB 104, known as the Defend the Guard Act, will prevent the New Hampshire National Guard from being deployed to a combat zone without a formal declaration of war issued by Congress pursuant to Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. I believe the premise is one that just about all of us can agree with, so I'll focus on attacking the fiscal note. Firstly, it mentions federal funding may be put at, quote, risk, which is intentionally non-committal language. And after a term here in Concord, I've heard many other committees with regards to health mandates, education policy, vehicle inspections, you name it. Whenever the legislature files a bill the executive doesn't like, they're always likely to roll out the old federal money defense to try and stop it. Congress writes the checks, and no congressperson is going to commit political suicide to defending a state guard unit, especially with Senator Shaheen on the committee. Both Congressman Gosar of Arizona and Massey of Kentucky have affirmed that no member of Congress will defund any state guard when asked specifically about this bill. I'll be closing more with the fiscal note, but bear with me. Secondly, the fiscal note mentions what is known as the Montgomery Amendment of 10 U.S.C. 12301F, which states the consent of a governor described in subsections B and D may not be withheld because of any objection to location, purpose, type, or schedule of such active duty. We are not objecting on any of those grounds. We are objecting on the constitutionality of the deployment. If the purpose of the Montgomery Amendment was to completely remove the governor consent, then subsections B and D would have been amended to remove consent requirement entirely. Would anyone here argue that Governor Newsom could withhold consent on the grounds that his state is in crisis? Next, the fiscal note reads, Title 32 U.S.C. Section 108 states, quote, if within the time fixed by the president, a state fails to comply with a requirement of this title or regulation described under this title, the National Guard of the state is barred in whole or part, as the president may prescribe, from receiving money. We are not prohibiting any Title 32 activation. The section says under this title twice, meaning specifically Title 32 activation. Title 10 has no such provision. Now, foreign policy time. AUMFs. Authorizations for use of military force are the very mechanism we are challenging with this legislation. Congress has ceded its constitutional authority over war declarations to the executive branch without a constitutional amendment to do so. As such, the president has been granted powers our founders warned against when they specifically vested the power to declare war with Congress. The fiscal note correctly points out that we have not formally declared war since 1941. Opponents will say, we need the freedom to act quickly. We, as New Hampshire, have no say in what the president can do with active duty military forces who will be the first to fight. We are simply interceding between the president and our guardsmen, requiring him to first go to Congress for a formal declaration of war before he can take our sons, our daughters, our grandchildren, and our neighbors into that fight. I want to add the specific citing of the 2001 AUMF as justification for our military misadventures is particularly absurd. The war in Syria that we helped instigate and have been supporting for a decade has resulted in the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad and installing of Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani as de facto leader. This man was a member of al-Qaeda in Iraq, the insurgency that came to that country to shoot at guys like me. He later folded into ISIS, then back out into various factions of al-Qaeda in Syria, and until a few weeks ago had a $10 million bounty from the United States on his head for his terrorist activities. National Guardsmen have been attacked because of this conflict. In 2023, the Louisiana Guard came under rocket attacks in northeastern Syria while defending oil fields. And last year, Tower 22 in Jordan, right over the borders of Iraq and Syria, came under drone attack that resulted in 3 Army reservists from Georgia being killed, along with 41 National Guardsmen wounded from Arizona, California, Kentucky, and New York. And it is my understanding through the Lance Corporal Underground that the New Hampshire National Guard had returned home from that base only weeks prior to the attack. It could have easily been our guys coming home in boxes. In closing, the most important development has occurred since we passed Defend the Guard out of the House last year in a bipartisan fashion: the nomination of Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. A few days after we took that bipartisan vote, Hegseth said on his Fox and Friends episode, "New Hampshire is simply pointing out that it's supposed to be Congress that declares war. It has become an executive branch function, and as a result, unless Congress declare war, New Hampshire doesn't have to send its troops to foreign wars. To me, it makes a lot of sense." I love this idea. It's my understanding he has since intensified his support for this bill, so the funding fears are more unfounded than ever when he's the guy that's going to be in charge of the Department of Defense. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor. You just mentioned Congress declaring war. So Congress passed the Tonkin Gulf Resolution in 1964 overwhelmingly. So do you see much difference between congressional resolution in support of military action as in the Tonkin Gulf Resolution or in 1991? I will share. In 1991, I was in a hole on the border of Saudi Arabia, and we were acutely aware that back here in America there was going to be a vote as to whether or not to authorize President Bush to use force. I heard later that he said he was going to use force either way. Of course, as it turned out, the Senate vote,
the AUMF, yes.
They passed both houses.
Right.
So my point, and again, you mentioned 2001. So you're looking for congressional sanction of military force. How much of a difference is there between a declaration of war? Last one was in 1942 against Bulgaria, of all people. So declaration of war by Congress or authorization of force by Congress, is there a distinction or a difference there?
No, I believe that there is a very big distinction here. With the authorization for use to military force, what we're currently operating under is it allows the president to decide the start point, the end point, the targets. In the case of the 2001 AUMF, we've engaged in military activities in over 20-something countries, and we're using it even in these cases where we're literally in Syria, we're fighting on the side of al-Qaeda, who is the target of the 2001 AUMF. We have never passed an AUMF to authorize anything we've done in the Syrian conflict. And because of the broad language of 2001, they just keep looking at it like, yeah, sure, that covers it. And this has been on the books and has been tried to be repealed by one chamber or the other, but it never makes it across the finish line. The 2001 and 2002 AUMFs are still in effect to this day. We're at, 10 years since bin Laden died, and we're still at the 2001 AUMF, and we're helping al-Qaeda in some of these countries. And it's not limited to Syria. We helped al-Qaeda in Libya. We're helping al-Qaeda in Yemen against the Houthis. Like, we decide who our enemies are at the whim of the day. It's ridiculous.
to be clear, if there was a declaration of war, you would have no issue with the National Guard, New Hampshire National. Okay.
We just want them to follow the constitutional process because then we can hold our legislators accountable and we can vote them out.
Questions? Other questions? Representative Seibert.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so while I agree with the messaging this is aiming towards, I do have to say that, well, you just mentioned, I believe it was Pete Hegseth is the name?
Hegseth, yes.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that appointment yet. But so if he's in favor of this, why would we not do this as a resolution? And especially being the sponsor of this bill, try not to get this done on the national scale so that it goes into effect for everybody and, you know, work with our delegation on that.
So I love the question. So the one thing I would say is Hegseth won't be Secretary of Defense forever. We need to make sure that we put these guardrails in place now. And once we break the dam, there are dozens of states lined up with similar legislation that are just waiting for the first person to go. I would love New Hampshire to be the first state to pass this. It has passed out of the upper chamber in 2 other states, and we passed it out of the lower chamber here. It's looking like it's probably going to pass the same chambers as before. I would love to do it again. As far as the discussion about a House resolution to either repeal the War Powers Act, or more specifically, asking for repeal of the War Powers Act is a big ask. A smaller ask is the 2001-2002 AUMF repeals. As I mentioned a little bit ago, they have tried for the last 20 years to try to repeal these AUMFs. It goes nowhere. Begging the federal government to fix this is why the Defend the Guard Act came about in the first place, because they kept the guys behind it, the veterans behind this, have been smashing their face against the walls of Congress, asking them to repeal these AUMFs, and they have done nothing. It is now time for the states to act in whatever way we can to stop these forever wars.
Follow up.
Yeah, so just to that tune, I mean, I think it's worth a shot though, because right now, you know, political climates definitely change from time to time. And right now it might be a time when we have that chance to do that.
I would be more than happy to file a House resolution next term if you would be my co-sponsor. I would love this for a bipartisan House resolution to repeal the 2001-2002 AUMFs.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Representative, HB 104 has an FN. For you folks watching at home or who will be watching, FN is fiscal note, which is it's looked into, researchers, OLS, Office of Legislative Services, will look into the projected costs of the measures that we put in, if there is one. The FN, the fiscal note for this measure, is $55 million. That's one of the bigger fiscal notes I've ever seen. Can you speak to the significance of the?
Sure.
Would that cost us $55 million?
I have held true since the very first time I've ever testified on this bill that is something to scare us into compliance with the military-industrial complex. They want us to be scared. They don't want us to pass this. They don't want the states to assert their rights over their National Guard and to bring challenges to the Supreme Court that would disrupt the status quo. I believe with the incoming SecDef who supports this bill and multiple congressmen that have said on record in specific reference to this bill that no defunding can occur.
Other questions? Representative Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative. So, talking on the fiscal part of this, I know that having spent many years in the New Hampshire National Guard, that my first years in there, we were always worried about whether we had the fuel or the equipment to do training. Over the last several years, 10, 20, 15 years, the money that we've been getting from the federal has been helped to get us the best equipment that we can be using, plus the facilities and the proper equipment to keep our troops safe. You do not feel that this bill will change that?
I do not believe so. No, I've heard from multiple congressmen with specific reference to this bill, and with the incoming Secretary of Defense, I do not see that the fiscal note it holds any water.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So on the back of the this here, it says the money that comes up to almost $400 million that could possibly be withheld if so desired. You still don't feel that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor,
Thank you.
Representative. Okay, I will tell you that we have a tradition of sorts here in this body. When we have hearings, we try to recognize or acknowledge current serving reps or former reps and try to give them a bit of deference. So I'll try to do that, maintaining with our custom. Occasionally there'll be a newer rep, legislator, who will put a card in, and we won't know that they are a rep. So I apologize in advance if there are any serving legislators who I don't recognize. I recognize 3, and we will go to them now. We have about 12 cards, and this is the only other bill we're going to hear today. So we'll be here as long as it takes. I don't see a need to put any limit on time of testimony. I just simply would say if a significant point has been made and developed, that you be careful about taking time to say something or develop something that's already been developed. Okay, that said, Representative Henry Jason III from Goffstown is in the House. Welcome to State, Federal, and Veterans, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of you may or may not know, I did 24 years in the Army myself. I retired from operations in the Massachusetts National Guard. I worked as an operations sergeant. So I have seen some of the effects of what happens when the National Guard is not available and ready when the federal government calls. And I just want to speak to those things from that position as a subject matter expert who worked in the field. Again, the last 15 years of my career were in human resources, recruiting, retention, and in operations. So once every quarter, each of your National Guard units has to submit a report on their readiness. That report encompasses equipment, maintenance, personnel health issues. If somebody's non-deployable because of an injury or pregnancy or something, if somebody's still in the training cycle, if somebody doesn't have the schools that they need to do their job, those are all reported. Funding for the state National Guard, 80% comes from the federal government, and almost all of the equipment belongs to the federal government. So the things that I'll touch on real quick are equipment maintenance and personnel readiness, and those are going to be used as the excuses to make the cross-leveling transfers look like it's non-punitive. We fly these helicopters on training missions. We put in for maintenance requests. If parts get allocated to other states because their states are on the deployability matrix, we're not able to keep those helicopters in the air. We have to report that as a maintenance deficiency. We report that as a maintenance deficiency too many times. Those helicopters are going to another National Guard along with the pilot allocations. If we can't get our pilots in the air often enough, they lose their flight credentials. That same thing is going to be true of our trucks. Now, in a domestic state of emergency, if we need to respond to a flood in the state of New Hampshire and get people off of rooftops or out of a place, we need big trucks and we need helicopters. Those are the first 2 resources we're likely to see problems with. In terms of personnel, we're talking about careers and we're talking about real people. It's important to understand that through NGB, the Department of Defense owns these training seats. National Guard members don't have anything on their uniform that says National Guard. They go to Army basic training. They go to Air Force basic training for the Air Guard side of the house. I apologize to my Air Guard companions. I was in the Army, so I usually refer soldiers. No disrespect to the other side of there. But all your training schools, all your promotion schools, those are all DOD schools. Those are all run by the Department of Defense. They are Army schools. Some are run through National Guard training academies, but those are open to the Army Reserves and the regular Army, or the Air Force Reserves and the regular Air Force accordingly. So if we are looking at these people as real careers and the military starts to ration the training seats to favor deployable metric states, we're talking about stagnating people's careers. So bringing that all together, if we are not able to, out of our own pockets, maintain the equipment and find a way to get our service members into training, we're going to lose readiness. And if the federal government decides that they're going to start moving these resources because they've shot us in the foot in terms of readiness, then we need to find an alternate way to make sure that we have our own resource within the state. So pending any question, my biggest concern, honestly, is that a downsizing of the state National Guard would cause us to not be able to respond in a domestic state of emergency in the state of New Hampshire. So pending any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. The last sentence you said, could you repeat that again?
I said my concern would be if we lose force structure and equipment in the state of New Hampshire, that in a domestic state of emergency, we would not have the resources to be our own rescue. To expand on that, that would put us completely at the mercy of the resources of neighboring states or of FEMA if we overwhelmed our own emergency response within the state.
And do you think it's changed by deployed to active duty in foreign states?
They are only
Is that going to
allowed-
have an effect on it?
It can have an effect on it. They're not allowed to deploy the majority of the National Guard at the same time. I believe the last time I checked, it was a 2/3 matrix where 2/3 of the National Guard had to stay in the state, and the governor also had the opportunity to either say no or defer deployments based on the state's readiness cycle and the state's available assets.
That's informative. Thank you.
So, Representative, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm not correct in what I'm paraphrasing your testimony is stating, you're saying that this measure could conceivably degrade the Guard, which would threaten the ability of the New Hampshire National Guard to conduct local missions. Is that
That is my 5-year concern, Mr. Chair.
okay? Other questions? Thank you, Representative. Representative Wheeler. Welcome, Representative Wheeler, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you very much, Chairman Moffett, members of the House State Federal Relations Committee, friends on the House State Federal Relations Committee. I'm here today in support of Defend the Guard legislation for a number of reasons that Representative Mannion outlined, but as the child of a military family, many people in my family served in the military, and as a student of history, which I know you know as somebody who teaches civics, I am deeply concerned by the United States and its turn over the last 82 years since 1942, as you mentioned, in Bulgaria when we declared war, and Congress's lack of courage around the issue of genuinely debating any of the number of conflicts that we've gone through over those last 82 years. You asked a good question, and before I get into some of my other testimony, I would like to address it about the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution and the War Powers Act that came after that. Those two pieces of legislation, specifically the War Powers Act, being that that's still used, is different than the declaration of war for the reasons that Representative Mannion brought up, but it's also because that only requires congressional leadership to know about the actions being taken by the executive branch. And there have been a number of instances in which congressional leadership doesn't let the broader members in the United States Congress know. And that puts us in a dangerous position where the leadership in Congress has some level of responsibility on these conflicts that should be given to the broader Congress and to the Congress as a whole. Not to mention the fact that it keeps us from debating these topics in an open forum, in a public way for the people of the United States to hear on the House of the floor, on that floor of the United States Senate. We haven't seen that done in a long time. I would bring up the issues around many different veterans here in this legislature who support this legislation, people on this committee who I know have served in our military and our Navy and who support this legislation, and some new members who I haven't met yet, freshmen who are here who have served our nation as well. And we're very thankful for their service. And they brought up last year Representative Potok, who was the sponsor of this legislation last year. He's a Vietnam veteran. And in rewatching his testimony, I was compelled by his comment around Vietnam was a war. Ask any of these veterans who served in Vietnam or Korea or any of these other conflicts. These were wars. And for Congress not to do its duty as outlined in the United States Constitution and debate these issues and declare war before sending our 18, 19, 20-year-old boys out to the jungle, I think is a moral travesty in the United States of America. And it's put us, from a foreign policy perspective, if you were looking at it not from the Defense Department perspective, but from the State Department's perspective, in a really hard position diplomatically. When nations see that we are willing to unilaterally go after sovereign nations for no reason whatsoever, such as Iraq, based off of a lie, then they get worried, and the stability of the world is shaky, because the United States is the most powerful country on the face of the planet, not just because of our military, our technology, our people, our prowess, but because of the land that we have and its position on the world. And our geostrategic position is just unmatched. And when we do something, the world listens. And if we are unilaterally declaring force against countries, sovereign nations, the world is listening. And I think we've seen the effects of that over the last few years with other countries following suit. We gave Congress the power to declare war because the scholars who wrote our Constitution 248 years ago saw over their history, they were very well educated men. They knew that despots, kings, over the course of history had used conflicts and wars to rally up publics. The public who, if they weren't rallied around that conflict, might realize that they were being taxed to the brim or under an authoritarian leader, as the people in the United States of America realized 248 years ago in creating our Constitution. I'm most concerned that we've entered a period in this country where it's Orwell's Forever War, where, as Representative Mannion outlined, we just find a new enemy wherever we can look for one, and the defense contracting agencies continue to make money. The executives, I should say, of those agencies continue to make money, and the congressional members who go into those consulting firms after they're members of Congress serving on the defense and appropriations committees in the United States Congress make money. And the generals who have sold out their boys, their men and women who are in their brass, who go on to serve and make money in the defense contracting agency, the military brass, the veterans who are on the ground, the people who know what it's like to be denied service by the VA, who are going through what the effects are of the United States of America doing these wars and then not paying attention or caring about the people who served in those wars. Those people who are directly facing the brunt of the government right now and knowing what it's like to be a veteran who served your country and to come back only to find that nobody knows what you went through and isn't going to help you. Those people support this legislation, and they don't want the forever wars. They don't want Orwell's Forever War, where we just continue to find a new enemy. And for me, this is personal legislation. It's not going to immediately solve the United States Congress's lack of courage issue, but it does, for what we can do here in the New Hampshire legislature, take the first step forward in New Hampshire to say, this is how we can get it done. And to your point, Representative Siebert, about a resolution, as you know, Mr. Chair, and members who have served here for a long time, House resolutions go into the congressional trash bin. They don't have any power. They don't have any weight. And if we want this legislation to have power and weight in our congressional delegation, seeing that the state of New Hampshire is genuinely looking at the fact that they haven't declared war or debated these issues for 82 years, then we should pass this legislation. And one of the last points I would make about the fiscal note for the freshmen in the room and others who have served not as long is the fiscal note is not sacrosanct. It is not, sometimes agencies and organizations, when they are against a particular piece of legislation, will exaggerate or overblow a particular fiscal note in the aim of being against this legislation. And sometimes it's the job of the legislature to say, I respect your agency, I respect your job here, but we are the legislature and we know that this is an important issue and we know that we need to move forward on this issue. The other states that have moved forward have had no issue with federal funding or threats of federal funding and have faced those threats when being proposed in committee. So I would see this as, given the fact that the United States of America has shirked its responsibility, its constitutional responsibility for the last 82 years to declare war, that it's time for the states to start taking up its mantle and urging and pushing the United States Congress to do that by withholding our troops if they're not going to take the time to declare and deliberate war. But I would agree, if they did, then those troops would be ready and able to do that work if they were declaring war and out there. I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you all for your opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our colleague, Congressman Mannion, mentioned that New Hampshire would be the first state to pass such a bill. But from your testimony, it sounds like there are other states who have passed bills like this. Could you just provide a bit of clarification?
I was under the impression that Wyoming passed the bill.
They passed the upper chamber in Idaho.
So the
Okay.
upper chamber had passed the bill with no threats or problems in that instance.
All right.
Thank you for the
Thank
correction.
you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Representative Seibert.
No, I just thought I had a little bit of a clarification on that when I looked it up. The upper chamber, that's similar to like how it passed our house initially. Am I correct on that? And then was tabled in the Senate the last time around when we had this bill?
You are correct.
That would be a similar comparison. So it has not fully passed in any state.
As I just said to Representative Mandelbaum, thank you for correcting
Okay.
me. And
I just wanted to
it
clarify.
did pass in Wyoming and Arizona. As I just said to Representative Mandelbaum, who asked the same question, that it passed the state Senate in both of those states.
Okay, no, but I want to clarify. Was it signed into law by the governor?
I just answered your question.
Right.
Okay,
What we've heard a couple times is that two other states' senates have passed it, but their houses did not. In this state, our House passed it last term, but our Senate did not. So no state, this measure, this type of measure is not survived both houses to get to any governor's desk, at least not yet. Other questions? Or, yes, Representative Foss.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, since it's never been signed into law, you have no way of knowing whether or not these financial penalties would actually come to pass. Is that correct?
Well, they have no way of knowing that these financial penalties, I mean, from your perspective and the way that you're asking that question, they have no way of knowing that these financial penalties would be imposed. In fact, the opposite. We know that the incoming Defense Secretary has explicitly stated he supports this type of legislation and would not withhold funds. And as I said in my testimony, sometimes fiscal notes are wrong and state agencies don't always know what federal government is going to do. And sometimes it's used as a scare tactic to keep people from supporting legislation, which is quite common sense. That's my testimony.
Follow up?
But just to clarify again, prospective Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has also said that women shouldn't serve in combat and then walked that back. So are you saying that we should just assume that what he said before he got confirmed on Fox News is what's actually going to happen?
I think you're asking a question from a political lens that I'm not going to answer because it's frivolous and not to the point of the legislation that we're discussing here today.
Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Wheeler. Good to see you again.
Always good to see you.
First of all, just one comment. I don't think the federal government will ever get rid of the National Guard because they're going to need us. That's number one. Number two, I know you're a young guy, but I was 14 in 1958 when the outgoing President Eisenhower warned us about the military industrial complex. Could you speak on that?
I could, Representative Gagnon. You and I didn't even coordinate this. That's beautiful. But I forgot to. What I did forget in my testimony.
Excuse me, Representative. I want to get into this. I want to make sure our focus is on the measure at hand, and I think it could be I think I get Representative Gagney's point.
It's
about,
a quick.
Sure. So let's go ahead and develop that.
I think what Representative Gagney was saying is absolutely pertinent to what we were talking about here, and what President Eisenhower said in 1952 in his farewell address to the American public. This is a piece to that, one paragraph of that address, which I urge this committee to go read. It is pertinent in more than one way to what this country is facing right now. He said, quote, "This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist." And what he was discussing there is that reality that we have seen over the last 82 years, where a Congress which has a constitutional duty as outlined 248 years ago in our founding documents, have shirked that duty to defense contracting agencies which have gone about and proposed illegal wars that have killed millions of people and left our service members and industries feeling like this country doesn't work for them anymore.
Other questions? Representative Seibert.
So we have multiple pretty large contracts with companies here that reside in the state of New Hampshire. So we're going to be stopping Sig Sauer from their contract currently to create the new machine guns and manufacture the new machine guns for the military industrial complex.
Representative Seibert, that doesn't pertain to the legislation that we have before us here.
Okay, I think
just talking about that.
my concern from my previous comment is that we're drifting a little bit into some esoteric areas, which I understand the connection that you made, and I let you finish reading from President Eisenhower's farewell address, which was in January of 1961, to be clear. But I want to not get redundant or repetitive, and we're getting there, and I want to move on to other speakers. But is there any other question for the representative directly related to the measure at hand? And saying none, thank you, Representative
Thank you very
Wheeler.
much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
And Representative Clayton Wood from Pittsfield is in the House. Representative Wood, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. As the chair said, I'm Representative Wood. I represent Merrimack 13, Pittsfield, and Chichester. I wasn't going to address the committee today. This seemed to me, when I first read it, something I would support. Who doesn't want to follow the Constitution? Do I believe we're following the Constitution in the case of National Guard? Absolutely not. It didn't take me a lot of research to come to that solution. I must admit the financial part of this thing is concerning. Do I believe the federal government will do this? Yes. Do I believe they'll do it in a way that we won't even know it's happening? We'll be, because we don't have equipment working, we would not be able to go to a situation. They'll pick another state and keep their equipment working. This will be so clean, it'll be surgical. Now, speaking about that, that concerned me coming in here, but it must have been faith, because while I was working on this and looking through how the Guard gets activated, which is another bill that probably should be passed. several things came up. In the background, I have a computer on, and I find out that we got flooding all over the Carolinas, everywhere. National Guard's not there. The National Guard, the previous testimony does a great job saying how we get into conflicts. It seems like we help everybody as well. So the National Guard in North Carolina, they got 3 battalions. One that I could find is in Africa, working on infrastructure. The 2 others, I couldn't find them. I didn't do a lot of research, but they're not available to the governor. So we got 3 battalions in this area. Definitely have work to do there. Now, do I think the National Guard should be used as a first alert type of a measure? Absolutely not. But look around you. Fires in North Carolina, that didn't come up. But what came up was East Palestine, Ohio. Now, do you remember that? Going to be 2-year anniversary next month. It is still a disaster. It's an unbelievable disaster. You may believe it or not, but it's not been remedied. I look at this as being more than how we get implemented. I look at this as us protecting our state. If we have issues in the state, unfortunately, I'm not aware of it that require National Guard, even though I know National Guard is used for a lot of things, helicopter rescues, stuff like that. That happens all the time in the state. I'm aware of that. We need to protect them and use them. Am I against sending our National Guard to the North Carolinas? Absolutely not. But I mean, we just need to know where they are. We need to have access to them. Should they be in Africa? I have no idea. And I was actually surprised that a state with 3 battalions has none available. Maybe I misread that, and I will do some follow-up work on it. All I'm saying is that this is not as complicated as a world crisis. It's as complicated as day-to-day action that our federal government is using our resources for. And I know they pay a lot for those resources, but they're not available to take care of this country. So I figured all that coincidence, I had to at least pass it on to this board. Thank you so much for letting me testify, and I will entertain any questions. I think the previous speakers have done a great job, by the way. Thank you. Yeah.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Wood, would you mind just clarifying your position on this bill?
I will vote for the bill.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? See, Representative Hemingway, sure.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you were saying that there was 3 battalions in New Hampshire and none of them are available?
Not in New Hampshire, North Carolina.
North Carolina, okay. Follow up. So in New Hampshire, we have a battalion unit, and they have, as from the briefing that we had this morning, they have the HIMARS, which is a highly sought after weapon. And we also have the refuelers, which has the newest equipment out there. So if we were to take and say, no, defend the guard, and we start losing money, as the previous representative was talking about, in the readiness status, which is in fact true, would you not see where we would lose that ability and the training efficiency on that?
Thank you for the question. It's actually a good question, and it does concern me. I'll be clear with that. I actually think I love New Hampshire. We're the first at everything. If we could be the first one to pass this bill, I believe we will create an environment where this bill will be passed and we can use our troops. This only threatens us if we're the only state. As more states do it, that threat is less and less, because I agree with one gentleman said, and I'm sorry if I didn't remember the name, they need us. It may have been you. They need us. I know that. But they will, I know, well, that's my answer. Thank you.
Follow up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. So if we were to pass Defend the Guard and it would go through, where do you see New Hampshire being as far as their, and I'm interested in how this would be, what would be our primary mission? I mean, our primary mission is to defend New Hampshire and the United States with a further on overseas, as directed. But as we take this and we're no longer focusing our training on the artillery, the military police, the medevac unit that we have, the air guard unit that we have, where do you see that mission running?
Yeah, another good question. Just in a little bit of research on this, there is a way of activating the Guard, and the federal government is involved. As clearly, they use an advanced training code to implement them. If they stay in this country and part of the solution and not part of a problem, I'm for that. I think New Hampshire takes care of themselves. I don't see a lot of cases so far. We know how to take care of ourselves. We know how to put out fires. We know how to do some of the stuff that other places have forgotten how to do. But there's floods, there's natural disasters. I think when I was looking at this quickly, Louisiana had the same issue with no National Guards. Communication. There's a lot of places that I think the National Guard would fit in, and they don't have to be in New Hampshire. And doing what we want to do. We want to be first in the nation. We want to take care of ourselves. We want to take care of the rest of the citizens too as well. So I look at that a big picture. I have absolutely no problem. I have no problem if they're outside of this country, if there's a reason. Actually, that training code that I barely looked through says it's supposed to be in our territories in this country. It has nothing to say about being outside of the country. However, I do realize they call up other codes too, and I didn't get that far into it. This is way too complicated, and it's time for a state to draw the line and correct it. And I'm not looking at changing a lot, but changing, to me, the important parts, which were mentioned very carefully by some of the other speakers as well. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I have two more cards from state representatives, which we'll go to. And I know some of the folks that are here and some of the folks who are watching very much want to hear from Major General Michaelitis, who is here. So just FYI, we're going to go to the two reps, and then General Michaelitis is here. And I know he is the head of the Guard in New Hampshire. So he will be on double deck following these next two. Representative Murray is in the House. There she is. Welcome. She supports the bill and has asked for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members for hearing me today. I don't want to repeat too much of what my colleagues have already said, but I do want to focus in on this part around the financials and the constitutionality of this. Just based on the facts, Congress is unconstitutionally delegating their responsibilities to the president, whether it's through the authorization for the use of military force or through the War Powers Resolution. Both of those are unconstitutional. So that's an abdication of their duties as our representatives in Congress. That should not be happening, like point blank, period. And for me, this is so interesting to look at, especially being here in New Hampshire. I can't think of any other case, at least off the top of my head, where we're letting the federal government coerce us into upholding unconstitutional law because they're holding this money above our heads and telling us if you don't comply, then you don't get these funds. And I don't think we should let those threats keep us from changing what we know to be wrong and what we know to be unconstitutional, especially when we all took an oath of office to uphold our Constitution. In my opinion, they're coercing us to break that oath. And I don't think we should be letting the federal government intimidate us in that way into upholding this law. And like my other colleagues have mentioned, I think we can really set an example as the first state to take this step. And by taking the step and breaking the ice and being the first ones, we will empower other states to make the same changes. And then it will be a lot harder for the federal government to enforce, take away funds from a billion different states that are all passing this legislation if we all take this step forward together. And I wanted to read one quote from James Madison that I think really speaks to this. The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature. And I think that is really crucial to remember. We don't want to have a commander in chief who has the sole authority to both be enacting the calls to war and calling us to war, because that's authoritarianism. We need to have balances and checks and balances on power. And that is why our Constitution was written the way it was. But that's all I had to say. I'm willing to take questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Murray? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Murray, you and some of our colleagues who've testified on behalf of this bill have mentioned that if multiple states were to pass similar bills, the federal government potentially withholding funding would be less of an issue. Are there similar instances where maybe perhaps for other issues where because multiple states have passed a bill, the federal government has said, you know what, we're not going to cut funding, as opposed to just, is that clear?
Yeah, no, I definitely understand what you're asking. I can't think of like a perfect example off the top of my head, but I think there's a lot of instances where we've seen states wield their power either singularly or together in coalition when they see or when they have disagreements with the government. For example, and maybe I don't personally agree with this, but I believe last year it was that the governor in Texas wasn't complying with the federal government on certain issues regarding the border. And the federal government did not move forward on forcing them to comply because they had that kind of like political power to, kind of being like, what are you going to do about it? And if we have enough states that are passing this kind of legislation, I think we'll be in a similar position where we're like, this is unconstitutional. We are no longer willing to comply with something that is clearly unconstitutional. And what are they going to do about it?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative, you just mentioned constitutionality, and we've heard that time and again. There are some folks who think that it is not unconstitutional. You think it is unconstitutional. I'm hearing both of those. My question for you is, do you think there is a risk in defanging our National Guard to make a larger point about constitutionality and executive versus congressional power? Is that a concern to you that if you're correct on the constitutionalities, do you think it's worth degrading our National Guard? And I know there's an argument that they would never dare defund us, but you understand my question.
Yeah,
Are you
definitely.
concerned about if this were to move forward, that it would degrade our National Guard in the local missions that we depend on our Guard for?
Yeah, I definitely hear that. I definitely think that there is a risk that is being taken by passing legislation like this. But I think we as a state would come together if we needed to find more funds to continue supporting our National Guard. I am not an expert on the budget by any means, but I know that we do not have the amount of guardsmen right now that we have allocated funds for. So in my mind, and again, I'm not an expert, but there's already money that we're not spending right now that we have. And I think we've seen this happen with other legislation. I believe we have a law around not enforcing unconstitutional laws relating to guns, like from the AFT, like any regulations around that. And we are also taking risks in that area by not complying with those things. And I see this as a similar, New Hampshire has such a dedication to being like the live free or die state. We live by the Constitution. We live by our state constitution. And we don't let the federal government bully us. And this is such a clear, in my opinion, they are coercing us into maintaining unconstitutional law. And we're really not saying that we're not willing to send our guardsmen into war or into active combat. We're saying that they need to demand that in a constitutional way, and they need to follow a constitutional process. So I do think there's a risk, but in my opinion, adhering to our Constitution is worth that risk.
Other questions? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what? I thank you very much for being here and for your points. I just realized I think my question will be answered when the general speaks, so I'm going to pass.
I think there is truth to what you just said. Okay, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
One more state rep, sticking with our tradition, Representative Heath Howard is in support of the bill, and he's asked for 3 minutes. Welcome back, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I support HB 104 because the purpose of the National Guard is to defend our nation. To be blunt, I fail to see how deploying these troops overseas defends our nation without an official declaration of war. We have become accustomed to a practice that cuts corners and fails to meet basic constitutional requirements because it is in compliance with AUMF. Like my friend from Pelham had said, this cedes constitutional responsibility from Congress to the executive branch. This is about trying to ensure proper constitutional process is followed. In my opinion, funding concerns are speculative at best. In my life, I have never seen the federal government defund the military, and the placement of our federal delegation on the relevant committees to National Guard funding makes it extremely unlikely. We have infrastructure in this state that the federal government will not abandon. And I also do not believe that the federal government would abandon a state and refuse things like disaster aid. This legislation is not only anti-war and anti-authoritarian, but pro-constitutionality. And I think you should be placing the constitutional process first over shaky rumors about reduced funding. Thank you.
Did you say questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Major General Michaelitis is the Adjutant General, the head of the National Guard, which is the subject, obviously, of this measure. And I'm sure there are many folks very interested in what the general has to say, and I'm sure he'll take questions. He opposes the bill. He's already submitted significant testimony, written testimony, which we will get out to our members. Welcome back, General.
Thank you, sir. For the record, Major General David Michaelitis, the Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard. So in front of you is written testimony. I sent that in advance, but in addition to the back of that document is what's called Public Law 107-40. Congress passed it in 2001, which discusses the authorization of use of military force. So let's take a step back, and a lot has been said. Let's try to distill this into two big buckets. One is, my first thing I would offer to you is, when you read that the public law, this bill being opposed is the wrong legislation in the wrong legislative body. This bill is a not so veiled attempt to circumvent federal law and the federal legislative process. Everyone here today has discussed they're upset with Congress and the president who has abdicated the war power responsibilities. That is for Congress to decide. That is not for this venue, this legislative body, and for us to try to interpret, does the authorization use of military force, which has allowed our men and women to go into harm's way, whether it's valid or not. So let's just cut to the chase. This is romper room, right? It's up to Congress to decide that, not us. Number two, what is the National Guard? I chuckle when those who have not served in the National Guard try to tell us that we need to be defended. We do not. First and foremost, I'd like to say this is the National Guard is the operational force, the operational reserve of the United States Army and Reserves. The American public and Congress does not want a large standing army. Therefore, they have made us the combat reserve. That's why you see tanks, HIMARS, howitzers, airplanes in the National Guard. So let's look at Pease. Pease Air National Guard Base has a modern KC-46 refueler. As I told you earlier this morning, we're one of 18 Air National Guard bases with a refueling wing. 17 have the old Eisenhower era KC-135. New Hampshire is the only one with a KC-46. So now let's talk about funding and how they're funding for these things. The federal government funds us to be the combat reserve of the United States Army and Air Force. That's why the federal government puts us and gives us training dollars. So let's distill this budget thing where I heard a lot of different things and comment about, I don't believe it, how much is it, this and that. So let me give you a couple of facts. When the state of New Hampshire activated in state active duty 15 soldiers to go to the southwest border for 60 days, the pay and allowance and transportation costs exceeded about $600,000. There's 2,800 service members in the New Hampshire National Guard. Do the math. The pay and salary for 2,800 service members from multiple ranks from private first class to myself is $200 million. The state of New Hampshire provides us with a state active duty account $10,000 on an annual basis if we need to be activated in response to harm's way in the state of New Hampshire. So you have $200 million versus $10,000. 15 soldiers, state active duty, 60 days, Operation Lone Star, Southwest border was approximately $600,000. Do the math and bring that out. So they say, hey, Congress isn't going to take your money. We're going to be New Hampshire. You all understand we're the 4th smallest National Guard per capita in the entire country, with 2 congressional members and 2 senators. We are not New York. We are not Texas. We are not California. If you decide to go first, I would caution you with these anecdotes from the National Defense Authorization Act, with Congress just passed this year. Think of these 2 little, like these vignettes. First one is, everyone understands the Space Force was established approximately 5-6 years ago. And if you understand a little bit, you know, the National Guard were like a Space National Guard. Why is that? Because 7 states have Air National Guard units with a space mission, which approximately equals 1,100 airmen. Congress just gave the authorization for the Secretary of the Air Force to take those units from those states without a governor's consent. So when you think you're going to tell the federal government that, hey, we don't want to play by your rules and we don't need your $395 million, that's pay, allowances, equipment, training, infrastructure support, you know, that's what I would offer you too. The second thing is, in addition to the example what the Space National Guard is, so generally speaking, we are super proud of Pease Air National Guard Base. And I told you many times, we're the only Air National Guard wing with a KC-46 refueler. Conceptually, each state in the past has been given an Air Guard wing with a flying mission. Over the last decade or two, airplanes cost a lot of money. Every state no longer has a flying mission, and then states are vying for that airplane or a flying mission. Again, Congress in this past National Defense Authorization Act just gave the F-15s and the DC National Guard to the Maryland Air National Guard because Maryland lost their A-10s because they're being divested. So if you don't think Congress will move equipment across state lines because the 4 smallest states are going to tell them we don't like your interpretation of was that constitutional, unconstitutional, I would warn you against that. And my closing argument is, how does the money work? This is how the money works. Our congressional delegation cannot defend our money. Congress appropriates the money to the Department of Defense. Department of Defense appropriates down to this National Guard Bureau that gives it that appropriation to the Army and Air National Guard respectively. Why would I fund a National Guard who refuses to do its primary job, which is to fight America's wars? That is all I have, subject to your questions.
Thank you, General. To your point that you just drilled down on, you explained that some assets were moved from one state, from one guard to another, due to that state not following expectations. Now, an argument we heard last term, we've heard today, is that we've been told that we shouldn't worry about losing federal funding, that the feds would never dare to do that. So you kind of just spoke to that, but do you think there's some truth to the notion that the feds, push comes to shove, would not dare defund us?
Why would they want to fund us when we wouldn't do our job? Our job is to be the combat reserve of the United States Army and Air Force, which is fight our nation's wars. Regardless of how you think, what war or conflict we are in, that is not by decision. right? I follow the lawful orders of my commander in chief, whether it's the governor or the president of this country. So we have HIMARS, we have refuelers, we have cannon artillery. What domestic emergency would we use that for? What, an argument with the Canadians if we lose a hockey game?
Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, a hypothetical situation for you. So, if New Hampshire were to pass such a bill, and our National Guard would not be deployed overseas unless Congress passes a declaration of war. If other states wanted to use some of our resources to go to a foreign state, for instance, if they were to use some of our refueling capabilities on the way overseas, do you know if this bill would prevent that? So, like, preventing us from contributing in any way to?
Ma'am, if I understand it correctly, I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
So think of it like this: I would offer to you that this would close Peace Air National Guard base.
Okay. Wow. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Hemingway.
Major General Michaelitis. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So as we go down here, and I know this kind of goes into your background a little bit, Edward Cross Center, how was that built?
100% federal funds.
Follow on. So when we redid the building one, how was that funded?
100% federal funds.
We redid the airfield in Manchester. How was that funded?
100% federal funds.
And so, in your opinion, if we were to go ahead and pass this bill, do you think you would have the money for those buildings in the time frame that?
No.
No.
One more follow-up.
Sure. As I asked the other representative, what would be the mission of New Hampshire National Guard if we were to go ahead and pass this bill?
We wouldn't have a federal mission, and we would be so think of it like this, right? The federal government funds 100% of the salaries for the soldiers and airmen in the New Hampshire National Guard. The federal government funds and there's a cost share, 100% of our maintenance facilities to maintain our helicopters and our wheeled vehicles, 100% of the aircraft at Pease, and then there's a lower cost share for like our armories. So an armory, those 18 armories that we discussed earlier today, they have a 50-50 federal general fund cost share. I would offer to you, when we say, hey, the fiscal note is vague, because we can't sort of calculate the significant ramifications here. The $55 million is really our operating budget. So think of it like this. Our operating budget for this department is about $32 million federal, $7 million state. Our capital appropriation is generally about an 80-20 mix, where we probably bring in about 30 to 40 million of federal dollars with about a $10 million state general fund cost share. But all the equipment and to maintain it, all the salaries are all 100% federally funded.
Representative Gagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Talking about the money, I imagine that you and the people working with you bring forth a budget, what you need, right?
Yes, sir.
To the feds. Do you get 100% of what you ask for?
We're in a continuing resolution right now. So we're in a continuing resolution right now. There is significant fiscal pressures on the federal budget. We're generally given sufficient funds to pay our service members and operate the equipment which they give us.
Representative Budataki.
Just a quick question. So we had HB 55 just before, and now we are talking about 104, HB 104 FN. Major General, do you think that we are discussing how to disentangle or get away from the federal government or from the union? Do you sense that?
No.
That was a short answer. Other questions?
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. A recruiting-based question. Why is it that certain people want the National Guard instead of going to another branch of the military? I'm sure your recruiters are telling people certain things about, I don't want to say too much, about not having to go to war overseas and stuff like that. And that's part of what they're looking for. I think I need your language better than mine.
So I would say this for say, why does a young person, man or woman, want to join the National Guard? I would generally say what we discussed earlier this morning was a sense of purpose or service, something bigger than themselves. And number two is those educational opportunities. So a person can, one of our lines is you can live, learn, and serve here in the state of New Hampshire, right? And the beauty of the National Guard is we're the only service with a dual mission, right? With a commander-in-chief who's the governor of the state of New Hampshire, and obviously when called to Title 10 active duty, the President of the United States. So, our soldiers, when they do search and rescues in the state of New Hampshire, when we had almost 800 soldiers and service members supporting the state of New Hampshire during COVID, people want to help their community. And that's what they see by their service in this state.
Other questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Currently, as it stands right now, if our New Hampshire National Guard is called over to serve overseas or move overseas, would the governor be able to say, no, we don't really want to send New Hampshire National Guard?
I think we have a difference of opinion between the bill sponsor. It's our opinion based upon U.S. code that the governor does not have a say. When you're activated on Title 10 active duty, the governor does not have a say.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, General, for your testimony, for being here today, this morning, and this afternoon. I have 9 more cards, and we'll stay here as long as it takes for everyone to say what they desire to say. Again, I would just ask that you not spend a lot of time reiterating points that we've already heard. Next up is a former rep, the Honorable John Graham, who opposes the bill. Is the Honorable Mr. Graham here? Yes, he still is here. Welcome back.
To the committee, for the record, I am John Graham and I live in Bedford. And yes, I did serve a couple of terms here. Truth in lending, I'm a retired Army officer, regular Army. And I just want to put a couple things into context. When I first put on the Army uniform, NG stood for not going, because at that time, very, very few National Guard units were called to active duty for Vietnam. And let's just say that the Guard did not have a recruiting problem back then, because you weren't going to get drafted and you weren't going to be sent to Vietnam. However, with the end of that conflict and the virtually concurrent end of the draft, a new force structure paradigm was developed. With the rapid downsizing the Army at that point, we developed what was called the total force. Under this restructuring, some 70% of the combat service support units of the Army, things such as medical, transportation, maintenance, supply, were put into the reserve component, of which the National Guard is part. Additionally, it was understood that these units, as well as the combat units in the Guard, would be deployed with the active forces during any crisis. In the words of the Army Chiefs of Staff, Creighton Abrams, they are not going to take us to war again without calling up the reserves. Just a reminder that this type of restructuring was possible only by act of Congress. And every defense budget, every National Defense Authorization Act, and every series of national security and defense policies since that time have reiterated this total force concept. From a personal perspective, I will say that as a theater level planner for Desert Storm, that campaign would not have been possible without call up of National Guard units. Now let's just talk about the dual nature. I know General Michaelides kind of touched on it. He probably touched on it this morning. Yes, the governor is in command of our National Guard in peacetime and when it is activated for state emergency. However, once the president calls a Guard unit to active service for whatever purpose, informally known as federalization, that unit becomes part of the active force, and the governor has no authority over it. Let me say that again. Once called to active federal service, the governor has no authority over the Guard units that are so activated, thereby making this entire bill moot, since it's beyond the legal powers of the governor to deny the deployment of those units that have been called to active duty. Now, we can argue ad infinitum about whether or not Congress has abrogated its responsibility. You know, there have been court cases that were taken during the Vietnam War about that very issue. And the only way the combat operations in Vietnam actually ended was Congress cut off funding for combat operations in Vietnam on a certain date. So they have done that. And in conclusion, I'd just like to say something Dick Cheney once remarked, that to serve in the National Guard is to accept a dual mission. You can be called upon to defend the country against enemies abroad, or to protect lives and property here at home in times of emergency. With all that in mind, I would ask that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate, and if I was still on the floor of the House, I would actually move indefinite postponement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you take any questions?
I'll take them. I may not answer them.
Are there any questions? Having heard that you probably won't answer them, there are no questions.
You know me, Mr. Chairman, I would have answered them.
Yeah, of course. Welcome back. Good to see you, and thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Kevin Grady was here this morning. He's here this afternoon from SFAC, State Veterans Advisory Committee. Welcome back, Mr. Grady. Asked for 7 minutes, and he's opposed to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in fact, I could probably do it in less than 7 minutes now that I've allowed General Michaelides and Mr. Graham to go in front of me. A lot of the things I might have told you, they have already brought forth, and I'll just kind of gloss over them. Again, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year Air Force veteran and a 27-year veteran of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. And here I'm representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee that we talked to you about this morning. We discussed this bill very briefly at our meeting, and to be honest, we're so tired of this bill we could absolutely throw up. Okay, we opposed this bill in its different form as HB 580 in the 2021 session, and the HB 1092 in the 2022 session. We got to see HB 229 twice because it was held in this committee, and then in the 22 session, it was resurrected. I'm sorry, 23 session was resurrected last fall and passed the House in January of last year. And then it was retained in committee in the Senate. So this is the 5th year in a row that we've had to come and tell you why we don't support this legislation. First of all, let me start by saying I don't doubt the sincerity of the sponsors of this bill, of the people who you've listened to today talk to you about their experiences. Okay, I've no doubt that these people who have been to combat on the ground have seen things that no person should ever have to see. Okay, we don't doubt that at all. Okay, but we do take a few exceptions here. The first, and it's been sort of walked over a little bit about how Congress hasn't declared war since 1942, and the two other places were Bulgaria and Hungary, as well as Romania. We were just in 4th of June in 42, we were cleaning up the people that had declared war on us, and we hadn't declared war back on them. But I think that it doesn't mean they haven't exercised their authority, okay? As Mr. Graham told you, Vietnam pretty much stopped because the Congress cut the money off. And Congress had passed the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, which Chairman Moffett alluded to earlier in 1964, which essentially gave the president a blank check. Do what you want. Go ahead. Ramp the war up. We don't care. Okay? At the end of the war, the Congress said, man, that was a bad idea. Holy crap, that was a bad idea. So they passed the War Powers Act. Overwhelmingly in the House, overwhelmingly in the Senate. It went to President Nixon's desk, and he promptly vetoed it. And they said, watch this. And they overrode a presidential veto, and it became the law of the land. Does that sound to you like they're abdicating their warfighting powers? Doesn't to me. Okay? And we think that the evolution of the authorization for the use of military force concept, of course, it came out of that bill because you have 60 days. You have to notify Congress within 48 hours. And you have 60 days to do things with a 30-day redeployment period. Otherwise, we cut the money off. That's essentially what that bill says. And so if you think about how George H.W. Bush, before what became Desert Storm, went and got an authorization for the use of force. Why? He's required to by the War Powers Resolution. Okay? Same song, separate verse. President George W. Bush for operations in Afghanistan and then later into Iraq. They're required to get this authorization, and Congress's use of the AUMF, in our opinion, is an evolution of the war-making powers of the Congress. It is a recognition of the fact that the founding fathers would not recognize what the world looks like today. Airplanes, aircraft carriers, stuff happening in space. The U.S. is arguably the economic superpower of the world and probably the military superpower of the world as well in terms of capabilities. Okay? They would never have recognized this place. So back in the 1940s, when we had to do things like draft people, when we had to do things like rations, and we had to do things like, I know your factory wants to make this, but we need you to make this for the war effort. We don't have to do any of that anymore. We don't have to do any of that anymore to make sure that our interests are protected wherever we think that they need to be protected. Now, we've listened to a lot of different things about at the Congress, they're doing this, they're doing that. Yes, and it's all at the congressional level between the Congress and the president. We are not going to solve this problem from around this table in New Hampshire. I'm sorry, we're not. It's just not going to happen. Okay, when I was in the Air Force back in the dawn of time, the National Guard got the airplanes that the Air Force was all done with and didn't want to fly anymore. And they did great work with them, and they lasted a long time. Now look around you. KC-46s at Pease. There are captains all over the Air Force flying an airplane that's older than their grandparents in the KC-135, okay? They would love to be flying that airplane, but we have it here. Okay. Next door in Vermont, there are captains flying F-16s that want to fly the F-35. We've got F-35s in Vermont in the Guard. Okay. When we downsized after Desert Storm, and Mr. Graham alluded to this total force concept, we basically said we're going to transfer a lot of the really great capabilities we have to the Guard. So the Guard is not a nice to have anymore, if it ever was. It's a must have. We have to have our Guard forces, okay? But our Guard forces have to be available to us, okay? If we need these forces, we at the National Command Authority level need to be able to get them. And the way we get them is we activate them via Title 10. So if you were to pass this legislation, okay, and the National Command Authority said we need these guys, what likely would happen would be they just activate them. And when you said, hey, you can't do that. Well, what forces are you talking about? We activated those. Those are active duty forces. Now they belong to me, if they ever belonged to you to begin with. Okay? They belong to us. Now, the Guard in New Hampshire is a double bonus for every single one of you in this room. It's a great bonus for you as a taxpayer that we have this capability here. But it's also a bonus in that when we have a Guard in our state, we can do things like man a COVID vaccination site if we need to. We can have helicopters go and pluck people off of the side of mountains that shouldn't be there. All right. You have a search and rescue mission and you can do an actual search and rescue. Boy, the government will pay for that all day long. The general already talked about what exactly, how the money works. You know, the truth is you probably wouldn't see, if you were to pass this legislation, you wouldn't see anything right away because it costs money to move forces. But as the general said, you know, if you start to see a KC-46 size hangar going in at Cape Cod or Portland, you can see that handwriting on the wall, okay? And that Congress doesn't really have, once it gets down to the National Guard Bureau level, doesn't really have a lot to say in the matter. They just don't. So the complaint, if there is one here, is with the Congress and the president. It doesn't really have anything to do with our National Guard. And this bill is not going to defend our Guard. It's just not going to, okay? It's going to put us in a rather precarious position. And it also, you know, it essentially, the way this works, and General Mikolaitis has already said to you that the governor doesn't get a say, okay? When forces are activated using Title 10, the governor doesn't get a say. You can't complain about where they want to go. That's the federal law. You want to take that to court? The judge, the first thing a judge is going to say is, this is a federal law, this is your state law, right? We still have a supremacy clause in the Constitution, right? Okay, Ike, we're done here. So the important thing here is we're not going to solve this problem from here. This is legislation that I agree with Mr. Graham. You know, if there's a way for you to vote this thing off the island permanently, we would love to see it. Subject to your questions, that's all I have today.
Are there any questions? Representative Mandelbaum and then Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, would you kind of characterize the AUMF as like adapting, or the National Guard? I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Is the AUMF just kind of based around kind of the national, or the progression of the National Guard over history from, you know, mostly being ready? I mean, it obviously is ready to deploy, but for active, you know, war versus.
I think the AUMF has less to do with the Guard.
Okay.
It has more to do with active duty forces and things like that. The problem that you have, and what you see, especially you'll hear these cases like, for example, there were a lot of Guard units from Louisiana area who were deployed overseas during Hurricane Katrina. And so there were a lot of folks that were very upset about the fact that these guys weren't at home and where they thought that they needed to be. Well, they were doing their wartime mission over in Iraq at the time, building bridges and doing other things that they were doing over there because that's what their company specialized in. Now, that said, all you have to do is sort of look at the history, and what you would see is that we invaded Iraq in the spring of 2003. Okay, Katrina was in August of 2004. By the time that you got to the summer of 2004, every active duty unit and their brother had been there at least once and maybe twice. So now it's going to be the Guard's turn to pick up in that rotation. And it's not like, and General Mikolaitis would tell you this, it's not like we don't know when our forces are going to be activated to go do a federal mission. We know that. The folks that are over there in the Middle East, I'm sure we've known about those guys for at least a year or 18 months. So it's not like it's a big surprise, usually.
Thank you.
Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So if we lost equipment, funding, resources from the federal level, what impact do you foresee this having on veterans services in particular?
That's a hard one to measure because with the authorizations for essentially all of DMAVs are being paid right now, you know, helped out by the federal government. So that's a tough question for me to answer. It probably might be easier for the general to answer that question. But the idea of losing the services would be, you know, if you're the Secretary of Defense, okay, and I've got reserve forces, but I can't use them, why are they in the reserves? Why don't I just pull them back and make them part of the active force? Or why don't I move them to a state that's gonna follow the rules? That's the attitude you're gonna deal with if you pass this legislation up the channel towards the Guard Bureau. That's the attitude you're gonna deal with.
Ma'am, specifically, generally no impact. So the veteran service portfolio is 100% generally funded for the 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. What could be impacted is the collaboration of the military resources that we have for our service members, because we do a lot of just collaboration amongst, the Guard, the military, the veterans to say, hey, where there's efficiencies and economy of scale.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Grady. Thanks for the assist, General.
Thank you.
Eric Breaker is still in the House. Welcome back. Eric is from Dover, and he supports the bill.
There we go. Hello again. Thank you all for conducting this public hearing. My name is Eric Barakey. I'm a resident of Dover, New Hampshire. As I previously stated in the last hearing, I served 3 terms in the Maine State Senate before I recently made the move to the Live Free or Die state, where I'm happy to be now. And I will mention as well that during my last term in the Maine Senate, the most recent passed legislature, I was the bill sponsor for this very legislation in the state of Maine. So I previously mentioned I'm a big fan of Daniel Webster, and it was nice to walk into this building today. It's actually my very first time participating in a public hearing here in New Hampshire, and it was nice to see that statue to Daniel Webster out front. And as I think about Daniel Webster, and I think about this legislation, I think about what he would have said about it, what he in fact did say on this very issue. He did not say that it was a good idea for state governments to pass legislation like these. The exact quote was, "It will be the solemn duty of state governments to protect their own authority over their own militia and to interpose between their citizens and arbitrary power wielded by the federal government." So that's not my opinion. That's Daniel Webster's opinion, that it is the solemn duty of this legislature to pass legislation like this in defense of your state National Guard. It's been well over 2 decades now since the dawn of the War on Terror. I find it very interesting sitting here listening to some of the arguments against this legislation. But what's particularly interesting is the arguments that I am not hearing. I'm not hearing from anyone arguments we may have heard maybe even a decade ago, that these wars that our state National Guardsmen from the various 50 states have accounted for almost half of the troops on the ground in these wars in the Middle East. I don't hear the arguments that these are wars for freedom, for democracy, for some noble purpose. I don't hear the arguments that there are clearly defined missions which we clearly owe to those we put into positions where they're risking their lives. I don't hear arguments in favor of the merits of these wars that we're sending our men and women in uniform off to fight in. What I hear is, well, what about money? I think it's been argued well that I think a lot of the threats to money are somewhat of a paper tiger. But one thing I've always long admired from across the border in the state of Maine was, even on what seems like small, almost trivial matters of individual human liberty, New Hampshire has always kind of stood strong against the federal government and saying, no, we will not make those sacrifices for federal funds. I think about even something as trivial as mandatory seatbelt laws for adults. New Hampshire is the only state in the union that told the federal government, go take your federal highway funds and stuff it. We're not going to infringe on the liberties of our adult citizens to make these choices for themselves. I asked Grok how much is lost a year, about 3.7 million, according to AI. I don't know if that's accurate or not. And aren't the lives of our men and women in uniform worth at least 15 times of the little piece of freedom on whether or not to wear a seatbelt? If we're willing to say to the federal government, we're standing on a principle for the liberties of our citizens in that case. Should that not apply even more so here? But let's talk about the Constitution, because I think there were a lot of arguments around the Constitution made here. I think it's very worth understanding, zeroing in on what specifically the Constitution says about this. The Constitution says that the federal government may mobilize the militias, which we now call the National Guard, under 3 circumstances and 3 circumstances alone: to suppress insurrection, to repel invasion, to enforce the laws of the Union. And to take an example that was used previously by the bill sponsor, Representative Tom Mannion of Syria, a war that we had been engaged in now for over 10 years without even a clear AUMF or clear authorization. What is the constitutional justification for having National Guard troops in a conflict like that? Were we suppressing an insurrection? Actually, the mission in Syria was to foment an insurrection and to foment a civil war against the established government there. Was it to repel an invasion? Well, there was an invasion, but we weren't the ones repelling it. We were not invited there. Was it to enforce a law of the Union? It very well could have been, if there had been a congressional declaration of war as the Constitution requires. Even if you accept the argument of an AUMF covering that requirement, which I don't accept, it's very clear there was no AUMF that covered this, because they point to the 2001 AUMF, which was passed in the aftermath of the 9/11 Twin Tower attacks when we were attacked by Al-Qaeda. Presumably this is to fight the folks who attacked us on that terrible day, and yet we actively gave weapons and aid and comfort to al-Qaeda forces in Syria. So it's hard to imagine how that AUMF could apply to that situation. James Madison spoke eloquently about the need, and with studied care, why they separated the power to declare war from the power to wage war, because the executive has the most to gain in times of war. This principle has been totally lost in recent history. We've heard about the Supremacy Clause and how the Supremacy Clause supposedly means we need to bow down in deference to everything the federal government mandates on us. But that's not how to properly understand the Supremacy Clause. They have supremacy over powers that are explicitly granted to them, the specific enumerated powers in Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, which includes the power to declare war. If they declared war, we would be subject to the Supremacy Clause. But so long as they do not declare war, that does not apply here. The fact of the matter is Congress won't do its job because it's very convenient not to. The last time, even the AUMF on the war in Iraq, when it was voted on, there was some mechanism for people to look at people's voting records and to hold representatives accountable in election season if they found that to be a not very prudent course of action. And politicians did lose their jobs in the aftermath of that. In fact, Hillary Clinton didn't become president because of that. Instead, you got a rookie U.S. senator from Illinois, Barack Obama, on that particular issue, won the primary. So there was a chilling effect sent throughout Congress. We don't want to ever vote on war ever again. But it's really nice to keep collecting checks from the companies that are making money on these wars. And so what we've seen over the course of the last 2 decades are situations like we saw revealed in the Afghanistan papers of self-licking ice cream cones. Forever wars that just go on and on and on with no clear mission whatsoever. And the price is paid not just by the U.S. taxpayers, but by our soldiers who we send off without clear missions. I remember a good friend of mine who I worked with on this legislation in the state of Maine. His name was Sergeant Aaron Rollins. He had served in Iraq in the Maine Army National Guard. And on one fateful day, they were their vehicle hit a roadside bomb, and one of his companions was tragically killed that day, sitting in the seat where he normally would have been seated himself. I remember after the public hearing in Maine 2 years ago when the Adjutant General made, I think, similar arguments to what we've heard today about concerns about money. After that, Sergeant Rollins turned to me and just said, you know, I wish that the Adjutant General would say that to my friend's mother's face, that his death was worth it because the state got a few extra Humvees out of the deal. I don't think that is a an argument we would accept in many other situations where there are significant moral questions at stake. If I know there are wide-ranging opinions on other issues like abortion, would we, whatever someone's moral conviction is on an issue like abortion, would we overthrow that moral opinion if the federal government started throwing money around one way or the other? I don't think
If
so.
you need to suspend for a moment.
Yes.
I think we're all tracking your point about the government's role in decision-making and financing in abortion. We're getting a little bit off the focus on this particular measure. There may be a couple of questions for you, but I want to give you a chance to finish, and we still have 5 other folks that we want to give some time to.
Understood. I appreciate that. I will wrap up trying to make an analogy, but I understand the concern there. I'll just close by saying, we are at a point, the incoming Secretary of Defense, or at least who has been appointed, and the incoming National Intelligence Director who has been appointed both support this legislation or have been on record in support of it. I think now is the time to really lay down this principle on the state level. And I hear what people say, that wouldn't it be nice if this could be solved on the federal level, but there's a convergence of interests that don't want this to be solved on the federal level. And so therefore, as Daniel Webster told us, it is the solemn duty of the states to interpose and to stand up for our men and women in uniform. And so I certainly, as a new resident of New Hampshire, I would ask you to do your solemn duty and to support this legislation. Thank you. If there are questions, I'm happy to take them or to defer to others.
I do have a quick question. I naturally am curious. You shared that you were a state senator and you introduced a similar measure or the same measure in Maine. What happened in Maine when you introduced this in the Maine Senate?
Well, there's a long history of this in Maine. It was actually, I'll give you the short.
Yeah, give us the short answer.
All right. Maine was the first state to ever put this in 2011. 2 years ago, it received a third of the House of Representatives voted in support of the bill with bipartisan support. But there's still a lot more work that needs to be done in Maine and other states. But I think it would be very poetic and also very righteous if New Hampshire followed Daniel Webster's call and was the first.
Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brakey, I don't want to get too into the semantic weeds about your seatbelt law analogy. But ultimately, whether or not you wear a seatbelt, you are the person who faces the most proximate impact. So if you're in an accident, you will likely either stay seated or perhaps go through the windshield, but that's on you. I'm wondering, do you feel your argument holds up, given that we could argue that the National Guard is a collective good? So it's not just about the person wearing this, it's the person wearing the seatbelt isn't the only person affected. It's when you have National Guard members deployed, they're doing work on behalf of the United States.
I just say I think it's far more important than any seatbelt law. I think that it is, I think that we have a solemn duty to the men and women who sign up to serve, who are in a position where they cannot speak up, they cannot question their orders, they are given commands to go. It is our solemn duty as the citizens of the state and this country to hold accountable the officials who make these decisions when those decisions are made poorly. And right now, there is no accountability measure because our elected officials don't vote, they don't do their jobs. And so I would say it's even more important.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is the difference in your mind more that just as folks can choose to wear a seatbelt, folks in the National, or choose not to, folks in the National Guard do not have decision-making power when it comes to being deployed?
Once they sign up to serve their state in the state National Guard, they do not have much say about these deployments. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the citizenry to make sure that the system is functioning in an accountable fashion.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for that testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We do have another former representative here. Yes, we still do. The Honorable Jason Gerhard. who is a former member of this body who supports the bill. He's asked for 3 minutes. And
Yeah, I'll make it shorter than that. Thank you, Chairman. Just for future notice, I don't like the honorable title. Any titles of nobility kind of make me a little queasy. But I want to
noted.
Thank you. So I wanted to raise a few points. We seem to be getting caught up in this money argument, and previous speakers have already talked about the absurdity of trying to put a price on the lives of our New Hampshire neighbors to go fight wars that are never ending. But also, I would like to talk about the suicides. So this is an article from July 15th of 2024 from Boston University. Suicide now the primary cause of death among active duty U.S. soldiers. Quick paragraph. A recent study released by the Pentagon revealed a sobering statistic. U.S. soldiers are now more likely to die from suicide than any other cause. The report, which examined the deaths of 2,530 active duty Army soldiers between 2014 and 2019, showed that soldiers are nearly 9 times more likely to die by suicide than they are in combat. And I just worry that we kind of focus on the combat deaths, which are horrible as they are, but we need to think about the guys that are living on the streets or other kinds of horrible situations that occur from the trauma of combat. Combat that I'm 39 years old now. My twin brother, identical twin brother, joined the National Guard in 03, shipped out in 04. He ended up going active duty, but he went over to Iraq, and we've never been out of war since then. I mean, I'm 39. I mean, it's absurd when you really sit back and you look at it. It's just constant war for various made-up reasons. Let's look at one of these that was raised earlier, which would be, sorry, phone's acting up, the Gulf of Tonkin. This is from the U.S. Naval magazine. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble figuring. U.S. Naval Institute magazine, The Truth About Tonkin. This lead paragraph, questions about the Gulf of Tonkin incidents have persisted for more than 40 years, but once classified documents and tapes released in the past several years, combined with previously uncovered facts, make clear that high government officials distorted facts and deceived the American public about events that led to the full U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. So, like many other people, I question the motives of our federal government and some in state government, but I feel that we're giving too much leeway to people who have blatantly disrespected the Constitution, which they swore an oath to uphold, and which all of you have as well, and I, as well as our military personnel. And another man who this last closing thing, Major General Smedley Butler, who wrote War is a Racket. It's a very quick pamphlet. Got to read it. It's very good. But he was born in 1881, died in 1940, but he was a United States Marine Corps officer and writer. 34 years. He fought in the Philippine-American War, Boxer Rebellion, Mexican Revolution, World War I, and the Banana Wars. At the time of his death, Butler was the most decorated Marine in U.S. military history. By the end of his career, Butler received 16 medals, including 5 for heroism. He is the only Marine to be awarded the Marine Corps Brevet Medal, as well as 2 Medals of Honor, all for separate actions. 2 quotes from him, they're very quick. I believe in adequate defense at the coastline and nothing else. If a nation comes over here to fight, then we'll fight. The trouble with America is that when the dollar only earns 6% over here, then it gets restless and goes overseas to get 100%. Then the flag follows the dollar and soldiers follow the flag. Next quote, there are only 2 reasons why you should ever be asked to give your youngsters. One is defense of our homes, the other is defense of our Bill of Rights, and particularly the right to worship God as we see fit. Every other reason advanced for the murder of young men is a racket, pure and simple. And, actually, one last thing. We were asked about, has this ever passed any other state houses and so forth, but last year, Representative Mannion actually had this passed at the GOP state convention, and it was put onto the platform. So it is officially part of the Republican Party platform now. What that really is worth, I don't know. But I just wanted to make that clear, that there is widespread support among the rank and file of, well, half of the political party, people in the country, I guess you could say. And I really believe that we need to look at this outside of the money aspect, or we have the newest, flashiest aircraft, or all these absurd things. We got to look at people in this country and how they're existing right now, and do they even know where these places are that we're going to send our soldiers off to die at? They don't. It's fact. I mean, you can argue other things for that reason, but so that's all I wanted to raise, and thank you very much.
Would you take any questions if there are any?
Sure.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, when you studied that statistic about U.S. soldiers who are much more likely to die by suicide than any other cause, was that overall? Was that broken down by National Guard service members versus someone who might be in the Marines? I'm just curious if there might be any differences.
It's from Boston University. I'd be happy to forward it to the committee. But at the same time, as we heard the general raise, the National Guard soldiers don't wear a different uniform. They are active Army. So there is no difference. As far as I understand, maybe I'm wrong. I only served 2.5 weeks in the Army. Long story. But
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you for coming in and thank you for your testimony. I do have 5 more cards. Peter Karofsky. Did I say that correctly?
No, you did not.
Close enough? Would you?
Close enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peter asked for 3 minutes to oppose the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Peter Kajowski. I'm a retired U.S. Army colonel with 30 years of active service. I served 7 years as a regular Army officer and 23 in the reserves. My last 2 tours were advisors to the state's Adjutant General of Massachusetts and the state of New Hampshire. I served under Major General Kenneth Clark and Major General Bill Riddell as the expert in Homeland Security and Homeland Defense. The following information was taken from Supreme Court Justice Stevens, who delivered a unanimous opinion on Perpich versus Department of Defense. Since 1933, federal law has provided that persons enlisting in the National Guard simultaneously enlist in the National Guard of the United States, a part of the greater U.S. Army. The enlistees retain their status as state guard members unless and until ordered to active federal duty and revert to state status upon being returned from federal service. The authority to order National Guard to federal duty was limited to periods of national emergency until 1952, when Congress broadly authorized orders to, quote, to active duty or active duty for training, unquote, without any emergency requirement, but provided that such orders could not be issued without the consent of the governor concerned. After 2 state governors refused to consent for federal training missions abroad for their Guard units, the gubernatorial consent requirement was partially repealed in 1986 by the Montgomery Amendment, which provides that a governor cannot withhold consent with regard to active duty status outside of the United States because of any objection to the location, purpose, type, or schedule of such duty. Article 1's plain language, read as a whole, establishes that Congress may authorize members of the National Guard of the United States to be ordered to federal active duty for the purposes of training outside of the United States with either the consent or without the consent of the governor or any declaration of national emergency. The interpretation presented recognizes the supremacy of federal power in military affairs and does not significantly affect the state's basic training responsibility or its ability to rely on its own guard in emergency situations. In my opinion, the New Hampshire National Guard cannot support and defend the Constitution of the United States and New Hampshire law if they are in conflict. If the conflict exists by implementing HB 04-FN, the Department of Defense will cut funding to the New Hampshire National Guard and move it to states with similar mission capabilities and no conflict. The net result will be an annual loss of $395 million and the loss of 2,700 jobs. Soldiers and airmen and women in New Hampshire will potentially lose their military careers or suffer the inconvenience of relocating to another state. I stand in opposition to this law. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions? Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Foss, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you just say again what the name of that case was that you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony?
Perpich versus DOD.496.US 334, open parentheses, 1990, close parentheses.
Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Senator. Go ahead. I'm getting tired. Representative Hemingway, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, thank you for coming and your service. So I had asked this to two other people. Where do you see the training and the efficacy of the National Guard if this were to pass?
If this were to pass, those high valued assets that the general had previously mentioned would go to other states who would happily take them. And in Pete's opinion, who did serve in states down south, they value their military assets at a much greater level than we here in New Hampshire, by virtue of the size. As the general appropriately mentioned, we're the fourth smallest. Those other states, which have very large National Guard units, would be more than happy to take the refueling wing, would be more than happy to take the HIMARS, because they are high valued assets.
Other questions? Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Derek Prue. Welcome, Derek. Derek supports the measure. He supports the bill. He's asked for 3 minutes, and he has a handout, which is always appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat, members of the committee. My name is Derek Prue. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire. I'm a veteran sergeant of the New Hampshire Army National Guard, served for 6 years there, and I'm also, on a volunteer basis, the state director for Bring Our Troops Home, which is a veteran-run organization that is advocating for this Defend the Guard legislation. I kind of just want to take my time to just go over some of the things that have been said today. So Defend the Guard, completely within Constitution, right? Article 1, Section 8. We're trying to come back to the Constitution. We've moved so far away from it. That's what this legislation is trying to do. It does not conflict with the United States Constitution. It does not conflict with U.S. Code. Any reference to Defend the Guard legislation with Title 32 activations, just ignore it completely. Right, in the bill text, it is specifically talking about Title 10. So anything about Title 32, just completely ignore it. Title 10, Section 12301, subsection F, which we've heard, which is that Montgomery Amendment, that only deals with where was it right here? Type, schedule, purpose, and location of a deployment. Defend the Guard does not deal with any of that. It deals with Congress not taking action and declaring war in accordance with the United States Constitution. So to argue that the government, doesn't have a say in the matter, that is not what Title 10, Section 12301 says. It specifically says that the governor does have a say in this matter. So if when they introduced the Montgomery Amendment, like Representative Mannion said, if they didn't want the governor to have a say, then they wouldn't have left it in there. They would have just taken it right out. Authorizations for the use of military force, as it's already been said, these are turning the whole war-making process on its head, and Congress abdicating its responsibilities to the executive branch. Since the 2001 AUMF, 88% of Congress has lost their seat, and new people have come in. But now these new people, where we've passed this AUMF, it has been repealed, and it's been used in over 20 different countries, over more than 25 years. There's no accountability there with all that. BRAC, which is base realignment and closure. Since 2014, the NDAA,
Is it right here? Sorry, I got my notes a little messed up right now. Right here. National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2014 specifically prohibits authorization of future BRAC base realignment enclosure. Again, another bullying tactic that you shouldn't fold to. Closing and moving around guard units will put a significant logistical and financial strain on our military. It's easy for someone to threaten these things. It's another thing to actually do it. And, you know, that goes along with the funding threats. You know, we continue to hear these funding threats. You know, no member of Congress, no DOD official has ever said that if a state passes this, they will lose funding, right? The language that is always used is at risk or at jeopardy, right? These are coercive measures. Defunding a state's National Guard would be politically unpopular and would also risk the Guard's ability to respond to real national and state emergencies, whether that be a military emergency or a natural disaster. It would put the Guard's capabilities at risk. And they won't do it because we need the National Guard. The National Guard's purpose, as part of the militia clause, is to repel invasion, suppress insurrection, and uphold the laws of the Union. That's the reason that they exist. And so, you know, what would be the Guard's mission, right? Continue to go along with that, Representative Hemingway. What does that look like? It looks like what it would look like right now. You know, combat readiness. We do our fire tables. I was artillery, a HIMARS unit. We do our fire tables. We do it in Littleton. We do it in Nashua. We've done it in Michigan, Fort Grayling. We've done it in Hungary. Right? We can continue training for combat should the need arises. That's what training with the National Guard would look like before this bill and after this bill. This isn't saying that we'll never go into combat ever again. This is saying that when Congress does its job and gets fully behind the National Guard, then New Hampshire will send our troops. And again, this is referring to overseas combat. I believe it was Representative Mandelbaum. You asked about the refueling. You know, overseas combat being shooting at or getting shot at. So refueling, you know, wouldn't fall into, you know, that definition of combat. You know, I think you also, Representative Mandelbaum, you said, you know, what other states are doing things that might be contradictory to what the federal government wants. I mean, like it's been saying, seatbelt, also cannabis legalization. That would be like another thing that's going around the country. You know, it's the General Michaelides, he referred, you know, that this is not the body to make these kinds of decisions. We've already heard the Daniel Webster quote, that it is our solemn duty to actually do this right here. But, you know, we also, if you read Federalist Papers, you know, the Federalist Papers was a real discussion between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists before the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. And there was a lot of concerns brought up. And our founding fathers, the architects of the U.S. Constitution, they specifically said that if the federal government starts acting in ways that are outside of, you know, the ideals of the revolution that they just fought, outside of the Constitution, then the states should, and it is their duty to act to bring Congress back to the Republic, should it move away. This was the conversation that was going on. This is what our founders said. You know, we've talked about Madison, who talked about, you know, the executive branch being most prone to war. You know, a lot of that has to do with, you know, like I said, they just fought the revolution. You had the French and Indian War, where the crown had robbed the treasury and through, you know, all these wars. And so when they wrote the Article 1, Section 8, putting war powers with the people, they specifically wanted to keep war away from the executive, most prone to it. Well, I mean, what's the state of our treasury since we've kind of moved away from following our constitutional war-making responsibilities? It hasn't been great. Perpich versus DOD, if you read the Supreme Court summary, only relates to training. Says nothing about combat. It only says training. So Perpich versus DoD has nothing to do with this bill. This bill doesn't say that we can't, go over to Hungary or El Salvador or Cabo Verde to continue to train with our allies. So it is not in conflict with Perpich versus DoD. Widespread support for this bill. It's already been mentioned. This is in the NHGOP party platform. This bill has been supported by the ACLU of New Hampshire, as well as tons of other ACLU chapters around the country. It's also in multiple other state GOP party platforms. Last year, the Texas GOP put the question of supporting Defend the Guard in the during the Texas GOP primary as a ballot proposition. 84% of Texas GOP voters supported this bill. So that's 1.8 million people voted for this measure. They want the Texas GOP to pass this kind of legislation. I'm open to any. Right. It's been mentioned. Pete Hegseth, our incoming Secretary of Defense, on Fox and Friends on national television after the New Hampshire House passed this bill last year, came out in full support and endorsed this bill. And our guys met with Pete Hegseth 2 weeks ago for a very lengthy conversation, multiple hours. He has reaffirmed his support for this bill. He has said that he will direct the Department of Defense to be in full support of this legislation, do everything in his power to get this bill passed in every single state. And he says that he finds opposition within the Department of Defense to this bill very offensive to him, in his words. So open to any other questions. So.
Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. And if I heard you right, you're an active member now, a sergeant in the National Guard?
Former.
Former?
Yes.
You're no longer part of the National Guard?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've heard a number of people who've testified today talk about the constitutionality of this bill. And candidly, I am not a constitutional scholar. So when you say that this bill does not conflict with the U.S. Constitution, is that based on your own reading of the Constitution or from experts in constitutional law?
My reading, constitutional scholars, and also the opinions of the architects of the Constitution, founding fathers, James Madison, right?
Thank you.
Representative Foss.
So I've been taking a list of stuff I need to look up before I make up my mind on this. When you said you were talking about BRAC, and then you said something, it sounded like it might have been statutory language or a quote or something afterwards.
Yeah, so BRAC is Base Realignment and Closure.
Right.
And the 2014 National Defense Authorization Act permanently bans future BRAC.
Thank you.
It's my turn, Representative. I have actually a two for. I seem to hear clearly from you that the likely incoming Secretary of Defense is all on board with this type of measure. Am I hearing you correctly?
That is very correct. Yes, and it's very, I think as of today he has the votes. And I think, even some Democrat senators.
Right. I'm assuming that he's going to be confirmed.
Right.
So, assuming that. So,
full support. Yes, we met with him for multiple hours.
That's a very powerful statement. And you're confident in saying that the SecDef is for this?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And my second question has to do, I'm looking at the handout that you gave us. And again, thanks to anyone who takes time to give us a handout, which gives us a chance to review. The congressman from Arizona wrote or said that the federal government needs a well-prepared Guard. The House would never cut funding for the Guard. The House controls the purse strings. So congressman said that. Other people, a lot of people last year, this year have said that they would never dare defund us. I keep hearing that, but I also heard the colonel, your predecessor, who spoke, said that they would. And the adjutant general said that our assets would be moved if this passed. It sounds like our guard would be eviscerated. So how it's a little bit, to me, sounds a little bit like a game of chicken. You know, you're saying if this passes, they wouldn't dare cut our funding. And how confident are you that that would be the case? Are you 100% confident that?
I am 100% confident. So, you know, like in my handout, we've got multiple members of Congress and, you know, Representative Gosar and Congressman Massey. They went around and asked all their colleagues about this bill. If this happened, would you be in favor of voting of defunding states? No member of Congress would. It's political suicide. No one would ever dare do that. And also one of my handouts is actually from Kansas and their fiscal report from their adjutant general who said that there would be no fiscal impact. So we've got one adjutant general saying one thing, another adjutant general saying a different thing. We get members of Congress saying that, you know, it won't be defunded. I think we can just throw this funding concern out the window because it's not clear. We just need to focus on the Constitution, what's been going on in terms of our foreign policy, in terms of losing our morality as a nation, as well as losing financial stability in this country because of our conduct. And, you know, it's up to this body, you know, like that Daniel Webster quote, it's up to this body to protect our National Guard and to make sure that Congress does its job first before we send them into harm's way.
Okay, Representative Mandelbaum and Representative Seibert, did you have your hand up?
No, she had it up first.
Well, it's your turn.
Oh, okay. No, I just had a question about this particular fiscal note. Just I would feel more comfortable actually seeing one from this one. Is just it looks like the adjunct general is CC'd on this message after it has been written up and sent. It is from the Kansas division of the budget, but it's essentially kind of like, I'm guessing, our LBA, because it's a letter from the chairperson on the Senate committee. That's our, you know, similar committee there or whatever, but for their Senate. So I would actually like to see that, and possibly I'll try to get in touch with them. How about that?
Sure,
To actually
sounds
get
good.
their opinion
Yeah.
on that and the similarities between our situation.
Sure.
Okay.
I think, you know, like it says highlighted there, right? The Adjutant General's Department states that the enactment of their version of this bill would not have a fiscal effect.
Yeah, I would just feel more comfortable hearing it from them directly. Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you mentioned Congressman Gosar and Massey have noted that there wouldn't be defunding for passage of such a bill in a state. I'm curious what New Hampshire's federal delegation has said about this bill.
I haven't heard anything from them. so
Okay.
I couldn't answer that.
All right.
Other questions? Representative Hemingway.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome and thank you for your service. So you mentioned BRAC, and BRAC, does that include National Guard units? Because I don't believe so. I think that's only for the federal.
I couldn't answer that question. I imagine that BRAC would include like things like Ps.
But Ps is kind of a National Guard unit. It's an air guard.
Right.
And I can tell you that within New Hampshire that they have closed down bases and realigned forces to meet the training requirements or the mission. So BRAC, in my opinion, does not qualify as part of a National Guard regulation.
Okay.
Follow up. The other thing is, and I do believe you say you continue doing training with the HIMARS and other things in different areas. Yes, I've been there, done that. And the only thing is that there is nothing that will take more serious than someone that's actually going over there to use the equipment that they've been trained on. That is what people are look forward to, and not everyone, agreed. But you want to have a purpose for that mission. And when you say that you may, or the only reason why you don't get called up is by Congress And you haven't been called up by Congress since 1942. I remember when I came into the Guard back in the 90s, we were running around with equipment from the 60s, and we went overseas. That equipment went overseas twice, once with Desert Storm and once with Iraq, OIF-2. Thin skin, no armor, in a combat zone. But when we got back, because he kept that equipment there because it was no good, we got all brand new equipment. And reason being is because we went on a mission. We defended our country, and this is why we got the money. So you sit there and say 100% that the funding is not going to be denied. I kind of differ.
Okay. Training, I'm not willing to throw away lives of National Guardsmen or throw the Constitution in the trash bin just for experience, right? I don't think anyone should experience combat. I think we can train to it, to meet it if the time comes, and I don't think that this bill conflicts with that. But I don't think that we should be throwing lives away or the Constitution just for the experience of combat.
Other questions? Sina, thank you so much for that testimony and for taking our questions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I have 3 more cards. I have now I have a 4th card from a representative. As is our custom, we do want to give courtesy to our sitting representatives. Representative Kelly Potenza, is she still here? Yes, she is. Has asked for 5 minutes to speak in support of the bill. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. So for the record, my name is Representative Kelly Potenza. I'm representing Stratford District 19. So I'm so thankful to be here today in strong support of this legislation. I was thrilled when this passed the New Hampshire House of Representatives last term and was honored to help in that endeavor. It seems like a lifetime ago that I was enlisted in the Army Reserve in 1991. And due to my Massachusetts Reserve Unit that actually deactivated after I was trained under my first MOS, which was a 77 Whiskey. I was a water dog, in which I missed the first Iraq deployment only by 2 weeks because my unit wasn't fully trained. It wasn't in a state of readiness yet. I was actually transferred into the Massachusetts Army National Guard for the next 6 to 7 years and retrained under a new MOS. So that was in 1992. I was a 94 Bravo at that point, NBC decontamination unit, and subsequently I missed the next Iraq deployment by a very slim margin of time as well. The amount of Massachusetts Army National Guard injuries that I witnessed firsthand in 1992 and 1993 alone were atrocious. We all know what took place over multiple conflicts under multiple presidencies, all under false pretenses, U.S. security, excuses, weapons of mass destruction, etc. But most importantly, all really to line the highest level of people's pockets, from political powers to NGOs to corporations in regards with oil and more. With everything happening in our country right now, the focus, I believe, needs to be on the United States of America and our state. If you just look at what's going on in California, the horrible fires, and if we didn't have our National Guard because they were out fighting some endless war, that's a problem. And I believe that we have to come first. So if you just look at the 3 operations in Iraq, which included Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation New Dawn, and Operation Inherent Resolve, 4,600 U.S. troops died. The war officially ended in December 15th of 2011, but the majority of deaths actually occurred between 2009 and 2012. 48% of those deaths were caused by explosive devices, IEDs. My very good friend that I went to high school with was blown up by one of those IEDs.
The war also wounded 32,292 service members, and just for those conflicts alone, over 200,000 Iraqi civilians were killed. So there's been a lot of talk about constitutional authority, and that's really where I think everything lies. So I'm going to try to go through this real quickly. The decision to follow the Constitution and refrain from sending National Guard troops or any military forces to war without a formal declaration of war from Congress stems from legal, ethical, and practical considerations tied to the rule of law, the separation of powers, and democratic principles. And here's why it matters. Constitutional authority. Article 1, Section 8 is crystal clear. And every single one of us here took an oath to the New Hampshire Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. That's it. That's clear as day. This ensures that the decision to go to war reflects the collective will of the people through their elected representatives. I don't work for myself. I work for the New Hampshire citizens, and we all do. And that's where we should be taking everything from. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 was enacted to prevent, this was really because presidents were basically unilaterally just going off. And that was put in place to prevent presidents from unilaterally engaging in prolonged military conflicts without consulting Congress. It allows limited military action. We know that that's far gone now in emergencies or prolonged deployments without congressional approval, and of course, so that we don't have any more violations of constitutional principles. 2, prevention of executive outreach. Accountability to the people. That's probably one of the most important things because we are all accountable to the voters. Declaring war is a serious decision. We know that it leads to tons of loss of life, billions of dollars, and so many long-term consequences. By requiring congressional approval, the Constitution ensures that such a decision is subject to debate, public scrutiny, and accountability. Most importantly, accountability. When Congress debates and votes on war, it involves the public in the whole process, reinforcing democratic and constitutional Republican governance. Just like our legislature, we took an oath to both of those. Precedents and rule of law. I think that actually we have set right now what has been going on for decades. Ignoring the requirement for Congress has set the most dangerous precedent, eroding constitutional norms over time. Because that's what happens, right? When we don't follow, we follow one part of it, but we won't follow another part of it. It doesn't work like that. National Guard's roles and limitations. Deploying the National Guard troops without congressional authority undermines the balance between federal and state sovereign authority. Moral and ethical considerations, and then I'm going to end with historical content. The framers were deeply influenced by the abuses of unilateral military power under monarchies and sought to ensure that war would be a collective decision to protect the nation from costly and unjustified conflicts. By adhering to the Constitution and seeking congressional approval for war, the U.S. honors its founding principles, reinforces the rule of law, and ensures that decisions of such magnitude are made responsibly and democratically. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, I thank you again for your testimony. We have just a handful of folks still looking to speak. Aubrey is still here, yes. Aubrey Friedman from Bridgewater.
Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I definitely speak in support of this bill. Most of what I was going to say has already been said today, so I'm going to vary from my notes a little bit. So there was talk about assets. The most important assets to this are the men and women who serve in the military. And why have we been sending them overseas fighting wars that just, obviously endless? I mean, wasn't it weird how we went from Afghanistan, 20 years, it ended not too well, then suddenly it was Ukraine, then it's the Middle East, 40,000 troops in the Middle East, and we know a good chunk of those are National Guard, and then there's talk about Iran and China. I mean, there just goes on with no defined purposes. Isn't it obvious this whole system is not working? And people say, well, it's up to Congress to fix it. They're never going to do it. If they haven't done it in like after the last 20 years or longer, I mean, the system is just, it's set up wrong. The military contractors lobby them. That's how they get elected. They're not going to vote for cutting the funding, and they definitely don't want to go on the record as declaring war. So we have to change the system and do something different, and let New Hampshire should take the lead and force the issue, and then that will probably. Other states are already working on it. It'd be nice if New Hampshire would be the first one, but it doesn't really make any difference. I think once it starts, it'll start to like an avalanche, and it would be a good thing. We need to have public discussion before troops are sent overseas. And as far as the New Hampshire Guard themselves, I think their primary purpose is here in this state and then helping other states in this country. We have natural disasters or whatever things might happen. That's their primary purpose. And I think saving lives and saving property is much more beneficial than being deployed overseas and killing foreigners. So that's why I think we should pass this bill. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts. Questions? Or will you take any questions if there are any?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on your card here, you noted that you have written testimony. Would you care to share that with us for the record?
Yeah, I'll leave. Yes.
Thank you.
You can bring it right up to the clerk.
Yeah, okay.
Representative Seibert.
So I completely agree with you on that, but do you see much, like, would you like to see legislation that has more value and actually maybe, I don't want to say go after, but, maybe hampering or taxing or maybe not allowing such special interests, such as those that contract with the military to make weapons of war?
So you're talking about lobbying?
Not even just the lobbying.
I think the size of government, when you've got big government, you got a lot of money at stake. It's going to be the companies and individuals, they're going to lobby. So, they've been trying, how do you get lobbying out of government and big money? You make it smaller. So I think they cut off the money and lower it. And then you won't have as many lobbyists. I think that's the only solution to that.
Thanks.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony twice. I have just a couple more. Ron Carvalho. If I said that correctly, is Ron here? Yes, he is from Bedford, New Hampshire, opposes the bill.
I do.
You've asked for 4 minutes or so.
Mr. Chairman, committee. So my name is Commander Carvalho, United States Navy, retired, 24 years of active duty service. I was a Tier 1 deployer. Been shot at by the Soviets and others. Worked in Navy Office of Naval Intelligence. Worked with JCS on deployment of forces. Worked budgets and funding. Right? And I retired out of NAVAIR running acquisition programs. I work for one of those big defense contractors. And I am very concerned about some of the comments and impressions that are unsupportable by evidence. We have a lot of what seems to be commentary and opinions that are unsupported by current facts. I have a personal interest in this bill. My son is in the Army National Guard here, and he's deployed for New Hampshire. So, to me, what we have here is a difference of opinion on foreign policy of the United States. and we're going to solve it at the New Hampshire level. It sounds like if Secretary of Defense gets confirmed here, Hegseth, he's going to solve this for us, because he's going to go in and he's going to remove or change or deauthorize the authorization for military force. And this matter will be done with, and we will go back and use direct adherence to the Constitution under the perception some people have here. This has come up, as we've said, since prior to after World War II, Vietnam. We've heard about President Nixon and the War Powers Act. The authorization of military force has been questioned, but nobody in the Department of Justice has ever ruled against it. No one. No one has said this is, in the judiciary, has said this is unconstitutional. But a lot of trained legal experts here are saying that it's unconstitutional. I think I'm going to rest with those who've made it up to the federal level and have the training and the education to make that position. Right. This is a national level effort, as we've heard. It's to end endless wars. I deal with foreign policy every day. The threats to this nation, they're huge. And they don't get talked about because we can't talk about them. But every day I go to work wondering, what are we going to do to handle this situation with a diminishing manufacturing base, underfunding of the military, readiness issues potentially. Right? Fortunately, not in the Guard here. We have a fantastic Guard in the state of New Hampshire. And not every conflict is a war. I deployed many times to prevent war from breaking out. A lot of these things, particularly for Syria, we're not there defending just oil interests. We are there to prevent the rise of ISIS. One administration grossly underestimated and called ISIS, I believe, Junior League. A president who is now coming back into office put troops under the AUMF into Syria to handle ISIS. They are still there because what starts there will grow. Wars are not fought, or isolationism is not a valid foreign policy. Right? You need to only look back to 1936. What was the net effect of isolationism, of not defending Europe at the start? It was in excess of 25 million people. So fighting battles of foreign policy on shaky, speculative, constitutional grounds that have never been upheld by the Department of Justice makes absolutely no sense, particularly if it puts at risk the funding for our Guard. This bill should be renamed not Defend the Guard. It should be really named Defund the Guard, because that's what's going to happen. Now, having built budget exhibits for the Hill, I can tell you our priorities go to those who are trained, ready, and at the tip of the spear. As General Miklodius stated, the funding for the Guard is not set by senators and congressmen to allocate to their states. It goes to the Guard Department. And the Bureau of the National Guard makes those allocations of where that funding goes. And my buddy, Colonel Pete Kajowski back there, already told you how those allocations are made. Right? So I don't really trust anybody who has not built a military budget to tell me how the military funds things. I was there. They weren't. Right. Any military officer will tell you training in a real-world environment with forces that you'll be working with in wartime environment are essential to the safety of any of our military soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Air Force personnel. Loss of training opportunities, should we lose those HIMARS battalions or those tankers or anything else to Massachusetts, Maine, or Vermont, is going to place great risk on those troops that still remain in the Guard, provided we find a way to fund them. I don't want my son deploying without proper training. I want him training with the people he's going to be working with. Our country has not faced threats of this nature since World War II. We have 4 major opposition or opponents going on right now. And when I joined the military in 1982 under Ronald Reagan, we had to reconstitute a hollowed out military. We had to be able to hold back 2 wars simultaneously. And then as the funding went down, we went to win and hold and win. So we would hold one theater where it was currently and prevent the opposing forces from taking over or achieving their objectives while we fought one war, and then we would have to move all our troops over and win the second conflict. The Guard became an essential part of the force structure in order to do that. And every Guardsman that signs to the same oath that I took when I signed up at the age of 18. Support and defend the Constitution. We trust in our leaders that we elect to Congress and the Senate to do the right thing. And now we're questioning their morals, their values, and we're accusing them of weakness because they won't stand up because of a few individuals' interpretation of what constitutionality consists of? I'm sorry, I don't buy that, because otherwise we'd be removing them from office. And I don't see that occurring on a national level. As I said, I have over 24 years of military experience. I have experience in building budgets. I have experience in the acquisition community. Right? I've read the federal acquisition rules. I have to live by them. I have to live by them as a contractor. If you honestly think that we sit in a back room and negotiate sweetheart deals for how much money and profit we can make, you are unaware of the legal ramifications for anything like that. I would be spending most of my time in jail from here on. We have so many rules in effect of who we can talk to during source selection, and source selection is run by needs, and needs are generated all the way up the chain, all right? They're not negotiated in backroom deals so contractors like myself can get rich. In fact, the amount of profit or fee that we can take on a contract is very limited. In most cases, 10% or less. Think about that for a minute. If you're a small business owner, what's your markup? 30, 40, 50%? Right. In my job, we get 10%. Right. Why are things so costly? You know, that's a whole separate argument, but basically we build in small numbers. So, all right. As a retired naval officer, as I mentioned, I can assure you the funding decisions are made by prioritizing forces that are ready to go, and those that are not ready to go but have capital equipment that's very valuable, tankers or the HIMARS, those will go to other units. Loss of our Guard's funding and resultant reduction in readiness because of a political debate in Washington by a few members of Congress with their own agenda. Right? By the way, Rand Paul is firmly behind this. And for the record, I am a Republican. Once funding is lost, it may never be restored. And our Guard would end up watching on the sidelines, or what remains of our Guard, while the rest of the country goes off and supports their original mission. I can think of nothing more humiliating as an American or a military officer or a member of the state of New Hampshire than watching other people defend my freedoms, and I don't have the opportunity to do so, nor my son, a third-generation military member. So I also have questions in removing our governor's ability to make decisions regarding her Guard, which she is in charge of between Title 10 and Title 32. I think some of the comments have relaxed that when the Guard is called up. She does not have a say in that anyway. They are federalized at that point in time. I realize there's I touched on a number of different topics, acquisition, intelligence, how decisions are made. Addressing them in 3 minutes is not necessarily going to cover all the bases or provide you with all the information that you might need. However, I am more than happy to follow up in testimony before this committee or in private or correspond by email and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. You see you have some notes. Is this something that the clerk can file or not?
There's 2 sets of notes here, sir. One is online, was filed as the on the site.
So you, okay, so we can look at that.
Right, and the other I can forward to the committee, which goes back into the history of AUMF and how I think Colonel Kajowski pretty much described pretty well its origins, but it's more testimony on that. It was based from last year's bill.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for that testimony and for your service and for your son's service.
Thank you, sir.
I have 2 more cards. Ben Weir is Ben. Yes, I thought that might be Ben there. You've been here before, maybe. You're right. Welcome back. Ben is asked for 5 minutes to support the measure.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ben Weir. I'm a former 11 Bravo infantryman in the U.S. Army. I was a previous candidate for Merrimack County Sheriff. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm a father, and ultimately, that's why I'm here today. I want to protect the future of my son. And I'm also the founder of the nonprofit Punks for Liberty. I'm here today to tell you guys I support Defend the Guard. I'm a huge supporter of Defend the Guard because as a veteran, I've seen firsthand the devastation and the consequences that these endless wars has caused. I've watched many of my friends come back permanently disfigured, mentally shattered. We heard somebody earlier talking about suicide rates. I've lost 5 friends that were veterans to suicide. 2 of them were in the National Guard. We live in a world today where 20 million people over the last 24 years since 9/11 have been displaced of their homes. We live in a world today where over 2 million people have died from these wars, these endless wars overseas. To put that into perspective, that's more than our entire state's population. These aren't just numbers, these are human lives that we're talking about here. Obviously, you probably get a sense that I'm passionate about this because I'm talking about people who are literally people I looked across the room on, and these are my best friends that I'm talking about. Many of them lost their lives. Now imagine looking into the eyes of any of their families and suggesting that we haven't been at war this entire time. That's ridiculous. Congress hasn't, obviously done its due diligence by upholding the Constitution, which requires them to make an official declaration of war. We've heard this many times today. I think the 2 words of the day are probably Constitution and funding. You guys might want to play a drinking game later to work that one out. But the last time Congress declared war was 83 years ago. It'd be absurd for me to look in the eyes of the mother of my best friend and tell her that her son wasn't at war because they just never declared it. That's ridiculous. And I'm sure nobody would disagree with that. But it's your duty as lawmakers to uphold the Constitution. That is the #1 priority. Defend the Guard is about just that. It ensures that New Hampshire guardsmen won't be sent overseas until they do their constitutional responsibility and declare war if that's what they deem is necessary. Now, I know there's a lot of concerns about funding, and that's something that just keeps getting brought up and mentioned over and over. But let me remind everybody here that the military-industrial complex is one of the most bloated and overfunded entities in the entire government. They have received over $14 trillion since 9/11. That's over half of our ballooning national debts amount. So the Constitution does not care about funding concerns, and neither should you when it comes to the lives and the liberties of our National Guardsmen and our residents here in New Hampshire. If we're not sending our Guardsmen overseas, it just mathematically checks out that it's not going to be as expensive. You know, how much money are the lives of those 2 million people that died overseas worth as well? Or the 15 National Guardsmen that have died since 9/11? We paid out probably almost $10 million to those families. We can start with budget cuts right there instead of sending them the money, you know, it's all absurd to me. But this is so much more than just dollars and cents. It really is. It's about upholding the principles that this country was founded on, something that every single one of you guys has a duty to do. It's about protecting our neighbors and our families, and it's about protecting the Granite Staters from being sent off to die in wars that haven't even been formally authorized. You don't just have a responsibility, you have a fiscal responsibility too. This is our moment to stand with veterans all across New Hampshire, across the country. Vast majority of them do support this type of legislation to bring our troops home, and to not just our National Guardsmen. Eventually, hopefully, we can protect our troops by having them right here at home instead of sending them everywhere else. Now, we had talked about Congress having a duty as well to uphold the Constitution, and we can't dismiss that, but that's not you guys' problem. That's our problem. We need to all vote as taxpayers to vote the people who are voting for these never-ending wars. You know, we need to vote them out. But Congress is incentivized to keep these wars going. They're being funded by people like AIPAC and Raytheon. Even Joe Biden's Secretary of Defense for the last several years, Lloyd Austin, he tripled his portfolio because of the contracts that he sent off to other countries, selling them missiles and bombs and all this stuff. But we can close that door permanently. We deserve state autonomy. States have rights, and you guys have a responsibility to look after New Hampshire first, the people who are voting you in to represent them. If our state ever has an emergency, they're going to be here to help with that. We're going to have abundant resources. I have no doubt in my mind that there's not going to be any funding cuts for the military. It's just not going to happen. They transfer things around. It's all money games. You guys know how budgets work. This is your moment to take a stand with veterans like me, and in the crowd, and many of you guys are veterans as well, which is I appreciate. This is your moment to stand with the Constitution and with the people of New Hampshire. I hope that you'll do the right thing, and I hope that you'll pass Defend the Guard. I hope that we can lead the nation in this, and everyone can look at us as the examples for what doing the right thing looks like. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weir. Would you take questions if there are any?
Sure.
Are there any questions at this time? Representative Seibert?
Thanks for taking my question. So one of my issues when we exec this bill the last time was that I kind of have a hard time seeing, just because, well, there's the requirements that are here that are saying that, okay, well, it's all fine if they just, if Congress declares war, and to me, it seems like the special interests will just go in there and buy up politicians even more than they already do right now, just to make sure war gets declared, to keep doing what they do. Do you see that as being?
They are certainly going to. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that they're lobbying against this bill right now, and we might not see it in this room, but they are absolutely against the Defend the Guard bill because they are. I mean, their interests are benefiting from this. So yeah, sure. AIPAC, Raytheon, they're gonna go on the other side of this and try to keep incentivizing things even more. But truthfully, it's not our responsibility what Congress does. They are supposed to be representing us, and it's very clear that they do not. They have not for 83 years. So They need to uphold the responsibilities. We need to uphold the Constitution. And that's ultimately what this comes down to. We can't dictate what Congress does. We can only influence our state's politics. And that's why I'm urging every single person here to uphold the Constitution, because that is what they were elected to do.
Other questions? Thank you again.
Appreciate it.
I have one more card. Before I call the final speaker, testifier, I just want to thank the committee for your time today, for being here. We have some folks who could not make it. We'll be in touch with those folks. I expect them to review all the testimony that we've received, because we are going to exec this a week from today. So I'll be looking at material that that has been shared. I'm sure I'll go back onto the video, and we will exec this in a week. So, folks, I know there's a lot of interest in this. We have no idea how this will go. We haven't even finished the sharing yet. But again, thank you for your time, and thank everybody who has testified. So the last card I have is just came in from another state representative, serving representative, who asked for 1 minute. I think we can do that for Representative Granger. And if you need more than a minute, Representative, we're flexible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael Granger. I'm a former specialist of Alpha Company's 2nd 108th Infantry in the New York National Guard. If we pass Defend the Guard and it's signed, it is super easy to get the National Guard to do whatever. Just declare war, which is what they're supposed to be doing anyway. It should be really easy if the war is just. If the war is just and justifiable, it should be easy to get a war declared, because the representatives in Congress will be more than happy to do such a thing. If it's unjust, we should not be playing ball. We should not be involved in these wars if they are not just wars. We are under no obligation to help in unjust wars, and if we should not be bought off easily with rockets, because it is an insult to the dignity and morality of the New Hampshire people to be bought off with rockets, especially when the New Hampshire people are paying for those rockets. These are not gifts from on high. The HIMARS are paid for with tax dollars. Those tax dollars are paid for by New Hampshire taxpayers. It either comes from their pocket, in which case we're just giving them their own rockets back to them, or it is taxed via their savings, which is money taken from their savings through inflation by printing at the Federal Reserve. It's not free rockets. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So I am pleased with New Hampshire's traditional manner of bucking the feds and doing what we think is right, regardless of the carrots and the sticks. And if you think that federal law can override the Constitution, as may be considered the case based on some testimony that was provided, it stands to reason that New Hampshire law can override federal law, because we're doing everything backwards now. So I didn't swear an oath, and neither did you, to uphold and defend federal funding. I swore an oath to the Constitution. Please OTP this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Are there any questions? If not, thank you again. That will wrap up our hearing today. Thank you to all concerned, all con, as we say in the military, and we will be back a week from today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I remind the members of this committee to make sure that you put in so you can get paid. Do your little doodad, right?
The mileage thing.
Yeah, the mileage. Put in the last 4 numbers of your social security number.
Correct.